Apocalypse, I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement, this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author, we are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 601 Card Drawing. Pathway Cards? Humanity's Blue Star Standard Time. 3 years after the battle with the Ice Energy Clan fleet. Hu made a decision, human ships are increasing in number, and we don't know when they'll leave. We can't wait any longer. Something's not right. We must leave too. It made this decision, representing the entire Anu race. For the past 3 years, they had been observing humanity. While they couldn't grasp all of humanity's movements, the sheer scale of their shipbuilding project was undeniable. They had watched helplessly as ships were completed, each identical, manned, not warships. But the more identical they were, the more tense and vigilant they became, because they couldn't understand them. Now, both the Yin clan and the Hot Jupiter civilization had chosen to leave. Hu also had to take responsibility for its own civilization. Experience told Hu that humanity probably didn't intend to truly leave. Their mass production of manned ships, though incomprehensible, certainly indicated a deeper, more dangerous plan in secret. And they were powerful enough not to remain here, taking unnecessary risks and wasting unnecessary time. Powerful civilizations always have more choices. In the secondary civilization battlefield, they were already considered top tier. The boundaries between the higher and more powerful civilizations and the primary civilization battlefield had blurred. Therefore, even in other secondary civilization battlefields, they still held considerable advantages, potentially reaching a situation similar to that in the cloud pattern star system. Thus, there was no need to risk further here. They still had many methods unexplored, and their investment wasn't yet enormous. Withdrawing at this point was the best choice for them. On this day, they chose to leave. The massive silicon-based ecological planet was swallowed by a suddenly appearing spatial rift. Huxio flew above the planet, taking one last look towards the distant 8th orbit. Even at its last moment, it couldn't fathom this mysterious human civilization. Who were they? Where did they come from? What secrets did they hold? What were they trying to do with these manned spaceships they had spent 3 years building in this civilization battlefield? Huxio didn't know. Recalling everything that had happened, it felt increasingly that this civilization was enigmatic and unfathomable. And this was Huxio's last look. Immediately afterward, the Anu people left the secondary civilization battlefield of the cloud pattern star system. The departure of the Anu civilization made the already quiet space of the cloud pattern star system even quieter. Now, only 3 civilizations remained. These 3 civilizations included humanity. The semi-digital life forms believed that humanity would definitely leave. The civilization in the 4th orbit remained inactive. Although quiet, the news of the Anu's departure was quickly confirmed by all 3 parties. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, said, "We should prepare to leave this place." Currently, the first phase of Project Ark was not entirely complete. Humanity had only completed 45 Ark warships, 10 more were expected to take at least 2 months to build. However, the situation in the cloud pattern star system had changed. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, issued the order, the first phase of the Human Migration Ark project is to be completed ahead of schedule. All personnel must prepare to withdraw from the current Level 2 civilization battlefield and prepare for the second phase of the plan. We will return to our homeland and utterly defeat the invaders. Project Ark, Phase 2. War Phase. The well-prepared humans will leave the Level 2 civilization battlefield of the cloud pattern star system and return to their home planet, Blue Star, to crush the Third Arm Overlord fleet. Humanity currently possesses such strength. The Supreme Commander looked at his Civilization Authority panel, which showed that surrendering now would only require paying 800,000 contribution points. As a branch civilization, the longer they survived in the civilization battlefield and the richer their achievements, the fewer contribution points they would need to pay upon surrendering or retreating. This time, having reached this point, the Supreme Commander was already very satisfied. The Federation had grown here, and more importantly, gained time. This was something both the Federation and humanity had always lacked. Now, it was humanity's turn to emerge again. Meanwhile, shortly after the Supreme Commander issued this order, in Lin Qun's room, Lin Qun suddenly opened his eyes. A blazing divine light seemed to flash across his eyes. After 3 years of cultivation, Lin Qun, step by step, relying on himself, finally succeeded, reaching the 6th level of the great perfection of the sword control technique. This is equivalent to the late-stage great perfection of the Foundation establishment realm. He's only one step away from the 7th level of the sword control technique and the core formation realm. Lin Qun felt the changes in his body. Strictly speaking, from the late stage to the great perfection, it wasn't an improvement in realm, his attributes remained almost unchanged. However, his dark energy was purer, and its flow within his body was smoother. Moreover, his channels of resonance with the universe as an evolved being were clearer, with more newly opened. This allowed him to continuously absorb dark energy from heaven and earth into his body. Under the continuous cycle within his body, it rapidly transformed into his own pure dark energy, applied to various abilities, unleashing astonishing combat power and endurance in battle. Furthermore, Lin Qun's long period of seclusion and his progress gave him a strange, ethereal aura, as if he possessed an otherworldly quality. Not only that, during this period, Lin Qun had been in seclusion. Although he hadn't participated in battles, his contribution points had been steadily increasing thanks to the leaderboard. They had now risen from tens of thousands to over 400,000. While 400,000 was only a few hundred points, it was still 400,000. Although the leaderboard rewards for contribution points in the level 2 civilization battlefield weren't as high as before, the level 2 battlefield lasted longer, accumulating more contribution points than the level 3 battlefield. Day by day, the number of contribution points naturally increased significantly. Lin Qun's gaze shifted. He first glanced at the Federation's latest announcement, learning that humanity was about to withdraw from the level 2 civilization battlefield, and understood. Immediately, Lin Qun began drawing cards. With contribution points, drawing cards was a must. Lin Qun set up an array and went all in, using all his contribution points to draw cards. After deducting 400,000 contribution points, Lin Qun's total contribution points dropped from 400,000 to just over 300. Immediately, a dark golden card appeared. A skill card. Name, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Type, Skill Card. Description, using this card grants the skill Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. This skill originated as a continuous hammering technique used in iron smelting. Through this hammering method, power can be fully unleashed, with each strike stronger than the previous one, continuously accumulating power to remove impurities from the forged metal. However, this hammering technique can also be applied in combat. It accelerates the heartbeat and the flow of dark energy within the body, generating power from the calves, up the thighs, through the waist, back, and arms, before finally releasing it at full strength. At the moment the hammer is about to reach its highest point, the user spins the hammer around, utilizing the rebound force from the collision with the metal to power the next strike. Each subsequent strike exceeds the user's full strength. In combat, the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique can temporarily accumulate attack power into a single point, with each strike stronger than the previous one, ultimately releasing it all at once after 81 strikes, achieving astonishing power. Special note, 80 strikes per blow. 80. 80. 80. 80. 80. Load. This is Tang Clan's Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique. Lin Qun recognized this thing. Level 9, 81 hammers. The first hammer blow was all out, and each subsequent blow was more powerful than the last. 81 layers stacked upon each other, creating astonishing power. When Tang San used it, it even broke through Jin Rinxu's divine level domain. Its power was terrifying. Of course, it also depended on the user's base strength. The power unleashed by someone with only 10 attribute points would be drastically different from that of someone with 1,000. And this was Tang San's signature skill. It was also one of the future Tang Sect's inherited ultimate techniques. Who would have thought that the correct way to use this thing was actually for forging iron? Moreover, this skill card wasn't a cultivation technique. Lin Qun didn't need to learn it himself, he could master it simply by loading it. Lin Qun reached out, grasping the dark golden card in his palm. It then flashed away, transforming into a dark golden stream of light that entered Lin Qun's body and was absorbed by him. Because he only drew 2 cards, he had plenty of time and could use the cards directly during the drawing process. The chaotic cloak hammer technique surged directly into Lin Qun's mind. He mastered it instantly. However, Lin Qun quickly frowned. He didn't seem to have a hammer. Lin Qun thought for a moment, then reached out to the sky. The dark energy within his body surged outwards. Directly, a hammer of pure dark energy materialized in his palm, its dark energy flowing, carrying a breathtakingly deadly power. Although this hammer was only made of dark energy, it was therefore extremely pure power, stronger than a truly forged hammer. Moreover, even if it broke, as long as Lin Qun's dark energy could sustain it, it could be restored in a second, making any damage to it unaffected. As the saying goes, battle key transforms into horse, dark energy into hammer. The 6th level of the sword control technique had reached its peak. Lin Qun's control over dark energy had reached a new level. This dark energy could also be used to create weapons. Immediately, Lin Qun waved his hand, and the dark energy hammer dispersed. Lin Qun exhaled. This chaotic cloak hammer technique was indeed impressive, but actually, Lin Qun wanted to draw more 8-character secrets. The 8-character secrets possessed supreme power. The all secret was an A-rank card, and the rest were likely in the S-rank card pool. Lin Qun really wanted to draw them and synthesize the 8-character secrets. At this moment, Lin Qun's gaze fixed ahead. He looked expectantly at the last card. Was it an 8-character secret? No. The second card that appeared was somewhat strange. It wasn't the typical dark gold of an S-rank card, instead, it was a black card. This was a card type Lin Qun had never seen before. This was a special type of card. And the contents of this card made Lin Qun's brows furrow deeply. This is a door. Name, Gate Apprentice type, skill card description. Using this card, without any ritual or materials, you can obtain the ability Gate from the sequence 9 Apprentice of the Gate pathway. With this ability, you can easily pass through walls and doors. Any object that can serve as a medium can become a gate. Special Note 1, this skill cannot be upgraded. Special Note 2, this card is a special card from the Gate Pathway series. Collecting Gate Apprentice, Gate Trick, Gate Divination, Gate Record, Gate Flash, Gate Guardian, Gate Wanderer, Gate Planeswalker, and Gate Star Key will allow you to achieve true godhood, Sequence 0 Gate, and master and obtain its full authority, complete power, and mythical creature form without any ritual or materials. Special Note 3, once you obtain one of the cards in this series, regardless of your card pool level, you have a chance to draw subsequent cards from that series, but these cards will always appear in sequence. Furthermore, for each additional card from this series you own, your chance of drawing more cards from that series increases by 3%. Load, this card resembles a classic tarot deck, depicting the magician. This is the representative of the Gate Pathway, the Gate Pathway. Moreover, this is clearly a simplified version. Each card in this series corresponds to a pathway, but not the pathway itself, rather, it represents a portion of the pathway's abilities. Collecting all cards directly grants you the true godhood of the Gate sequence, granting you all its abilities. And isn't the representative of the Gate sequence the Lord of Mysteries? There's also the King of Angels, etc. This pathway is not only powerful but also has many functional effects, and it's particularly unique in the cosmos. The Gate Pathway, combined with Lin Qun's previously acquired portal skill, might produce surprising results. Lin Qun immediately thought of this combination. Perhaps through this ability, he could completely transform the portal into a super long-distance instantaneous teleportation ability that allowed him to freely travel through space. No matter how fast an individual is, they can't outrun a direct spatial jump, right? Moreover, this card's portal pathway doesn't require cumbersome rituals or materials, it's achieved directly. The Gate Apprentice card Lin Qun drew isn't particularly powerful on its own, but the subsequent cards in this series, and the final sequence 0, are the real game changers. With a level 5 card pool and good luck, Lin Qun was essentially drawing cards from a level 6 card pool, truly extraordinary. This black card is a special type that Lin Qun has never drawn before, presumably only found in card pools of this level. However, according to the card's description, once this card is drawn, regardless of the card pool, there's a chance to draw subsequent cards, and the cards are always drawn in sequence, seemingly corresponding to the order from sequence 9 to sequence 0. This is a characteristic in concept. Furthermore, the probability of drawing the next card increases with each card in the series he owns. Lin Qun took a deep breath. The power of this sequence true god was not to be underestimated, it was absolutely powerful and terrifying. Lin Qun looked forward to the day he would become Gate or even the Lord of the Source Castle. Dominating the starry sky would be a piece of cake. He just hoped that things wouldn't go mad or twisted. Thinking of this, Lin Qun broke out in a cold sweat again. With a card pool reaching level 5, allowing him to draw S-rank cards from the level 6 card pool, Lin Qun clearly felt an improvement. The cards he drew were of a higher tier, and the potential was terrifying. This meant that in the future, he might be able to achieve strength comparable to first-level civilization's battlefield overlord through multiple channels. In Earth fantasy works, there are countless cosmic-level masters, abilities, and talents. Lin Qun could achieve just as many abilities. If he could gather all of these, perhaps he could truly be invincible in the starry sky. Whether he went to the God Kingdom or not wouldn't even matter. As long as he was powerful, wherever he was, that would be the God Kingdom, a God Kingdom that belonged only to himself and humanity. Chapter 602. We will return to our hometown. Lin Qun stepped out of his room and outside. He saw the sky illuminated by shooting stars. Human spaceships and shuttles were traversing the heavens. Cities bustled, and buildings rose from the ground. This scene, in a daze, seemed to transport him back to the human world before everything began. Currently, the territory of the Human Federation is shrinking again. Returning to the Blue Star system means only Blue Star and its surrounding areas can return. Therefore, personnel and spaceships deployed on asteroids in the cloud-patterned star system's asteroid belt are being completely withdrawn. Large numbers of personnel are concentrated in major urban areas. Previously, several ARC spaceships were temporarily requisitioned as engineering vessels for Federation shipbuilding. Now, they are carrying personnel and supplies back. And in these 3 years, human civilization has built far more than just these ARC spaceships. To support the construction of ARC spaceships, a large number of small and medium-sized airships, aircraft, and new engineering facilities have been put into operation. They are highly capable, suitable for various environments, and a large portion are automated devices that require no human operation. These are byproducts of the Human Arc project, but they also signify a new era in human industrial development. 3 years have passed, and humanity's technology has begun to bear fruit. These 3 years have been extremely precious and important. Everything now is part of humanity's achievements. The Federation is experiencing true rebirth and growth over time. Lin Qun stood downstairs, gazing at the sky, as if he could see stars shining above Blue Star. Beneath the starlight, the artificial sun's radiance was diminishing. Humanity was reducing the artificial sun's output power. According to the plan, on the 24th Blue Star, the Supreme Commander, the Elder, would formally choose to surrender, and human civilization would withdraw from the current Level 2 civilization battlefield and return to Blue Star's star system. And many people knew that the fleet of the Third Arm Overlord was waiting for humanity. At this moment, Lin Qun withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, lightly touched the ground with his toes, and a gust of wind rose from the ground. He soared into the sky, breaking the sound barrier at a safe position above the buildings, and quickly disappeared into the distance. Many people only noticed what was happening at this moment, and they all looked up in surprise, quickly realizing what had happened, and were overjoyed. It's Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin has emerged from seclusion. Judging by the direction, he should be heading to the Fleet Command Center. Mr. Lin's emergence is perfectly timed. We're going home. We're going to reclaim our homeland. Lin Qun's residence was meticulously arranged. Besides him, there were other people living there, but they were all important officials of the Federation. They wouldn't disturb Lin Qun, but they knew he was there. And now, it was easy to confirm his identity. Their guess was correct. Lin Qun's destination was indeed the Fleet Command Center. This was a summons from the Federation. The Federation's strongmen were gathering. Once they returned to the star system where Blue Star was located, they would likely face the fleet of the Third Arm Overlord, and then, war would break out immediately. The enemy had been waiting for humanity. How could they give them a chance? Humanity naturally had to prepare as well. Before returning to the star system where Blue Star was located, they had to gather their strongmen, deploy their fleet, and be ready to launch a fierce attack at any time. Lin Qun was the last to arrive. Chu Yaowei, Wang Qizheng, and the others had already arrived. Lin Qun glanced at them and then looked at Wang Qizheng and Li Ji with surprise. Seeing Lin Qun's gaze sweep over them, both of them smiled. How about it, Brother Lin? Have I made great progress? Li Ji laughed. Indeed, Lin Qun's senses revealed that Wang Qizheng was now almost an evolved being, with all his attributes exceeding 999 points. Li Ji was no less impressive, with all his attributes around 500, truly joining the ranks of the strong. Of course, this was among the strong of humans. Outside, they were still somewhat lacking. No wonder Li Ji was so proud. His improvement over the past 3 years was considerable. Moreover, this wasn't due to war, he improved through cultivation. Upon inquiry, Lin Qun learned that their current level was thanks to Lin Qun's cultivation method, a basic cultivation technique perfectly suited to Wang Qizheng and Li Ji. They themselves were already quite strong and had a solid foundation, making it easy for them to quickly grasp the basic cultivation technique and improve rapidly. This allowed them to make explosive progress in the past 3 years, fully unleashing their potential. Not only them, but many familiar faces had also greatly improved their strength. There were also some unfamiliar faces whom Lin Qun had never seen before, yet their overall strength was between 100 and 300 points in all attributes. Including experts like Lin Qun, there are currently dozens of powerful individuals present. Seeing Lin Qun's surprised expression, Chu Yaowei said, "Don't underestimate humanity's potential. We have 200 million people. Besides what you see here, I also have a group of newly emerging powerhouses whose attributes and strength are not inferior, though they're not here." Such a lineup was something humanity couldn't have produced before. Humanity had always suffered from a shortage of powerful individuals. Those with high attributes were few and far between, with most having attributes below 100, and reaching 50 or higher being considered very impressive. But now, Lin Qun knew this was partly due to the various cultivation techniques provided being highly suitable for humans, but behind it all lay the tireless efforts of these individuals. While he was in seclusion, they were also striving and progressing in their own ways. The Federation had also provided these human powerhouses with maximum support in cultivation. This had created the current situation. In comparison, Chu Yaowei's improvement wasn't significant. She had only deepened her cultivation at the level of an evolved being. This is normal. The weaker one is, the easier it is to improve, while the stronger one is, the more difficult it is to improve. Lin Qun, for example, spent just as long to reach the 6th level of the great perfection of sword control technique. However, for those with the strength of Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei, each step forward, though slow, is equivalent to more than 10 steps for others. Ho Yan was also in the crowd. In 3 years, his face had become more mature, and his aura more restrained. He remained the only human to have achieved something in sword control technique, and now he had broken through another realm. His aura was restrained, his dark energy contained, and his strength was considerable. Moreover, as a cultivator, he had received several techniques personally taught by Lin Qun. His attributes did not fully represent his strength, and his combat power was almost among the top tier. Li Zhuzhu and the fat man were still standing beside him. However, Li Zhuzhu's arm was linked with Ho Yan's, her face beaming with a sweet smile. It seemed that their relationship had progressed somewhat over the past 3 years. Noticing Lin Qun's gaze, Ho Yan straightened his expression and nodded to Lin Qun from afar. His eyes still held respect and reverence. Lin Qun also nodded back from a distance. He had been in seclusion for some time, and now he finally had some time to chat with Chu Yaowei, Wang Qizheng, and others. Although the Federation was preparing for war, at this stage, they didn't need to do anything. Waiting and recuperating here was enough. Meanwhile, the Federation's fleet had also completed its assembly. Several warships hovered above the human warship command center base. Suji had become the commander of the Victory-class Star Destroyer. The cone-shaped spaceships from the Explorer civilization had been phased out and dismantled into functional spaceships for use throughout the Federation. In the fleet that had gathered at this moment, all the Federation's warships were assembled in the sky. Although they still look somewhat like a cobbled-together ragtag army, they were much better off than when humanity had fled here in panic from their star system. War was brewing. Meanwhile, ARC spaceships were landing one after another. They landed in various parts of the Federation. These are all near the entrances and exits of important federal underground cities. These ARC ships have already completed the installation of all hibernation pods and life support systems, and are now docked here, ready to welcome guests aboard. Humanity has currently only built 45 ARC ships, with a maximum carrying capacity of only 9 million people at a time. The Federation currently has 200 million people. Therefore, if an evacuation is truly necessary, it will have to be done in batches, And these batches will have a priority order. And this priority order will require careful selection. Military families, scientific and technical personnel, and key personnel are on the first evacuation list. As far as Lin Qun knows, humanity has already selected several alternative immigration planets and has pre-built exploration ships, waiting only to return to Blue Star's star system and, after the war with the Third Arm Overlord fleet, immediately begin the third phase of the plan. No one knows how long the window of opportunity after defeating the Third Arm Overlord fleet will be, therefore, humanity must race against time. The Supreme Commander, the Old Man, and the Federation forces he leads have a very clear idea: to avoid abandoning any human being. If possible, to transfer all 200 million people. Humanity's major operations proceeded very smoothly. In the current battleground of the second-level civilizations in the cloud-patterned star system, besides humanity, only two other civilizations remained, the Fourth Orbit Civilization and the Semi-Digital Life Civilization in the First Orbit. Both detected humanity's unusual behavior, completely retreated, and concluded that humanity either intended to wage war or leave. The Semi-Digital Life Civilization firmly believed that humanity was leaving. Human civilization is definitely leaving. Our judgment was correct. They are civilization resisting the divine realm. Going to the divine realm would be like walking into its trap. They wouldn't do that. Our waiting has been worthwhile. Now, we've outlasted almost all the other participating civilizations in the second-level civilization battleground. This time, we might be able to sneak into the divine realm. Meanwhile, on the Fourth Orbit planet, the atmosphere in its base was somewhat tense. What are humans doing? They're completely retreating, abandoning all their bases outside the participating planets. Could it be that they're planning to attack us? Not necessarily. Let's observe further. This situation could also mean that humans are about to evacuate. Ahead, the commander of the Fourth Orbital Civilization stood with his hands behind his back, coldly stating, "Prepare our fleet. Our fleet has filled the entire starry sky in this period. If humans attack us, we can react immediately. If they intend to leave, we will immediately attack the remaining First Orbital Semi-Digital Life Civilizations." Humanity's major move put both top-tier civilizations in the second-level civilization battlefield on high alert. However, amidst their tension, they discovered that humanity showed no intention of attacking. Time ticked by. The 24-hour evacuation plan was successfully completed. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, delivered his final speech via the global network. "Gentlemen, we have been in this second-level civilization battlefield for over 5 years. I believe you all still remember why we came. We survived the war in the third-level civilization battlefield by sheer luck, but the third cantilever overlord has set its sights on us. It sent a fleet to attack us. They drove us from our homeland, forcing us to this place. And for so long, we haven't returned because they're still there. Still lurking around our home. They forced us to leave our homes, leaving us and our planet adrift on alien planets. Before, we didn't go back because we dared not. We lacked the power to fight them. Facing the Third Arm's Overlord fleet, we faced certain death. But today, we are going back. Because we are no longer the same as we were 5 years ago. We have become stronger. We, humanity, have become stronger. Our strength is evident to everyone. Our ships can fill the sky, our warriors can dominate the stars, and the entire second-tier civilization battlefield. Therefore, I want to say, now, we will return home. We will reclaim our homeland. We will annihilate the alien invaders, the Third Arm's Overlord fleet, leaving not a single one alive." Around the world, countless people watched the elderly Supreme Commander on the video screen, listening to his words, all filled with excitement. They were in the cloud pattern star system, yet they knew perfectly well that this was not where they came from. Every human had never forgotten where their home was. They had been driven here. No one wanted to leave. To return to the blue star system, to return to the warm embrace of the blue star's sun. Not this cold, dark corner of the starry sky. This place did not belong to humanity, nor to Blue Star. This was not humanity's home, nor was it Blue Star's location, and now, they would return. They would reclaim their homeland. Even Lin Qun clenched his fist and raised it high. "We will return home, reclaim our homeland." Behind him, people shouted. Arms flared in cheers. "Charge back. Crush the Third Arm Overlord to pulp. Let them see our strength." They destroyed our moon, leaving our entire planet and countless humans adrift in the stars, struggling on the battlefield of a level 2 civilization. Now, it's time for them to pay the price. They had all been waiting for this. Although a long time had passed, the scenes of the Third Cantilever Fleet's ruthless crushing defeat seemed still vivid in their minds. Hatred and anger burned within them, awaiting their return and catharsis. Lin Qun's eyes, too, gleamed with a chilling, bloodshot light. He remembered the moon beneath his feet being shattered. He remembered the mockery and taunts of the three source energy level beings who attacked him. Now, it was time for a 100-fold repayment. 5 years, in the grand scheme of things, for interstellar civilizations, a drop in the ocean, insignificant, had been a transformative period for human civilization. From top to bottom, from individuals to the Federation, everything had grown stronger. The Third Cantilever's Overlord fleet could never have imagined that in such a short time, humanity would possess the power to withstand them. We were waiting to develop, while you were waiting to die. Chapter 603 You Dare to Come Back? The star system containing Blue Star. The fleet of the Third Arm Overlord still waits here. Its fleet is concealed in space, optically cloaked, blending seamlessly into the surrounding darkness, making it impossible to detect its massive size. For them, the past 5 Blue Star years are insignificant. Civilizations and life forms that have reached this stage have all undergone the trials of time. Advanced life forms and civilizations no longer have short lifespans. Under the orders of the Third Arm Overlord, they naturally wait, patiently awaiting their fate. Whether humanity perished in the second-level civilization battle or survived by chance, their planet will return. That is the outcome. They are waiting for this outcome. Within their fleet, specialists monitor the situation of Blue Star's star system daily, especially Blue Star's original orbit. According to the management procedures for returning from the second-level civilization battle, after a participating planet leaves the battlefield, it returns to its original orbit and undergoes an adjustment by the Divine Kingdom to minimize its impact on the star system. While this adjustment cannot completely eliminate all influence, it still has some effect. However, as time passed, these monitors became somewhat complacent. Do you think this human civilization can survive in the Level 2 civilization battlefield? Why haven't they returned yet? Hell, I doubt it. Their planet might have been conquered and used as a breeding ground, making it impossible for them to return. This human civilization, while possessing some talent, is simply not qualified. With their strength and technology, going to the Level 2 civilization battlefield would be suicide. How could they possibly survive? Yet, I think we're just guarding the corpses here. If it weren't for the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization wanting them, we would have gone back long ago. Not only the Third Arm Overlord, but I think Lord Wutu also wants revenge on these humans. It's said that it's been attacked by that unseen human wielding a spoon for who knows how long, and it hasn't been able to undo the damage. It's filled with rage and hatred and wants to vent its anger on humans. Haha, in that case, I think it's better for humans to die in the Level 2 civilization battlefield. Otherwise, if they return and face Lord Wutu's wrath, the survivors will likely suffer a fate worse than death. However, if human civilization hasn't been wiped out, they should be returning soon. After all, with their strength, it's difficult for them to compete in the second-tier civilization battlefield. Their only chance of survival is to cower in a corner. But as time goes on, the second-tier civilization battlefield will be won, and the chaos will escalate into a war between top-tier civilizations vying for victory. They won't be able to hide anymore, they'll have to come back. They came from different civilizations, all following the Third Cantilever Overlord, having worked together for a long time and being quite familiar with each other. Their casual conversation was filled with schadenfreude. Watching other civilizations being crushed gave them a sense of superiority. However, what they didn't realize was that while humanity could no longer remain in the second-tier civilization battlefield, it wasn't because they couldn't hide anymore, as they thought, but because they didn't want to be left behind. However, at that moment, their monitoring equipment suddenly sounded an alarm. They were all shocked. Gravity anomaly detected. A massive object has appeared in the orbit of the third planet in our current star system. Space rift. Space rift. Humanity's blue star is back. Quick. Report to the bridge immediately. Report to the 3 source energy lords. Their laziness vanished in an instant. No one had expected that humanity's blue star would suddenly return. This news spread rapidly. At the same time, the unmanned probes deployed in Blue Star's orbit rapidly approached the suddenly appearing blue star. Some were intercepted and shot down en route, but others brought back information. The bridge of the third cantilever Overlord fleet instantly began to operate. They're really back. They're back from the level 2 civilization battlefield. There's still life on this blue planet, and they can even intercept our probes. In 5 years, could they have become stronger? Impossible. 5 years isn't enough time for a civilization to grow. Besides, humanity doesn't have top-tier combat power. 5 years ago, they didn't even have evolved beings. They were no match for the 3 of us source energy users. Even if they have evolved beings and have built a fleet, they still won't be a match for the 3 of us source energy users. Moreover, rather than saying they've become stronger in these 5 years, I believe they've survived by hiding. Now they've returned because they couldn't hide any longer in the level 2 civilization battlefield. Hell, it's just a pity that they'll face a fate even more tragic than dying in the level 2 civilization battlefield. Awaken Lord Wu 2 immediately. Meanwhile, deep within the flagship of the Third Arm Overlord, hidden in the starry sky, in a completely sealed room, the 4-armed Great Source Energy level Wu 2 suddenly opened its eyes. The instant it opened its eyes, it instinctively nodded. It wasn't a subconscious action, but rather it was caught off guard by someone tapping it on the back of the head. Behind it, only it could see the spoon demon, invisible to others, relentlessly tapping the back of its head with a silver spoon, a chilling, eerie smile on its face, tirelessly carrying out its spoon-killing plan. It had been tapping it continuously for 5 blue star years. If it were any other life form, even without collapsing, it would have been ground into a dazed state or crushed to death by the relentless tapping. But the 4-armed Great Source Energy level being was, after all, a Great Source Energy level powerhouse. It did not collapse. It chose a path of self-isolation. Having determined that there was no way to expel this spoon demon, it forcibly shut down its consciousness to avoid the attacks of this indelible, crazed spoon human. It had been dormant in this completely sealed space for nearly 4 years. By sealing its consciousness and entering a semi-dormant state, unable to see or feel, it could naturally reduce the influence of the spoon demon to the extreme. Otherwise, even the 4-armed Great Source Energy level itself felt that if it were constantly being tapped like this, it would go mad, collapsing from its own crumbling will before being killed by its enemy. In truth, it could have chosen to return to the Third Arm Overlord for help. It believed that the Third Arm Overlord, whom it followed, would surely have a way to deal with the spoon-shaped monster. But it didn't. This time, it had come with a mission from its master, and the mission wasn't yet complete. How could it possibly go back and ask its master for help? Therefore, it sealed its consciousness and waited. Waiting for the return of the humans of Blue Star. Or, for the outcome, that they would all die on the battlefield of a level 2 civilization. Until this moment, it was awakened. However, upon awakening, its consciousness wasn't fully clear when it was suddenly tapped on the head. Even with its high-level energy, it subconsciously made the nod motion it had just made. This shattered the still developing calm of the 4-armed Great Source Energy level. It stood up, turned its head, and coldly looked at the persistent human spoon-shaped monster behind it, saying in a sinister tone, "You really have perseverance, persisting for so many years without killing me. You're still here. Well, your human civilization has returned. Your civilization does have some tricks up its sleeve. With such limited strength, it was able to survive in the second-level civilization battlefield. But I guess it probably survived by hiding in a corner, barely clinging to life. 5 blue star years have passed, and the war phase of the second-level civilization battlefield has escalated. Your civilization couldn't stay any longer and could only slink back. Hell, I will capture them right in front of you and offer the vast majority of them to the Third Arm Overlord. I will keep some and torture them every day, making them wish they were dead. If you still want to continue attacking me with your spoons then go ahead, because you will also witness firsthand how I torture them. Your attacks cannot harm me in the slightest, but I can bring boundless pain to your kind." Wu Tu's face was filled with anger and triumph. It still didn't understand the situation with the spoon demon, believing its words and actions were revenge against the spoon demon that was harassing it. But unfortunately, the spoon demon's expression didn't even waver. It simply picked up its spoon and slammed it down again. Damn it. I mean what I say. Wu Tu was furious, quickly standing up and leaving its room. The heavy metal door was swinging open, and Wu Tu stepped forward, its speed increasing until it transformed into a streak of light, passing through the warship and appearing on its bridge in the shortest possible time. Here, the other 2 Source Energy class ships and the crew on the bridge were already waiting. On the central screen, Humanity's vast planet was once again displayed in Wu Tu's vision. Wu Tu glanced at the spoon demon behind him, who had just broken a spoon and then picked up another, then turned to the screen and said, "Send them my message, humans, do you still dare to come back?" "Yes, sir." Its arrival lowered the air pressure in the entire bridge. And just then, "Sir, we are scanning them and have discovered astonishing results. Their experience in the Level 2 civilization battlefield this time seems different from our assessment. We have discovered a large number of warships and planet-destroying weapons. Their planet-destroying weapons are being prepared. Their fleet has already set sail. They have made astonishing technological progress, but their technology is still far inferior to ours, at the standard of a civilization that has just emerged from the ground and entered the interstellar age. But this is still astonishing. What have they experienced? So what if they have made progress? I will take action now and suppress them." Wu Tu's gaze moved forward. In the gradually zooming in image, countless points of light could be seen rising from humanity's planet. At this moment, in blue star orbit, the human fleet was rapidly flying out, entering space. But with humanity's technological level, they couldn't find the location of the third helical arm overlord. They could only wait for the third helical arm overlord fleet to take action itself. On the Victory-class Star Destroyer, Lin Qun stood at the forefront. Some of the Federation's powerful figures were on his ship, while others were scattered across other warships. Suji looked up and said, "Mr. Lin, we can't pinpoint the location of the third arm overlord fleet. Their technology is far superior. We don't know exactly where it is." On the other side, Papadu also shrugged, saying, "It's a technical problem, I can't solve it either. This third arm overlord and its civilization are dominator-level powerhouses and level 1 battlefield civilizations. Even if the ones attacking us now are branch civilization fleets, their technology still crushes level 2 battlefield civilizations. Your technological level and hardware facilities are far from sufficient, it's impossible for you to detect them. It's alright, no need to look, they'll come to us." Lin Qun gripped the complete Zeuxin sword tightly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He was certain the other side would come to them. On one hand, it was naturally because the third cantilever overlord fleet had been waiting, just to capture humanity. Secondly, Lin Qun knew about the Spoon Killer's torture, the four-armed source energy level being tortured for 5 blue star years, and was bound to go mad and couldn't hold back. Of course, although the possibility was slim, Lin Qun was also worried that the other side might resort to desperate measures and launch an attack from the shadows using planet-destroying weapons. Therefore, Lin Qun immediately gripped the immortal execution sword tightly in his hand, along with several cards, ready to respond at any moment. Lin Qun's mental barrier was also activated, resisting the slight chill of the murderous aura emanating from the immortal execution sword. The influence of the immortal execution sword in its unactivated state could be completely neutralized by the mental barrier. And just then, although the enemy fleet had not yet appeared, Wu Tu's message had just arrived. It contained Wu Tu's words from just now. "You dare to come back?" Lin Qun glanced at them and said, "Reply to them, we're not only back, we're going to wipe them all out." Lin Qun's answer was extremely domineering and arrogant, as if they were the ones in a superior position, while the third cantilever overlord was the weaker party waiting to be beaten. Upon seeing this message, Wu Tu's face twisted slightly. This human is courting death. As it spoke, it glanced at the spoon demon behind it, its face contorting slightly, and immediately attacked. Its power swept across the starry sky in an instant, and not only that, it also made the other two source energy level beings attack with it. The other two source energy level beings exchanged glances, both feeling that this time the human's arrogance was somewhat unusual. Anyone who could live to this level was bound to be intelligent. They felt that the human probably really had something to rely on, but Wu Tu, as a great source energy level being, was the leader, and since it had already taken action, they naturally had to follow suit. Wu Tu had been tormented for a long time, even isolating itself. Emerging now, only to be attacked by the spoon demon, its mentality was on the verge of collapse. It was truly irritable and easily angered. While its attack was somewhat rash, it wasn't entirely unprepared. Its dark energy attack swept across the starry sky without revealing the location of the hidden third arm overlord fleet. Even in its blood rage, Wu Tu knew that to traverse the starry sky, even at its level of great source energy, it couldn't afford to lose its warships. In an instant, 3 streams of source energy aura from the third arm overlord swept across the starry sky, as if a scene from yesterday had reappeared. Just like when Blue Star was attacked by the Third Arm Overlord's fleet, it was instantly surrounded by 3 streams of source energy aura. And in the center of these 3 streams of source energy aura, the human fleet had officially entered space. The Third Arm Overlord fleet was ordered to capture all the humans on the planet. Therefore, it hadn't launched a devastating attack on Blue Star, but it had no intention of showing mercy to the human forces. It intended to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, aboard a Victory-class Star Destroyer within the human fleet, Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The next second, Lin Qun charged out from the human fleet, sword in hand, facing the 3 source energy entities head-on. Chapter 604 Knocked out by one stroke. The Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. The moment they met, Lin Qun unleashed the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. The mental barrier trembled violently as Lin Qun's dark energy surged forth. The 3 source energies joined forces, and this pure dark energy swept across the starry sky. The location of the sword's true form was still unknown. The best approach was naturally to clash with it using the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. Although Lin Qun was an evolved being, the Immortal Slaughtering Sword was an ancient divine artifact. In this world, it was a weapon of immense source energy, possessing terrifying power. Lin Qun's power was merely a catalyst, drawing upon the ancient power within, instantly forming a colorful sword light array. Countless sword energy surged upwards, illuminating the starry sky. At that moment, Lin Qun shone brightly, his entire body almost bathed in sword light, yet he possessed an astonishingly contrasting physique of immortal wielding a mighty sword formation. This part of the starry sky was illuminated by the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. Within it, 4 colored key sword groups separated, confronting the other 2 source energy level beings besides Wu-2, while the central 3 colored key sword groups merged into one, their lightning pointing forward, colliding with Wu-2's power in space. In an instant, the light exploded, dissipating into nothingness. Lin Qun's power clashed fiercely, and in the instant of the collision, he almost single-handedly overwhelmed 3 source energy level beings. In the flagship of the 3rd Cantilever Overlord fleet, the other 2 source energy level beings were somewhat surprised. This is the same human from before. His strength has improved. No, he has a terrifyingly powerful great source energy level weapon in his hand, and the vast majority of his counterattack power comes from that sword. How could he have improved so much in such a short time? Wu-2 sneered. So what? His true form is at most an evolved being. Even if he has a great source energy level weapon, it's useless. Their technology can't find the location of our fleet. The starry sky is vast. Even if it's just this part of the starry sky, they can't find us. Even if he has a great source energy level weapon, he can't even launch a counterattack. We still have the same problem. We'll use our pure power to wear him down. He's a human life form that's not even at the source energy level. Even if he has a great source energy level weapon, his dark energy is no match for ours. I was worried that he wouldn't dare to come out this time, but I didn't expect him to make a move directly. It saves us the trouble of searching for him among the humans. We'll just annihilate him directly. The other human life forms and strong individuals are not worth worrying about. Although Wu-2 was tormented by the spoon demon to the point of red warm blood rage, his basic rationality was still intact. However, Wu-2 didn't forget to snarl at the spoon demon behind him. Just watch. Just watch. Once I kill your human powerhouses and offer your civilization to the Overlord, all your lives will wail in agony. Then we'll see if you'll kneel and beg for mercy. Wu-2 felt that the opportunity to retaliate against the spoon-wielding killer had arrived. But the spoon-wielding killer was completely unmoved by his words, silently picking up the spoon and continuing to viciously smash it down on Wu-2's head. Wu-2's face twitched, and he struggled to move his neck, his gaze returning to the front. Restrained reason and violent rage were fiercely battling within him. The starry sky was an advantage. Their fleet was concealed and could move covertly. With human methods, they couldn't locate them at all. Moreover, the source energy level possessed the ability to fight with pure energy across large distances. Under these circumstances, they didn't even need to show themselves. Just like when they first descended upon the star system where Blue Star was located, they could annihilate this human simply by overwhelming him with sheer force. And the situation seemed to be exactly as Wu-2 had predicted. Under the pressure of their combined power, Lin Qun's brief advantage with the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation was instantly suppressed. Moreover, their power continued to increase, intensifying their suppression of Lin Qun. This scene was reminiscent of when the third cantilever overlord fleet first descended upon Blue Star. Lin Qun was suppressed by three forces, struggling to break through, unable to even reach the enemy's position. The only difference was that this time, human civilization provided Lin Qun with some assistance. Behind Lin Qun, multiple warships fired simultaneously, dense beams of light and shells piercing the sky. Furthermore, human powerhouses formed a matrix, collectively emitting dark energy, creating pillars of light that reached the heavens, resisting the power of the three source energy level forces. However, this situation seemed unable to change anything. This was not a battlefield of a second-level civilization, but a vast cosmic environment, and there weren't that many civilizations here. Any other civilizations that had approached during this time had all been driven away. Therefore, the source energy level forces in the third cantilever overlord fleet didn't need to hold back at all, they could go all out. Wu Tu sneered, "A death throes. Even after clinging to life for so long on the battlefield of a second-level civilization, it's all in vain. The way you die now is different from before, a waste of many of the Overlord's precious experimental subjects." Its sneer froze as it was struck on the back of the head again. Its face twitched, its redness intensifying. Die? Die? Annihilate them. Smash the last vestiges of human resistance. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, Lin Qun was engulfed in a raging inferno of dark energy. The terrifying pressure forced his immortal slaughtering sword formation to retreat step by step, swirling back, many of its key swords collapsing in the starry sky. While the power of the immortal execution sword was terrifying, Lin Qun wasn't at the source energy level, and his subsequent power support was insufficient. The third cantilever overlord, on the other hand, possessed two source energy sources, a great source energy level that could continuously input power and draw dark energy from the surrounding starry sky. This was something Lin Qun, as an evolved being, couldn't compete with. Therefore, while Lin Qun's immortal execution sword formation initially appeared fierce, seemingly suppressing three source energy sources single-handedly, it quickly revealed its weakness over time. Even with his own alternate dimension and the white hair seal as aids, he still couldn't overcome the opponent's terrifying dark energy, especially considering it was a clash of three source energy sources. Inside the Victory-class Star Destroyer, Suji and the others were also tense. The group of human powerhouses were outputting their dark energy, yet they were all drenched in cold sweat. The pressure from their opponent was immense, an astonishingly powerful downward pressure. Their power, while considerable in low-level battlefields, was extremely limited in this level of combat, even less effective than the fleet's artillery fire. This can't go on. Wang Qizhang's gaze shifted. Everyone could see that they were being suppressed, and they didn't have the upper hand. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Chu Yaowei, however, raised her head, her eyes shining brightly. He has a way, she believed in Lin Qun. Lin Qun had faced the same situation once before. How could he fall into the same killing formation again? And indeed, at this moment, Lin Qun seemed to be suppressed, but in the midst of the heavy flashes of light, he took out an inconspicuous chisel. This chisel was completely inconspicuous under the dim light, even undetectable, but at this moment, Lin Qun directly followed the light spreading from all directions and threw it in front of him. The chisel instantly transformed into a beam of light, directly disappearing into the dark, sweeping power in front of him. This jade pendant was quite extraordinary, seemingly able to trace back to the source. Carrying a subtle aura, it went against the tide, directly piercing through the dense, sweeping force, its speed increasing until it transformed into a shooting star, directly pointing towards Wu Tu's true form. This was the Vajra jade pendant. Not finding its location didn't matter, he had a magic weapon. He had seemingly activated the immortal slaughtering sword formation to fight against the three source energy level beings, but in reality, he was secretly using the Great Evolution technique to find their direction. Through the powerful divine sense of the Great Evolution technique, and by carefully analyzing the power surges of Wu Tu and the other source energy level beings, he found the location of their true forms. And the location of their true forms was naturally the location of their third cantilever overlord fleet. Even if these three source energy level beings intentionally concealed their locations, Lin Qun had directly discovered them. Therefore, Lin Qun directly threw out the Vajra jade pendant. This Vajra jade pendant, seemingly insignificant in his hand, was the magic weapon of the Supreme Lord Liaozi, possessing boundless power. Hidden within the immortal slaughtering sword formation, it was thrown out, shattering Wu-Tu's power with overwhelming force, which rebounded and struck directly at its true form. By the time the Vajra bracelet was discovered, it was already at its maximum speed, like a golden bolt of lightning piercing through the galaxy. With its speed and power, it forcefully parted the surging source energy of the black tortoise on both sides, like parting the sea, and charged unstoppably towards the flagship of the third Cantilever Overlord fleet, where its main body was located. At this moment, the third Cantilever Overlord fleet was still in optical cloaking mode, and the Vajra bracelet looked as if it were crashing into the void, but it had already been detected by the third Cantilever Overlord fleet. Interesting. That human has reversed our location. He has indeed improved. What did he throw out that can separate my power? But does he think he can attack my main body with this? The black tortoise sneered at first. It was also surprised that Lin Qun could find this place, but it was still confident that even if an evolved being's methods looked fierce, they were almost impossible to threaten it. Therefore, facing the rapidly approaching Vajra bracelet, the black tortoise directly activated its power of rules, wanting to tear it apart in the starry sky and crush Lin Qun's counterattack. However, Wu-Tu's confidence vanished in an instant. My power is ineffective? How is this possible? Wait, this is a great source energy level weapon. How could this human possibly produce two great source energy level weapons at once? Wu-Tu was shocked to discover that its power of rules was completely ineffective. The Vajra bracelet had even torn through its power of rules with overwhelming force, its domineering and ruthless attack piercing through everything. At this moment, its speed had reached its limit. The next second, it directly broke through the shield of the third Cantilever Overlord flagship where Wu-Tu was located, piercing through the flagship's armor amidst horrified gazes, and crashed irresistibly into the bridge, heading straight for Wu-Tu's body. Wu-Tu's expression changed. He quickly retreated. The other two source energy level beings were also shocked, never expecting this human to be able to produce two great source energy level weapons. In the starry sky, beings at the great source energy level are 1 in 10,000, incredibly rare and terrifyingly powerful. Great source energy level weapons are even rarer, extremely rare. The vast majority of great source energy level beings cannot possess a single great source energy level weapon. Yet this human, after such a short absence, has suddenly produced two great source energy level weapons. How did he do that? Where did these two great source energy level weapons come from? What exactly did he do on that level 2 civilization battlefield? At this moment, their thoughts raced, and they launched their attacks simultaneously, gathering their power to help Wu-Tu withstand the thunderous strike of the Vajra bracelet. But it was still too late. The Vajra bracelet was incredibly fast, surrounded by golden light. It lacked a loud presence, yet it was unstoppable, capable of breaking through anything. It directly pierced through the defenses of the three source energy level beings, including Wu-Tu, without even slowing them down. Wu-Tu had nowhere to retreat and was directly struck. It smashed into his head. This smash was unlike the Spoon Demon's spoon-smashing blows of the past 5 years. It was filled with absolute violence. As it descended, Wu-Tu felt dizzy and collapsed backward. Even after it fell backward, it saw the Spoon Demon relentlessly pursue it, bending down and smashing its spoon down on its head, delivering a final, devastating blow. A great source energy level being knocked unconscious with a single blow. It collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Moreover, a gaping hole was smashed through the front of the flagship, extending from the outer armor all the way to the core area. The entire flagship of the third Cantilever Overlord fleet was instantly thrown into chaos. This Vajra bracelet, which Liuzi had once used to knock down the great sage equaling heaven, was now even more vulnerable to this blow, knocking Wu-Tu unconscious on the spot. This seemed like a mockery. When Lin Qun left, he left the Spoon Demon to relentlessly smash it day and night, and now, Lin Qun had returned, and the first blow was still a smash. This human is acting strangely. What exactly happened to him? Their fleet has located us. The other two source energy level beings were also surprised. One of them rushed to check on Wu-Tu's condition. Although Wu-Tu was somewhat red-hot, it was still a source energy level 7 powerhouse, the most powerful life form in the entire fleet. At the same time, the third Cantilever Overlord fleet also issued a warning. As Lin Qun successfully located the third Cantilever Overlord fleet, the human Star Destroying cannon on Blue Star opened fire at this moment. This Star Destroying cannon had been prepared before returning to Blue Star's star system, specifically to bombard the third Cantilever Overlord fleet. Previously, it couldn't locate us and hadn't fired, but now that it had, it acted immediately. The Supreme Commander, the old man, personally gave the order, and a terrifying beam of energy illuminated a section of blue star's sky, shooting towards the sky like a pillar of light, tearing and piercing through the chaotic three-way source energy and dark energy control field caused by Lin Qun's attack, like a spear reaching the heavens, shooting irresistibly into the starry sky. It rushed towards the location of the third cantilever overlord fleet. Meanwhile, Lin Qun used the immortal execution sword one last swing to disperse the chaotic dark energy from the three surrounding sources. He then sheathed the sword, took a step in the void, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly returned to the Victory-class Star Destroyer, issuing the order, location confirmed. Charge now. Engage them in close combat. At that moment, the human fleet moved in unison, speeding towards the distance. The Third Arm Overlord fleet had locked down the jump to the star system where Blue Star was located, preventing them from advancing. Now, they accelerated light meteors, hurtling towards their target location. Meanwhile, at the location of the Third Arm Overlord fleet, their concealed fleet finally emerged from its cloaking. While still undetectable by human radar systems, they were now visible. The massive fleet, cold and dark, resembled a terrifying behemoth rising from the deep sea, revealing its formidable power. Chapter 605 Who exactly is fighting 3 against 1? This was the first time humanity had observed the third cantilever overlord fleet. During the previous attacks, they and the three source energy beings had remained hidden, never revealing themselves, yet they had forced humanity to flee to the second-level civilization battlefield for refuge. Now, they had finally been forced out by humanity. Lin Qun stood on his warship, watching the transmitted images, his eyes cold. This time, he was powerful. The third cantilever overlord fleet wouldn't dare trample him. The third cantilever overlord fleet consisted of 7 warships. Their styles were distinct, seemingly from different civilizations. This was because the three source energy beings, as followers of the third cantilever overlord and its civilization, each brought 2 warships. Only the central flagship came from the third cantilever overlord civilization, Kenis. This was a first-level civilization battlefield civilization. Moreover, it hadn't ascended to power relying on the third cantilever overlord, a dominant level being. This vessel was enormous, unlike the conventional long, streamlined warships. It was a V-shaped warship, appearing incredibly heavy. The front of the V, the largest structural element, extended outwards from the center, its armor extremely thick. Even in the vastness of space, with no reference points, its slow advance exuded a tremendous, overwhelming pressure, like a mountain pressing down on it. It resembled some terrifying creature spreading its wings, emerging from the cosmos. Its length reached 2,000 meters. And at this moment, in the center of this colossal flagship, at the lower end of the V-shaped structure, the armor rose, revealing the dark muzzles of its cannons. Less than 2 seconds after its appearance, it fired. Another terrifying ray burst forth, short yet bright, illuminating the starry sky and leaving a chilling trail in the eyes of all humanity. Its target was not the human fleet, but a high-powered planet-destroying weapon launched from Earth. The planet-destroying weapon on Earth, considered a low-end version among planet-destroying weapons, is simple and brutal, relying solely on beam energy attacks, making it effective on any battlefield. At this moment, the beam of light emitted from this vessel directly collided with Earth's beam energy weapon in space, intercepting it. The two collided, violently consuming each other, and then brilliantly annihilated in space. Meanwhile, the human fleet accelerated forward. The third cantilever overlord fleet opened fire. On the V-shaped flagship, numerous turrets protruded from both flanks, unleashing beam energy attacks and space torpedoes. They also launched some kind of special weapon, which flew out rapidly, exploding without hitting its target, creating large areas of electromagnetic dark energy disturbance in space, restricting the human fleet's flight. Simultaneously, the central main cannon spun, searching for the next target. Along with the flagships firing, 6 other warships from 3 source energy level life civilizations also opened fire, launching a fierce attack on the human fleet. The human fleet, without hesitation, continued its advance while simultaneously opening fire. The third cantilever overlord fleet wasn't too far from the human fleet. Its rapid advance had brought them close enough to threaten the third cantilever overlord fleet into engagement territory. Therefore, The human fleet was slowing down to evade various attacks and artillery fire. However, while the 6 warships might still be able to evade the human attacks, the central V-shaped flagship remained completely still. Facing the human artillery fire, it made no attempt to evade, allowing itself to be bombarded at will. Whether it was high-speed torpedoes carrying nuclear warheads or deadly laser beams, they all struck its shields, the layers of light flashing and intertwining, yet like a pebble thrown into the ocean, only creating a negligible ripple. The 3rd Cantilever Overlord fleet's attacks, however, were deadly. Its main guns, firing in conjunction with numerous turrets, posed an absolute threat to the human fleet. Due to the technological gap, the human fleet couldn't evade the 3rd Cantilever Overlord fleet's flagships lock-on. Once the main guns fired, one warship would inevitably sink. A dazzling flash tore through space. The V-shaped flagship's main cannon struck like a divine blow, obliterating all conventional attacks with its energy. Unimpeded and unaffected, it surged forward, striking a human landing craft ahead. The landing craft was desperately trying to evade, but its computational power couldn't keep up with the V-shaped flagship. After its efforts, it seemed as if it had deliberately chosen to collide with the flagship. This was a star-destroying energy beam attack. A single strike could shatter the moon. For the landing craft, the intensity of this attack was completely excessive, exceeding the defensive capabilities of its armor and shield systems. The entire landing craft melted and annihilated in the blinding flash. On one side, Kui Rong, piloting another landing craft, watched this scene with trepidation and cold sweat pouring down his back. If that shot had been aimed at them, they would be dead. The next moment, the main cannon locked onto a second target, a Victory-class star destroyer. This was the most powerful warship in the human fleet, and they clearly intended to destroy it outright. Our firepower can't penetrate their flagship's shields. Their technology far surpasses ours. We can't avoid being locked on. We can't avoid being locked on. Where's Mr. Lin? Where's Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin is gone. Humanity's planet-destroying cannons require a long charging time, and they've only fired 1 shot so far, while the enemy is already preparing their 3rd. Behind this lies a huge gap in technological strength. Lin Qun had actually moved long ago. When he closed the distance to the most suitable point of engagement, he stepped out of the warship. Dark energy surged, and his divine sense crisscrossed. Lin Qun made good use of the Flying Thunder God technique and the teleportation portal. With one step, the teleportation portal opened, covering a distance of several hundred kilometers. That was the vague limit of the distance he could perceive with his divine sense extended infinitely. Although this wasn't fast, it was still much faster than flying on his own. Moreover, in the chaotic battlefield, his method of frantically moving through the teleportation portal was difficult to detect immediately. By this time, he was almost upon the V-shaped warship. Therefore, he immediately became the target of the V-shaped warship's main guns. The main gun, originally locked onto the Victory-class star destroyer, was immediately redirected, its muzzle aimed at Lin Qun, and opened fire. Not only that main gun, but at that moment, several strange launchers rose from the rear of the V-shaped warship, launching special bombs towards Lin Qun's position. These weren't weapons used against warships, but special weapons against high-energy life forms. Sufficiently powerful technology could threaten evolved beings, source-level beings, and even overlord-level beings. The high-energy realm had its own path, and the technological realm had its own path. Neither path was an absolute crushing force, and both could be equally powerful. The warship couldn't dodge its locked main gun, and Lin Qun certainly couldn't dodge it either. But Lin Qun could use unconventional methods. Facing multiple attacks, Lin Qun took a step forward, and a portal opened. His body vanished from the spot, reappearing hundreds of kilometers away, directly face to face with a V-shaped flagship. The main gun beams and numerous special weapons all missed their target, flying towards the boundless depths of space behind Lin Qun. The main gun immediately regained its aim, but this would take time. Lin Qun had been waiting for this moment. He drew the immortal execution sword again, and 3 colored sword energy surged forth, slashing directly downwards. In the starry sky, this was a silent yet incredibly magnificent scene. Lin Qun's 3 colored sword energy, like swords reaching the heavens, slashed down with immense force. This power could contend with source energy and even instantly kill evolved beings. But all 3 of Lin Qun's sword energies were blocked. On the V-shaped warship, the shield appeared in an eggshell shape. Lin Qun's three sword energies were like ordinary swords, striking a 15-meter thick titanium alloy steel plate. The sword energy vibrated, almost shattering, while the shield merely flashed, seemingly without any action. On the contrary, at this moment, the V-shaped warship rose upwards, even actively ramming into Lin Qun. On its bridge, Wu Tu was still asleep. Another source energy level being was trying to find a solution, while the remaining source energy level being, while casting spells to suppress the restless Vajra bracelet, watched this scene and sneered, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. So what if you found us? So what if you have two large source energy level weapons? We'll completely crush you. You can't even break through our warships. This seemed to be the reality at the moment. The warships of their own races brought by the three source energy level being were nothing special, but this one from the third cantilever overlord civilization, Canis, completely crushed humanity. It even possessed the power to contend with source energy level and even large source energy level being. From the outside, it was an iron warship that humanity could not break through or shake. And its destructive power was enough for it to sweep the entire battlefield. Even if 6 other warships were destroyed by humanity, it would still be unshakable. He seems to have directional space jump ability. Activate the armor camouflage. We can't let him jump over the shield system onto our warship. At this moment, the colors on the V-shaped warship changed rapidly and drastically. At this moment, its main gun rose up once again, and its special weapons were activated simultaneously. At that very moment, Lin Qun's figure vanished from his spot. The next second, he dodged another barrage of attacks and reappeared deep within the V-shaped warship, at the very core of the bridge. One hand reached upwards, grasping the Vajra bracelet. On the Vajra bracelet was a flying thunder god mark. He didn't need vision. Relying on the flying thunder god technique, he entered the warship's interior in an instant. He hadn't immediately recalled the Vajra bracelet after his successful attack. Given the Vajra bracelet's strength, even a source energy level expert couldn't destroy it in a short time. Therefore, the Vajra bracelet became the perfect springboard for Lin Qun. It could help him enter the flagship's interior in one fell swoop. What's the best way to destroy an invincible warship? Naturally, it's to break through from the inside. No matter what kind of warship it is, its internal defenses and combat capabilities are the weakest. From the inside, the entire warship can be directly dismantled. What good is superior technology then? He's in. Damn it, how did he do that? It's his great source energy weapon. It's his great source energy weapon. Lin Qun, this human, suddenly appeared and instantly became the focus of attention. They spoke in various languages, all of which were collected by the simultaneous interpretation device worn by Lin Qun and converted into languages he could understand. Lin Qun, however, only coldly swept his gaze across the entire scene and sneered, "Sorry, I'm here. Let's see if you kill us, or we kill you." Many people in the flagship paled in shock. Facing him, the source energy weapon directly confronted Lin Qun, its power of rules rising, intending to knock Lin Qun out of the way. At this moment, Wu Tu had already woken up, but the Vajra bracelet was no ordinary object. It was dizzy and had to be helped to its feet. But now, in front of Lin Qun were 3 source energy weapons. The first source energy level being said, "You dare to come in? You're courting death. 3 source energy levels, and you're just an evolver. Do you really think you can fight all 3 of us?" Behind them, Wu Tu, panting, looked at Lin Qun, the human, a chilling bloodlust in its eyes. Its consciousness was returning. It wanted to tear this human apart, just as its companion had said. So what if he could break in? With 3 source energy levels here, Lin Qun, an evolver, even with 2 great source energy level weapons, would be mercilessly crushed. "This is our home turf, human. You've walked right into our trap." But Lin Qun was faster than them. Before they could even fully react, Lin Qun immediately unleashed a maze technique. The source energy level being sensed the anomaly and tried to resist, but in the next second, it vanished from its spot. The other source energy level being was also banished by Lin Qun in the next second. 2 source energy levels might not be trapped for long by the maze technique, but that was enough. Lin Qun left only Wu Tu behind, sneering, and immediately activated the reincarnation abyss. In the 7-second cycle of despair, Lin Qun could directly steal a portion of Wu Tu's attributes, a level of great source energy. With this shift in power, Lin Qun's strength instantly surged. Simultaneously, he took out the spirit summoning talisman, which had almost no power left, and affixed it to his body, further enhancing his aura. Unfortunately, although the talisman came from a source energy level expert, it had already been used twice, and this use wouldn't allow Lin Qun to reach the source energy level. However, Lin Qun could still use the all technique, causing his aura to surge. Although he lacked source energy level rule power, at this moment, his power was continuously boosted, making his pure combat strength comparable to a source energy level expert, especially within the limited scope of the cycle of despair. But Lin Qun wasn't finished. While continuously boosting his power, Lin Qun also directly cheated within the cycle of despair. He summoned a summoned creature within the cycle of despair. Nero appeared with a flash of light. A terrifying coffin appeared, the coffin opened, and from within, a terrifying hand reached out. The cycle of despair can instantly create a one-vote-one battle, a true test of strength. Only the user and the target can enter, but once inside, one can summon creatures. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Qun's side instantly found themselves in a 3-on-1 situation. 1 against 3 source energy level beings. How is that possible? Lin Qun was prepared. Countless trump cards directly created a favorable 3-on-1 situation for himself within the enemy's territory. Wu Tu was shocked. It had just woken up after being knocked unconscious by the Vajra bracelet, completely disoriented and furious, unable to react in time. It hadn't expected this human to have already attacked so close, and with a series of combos, the tide of battle had turned. It was clearly their home turf, their advantage. How could it suddenly become like this? Lin Qun instead sneered, "Who's fighting 3 now?" The cycle of despair only lasts 7 seconds. Lin Qun's series of actions had already wasted 1 second. Therefore, without hesitation, as he uttered these words, Lin Qun simultaneously attacked, charging towards Wu Tu. Of these 3 source energies, only source energy 7 is the greatest threat. It must be killed first. Lin Qun's goal was very clear. Source energy 7 was incredibly powerful and terrifying. In a direct confrontation, Lin Qun was no match. Therefore, he wanted to quickly eliminate it, killing it completely, giving Wu Tu no chance to launch a full-scale counterattack. No matter how powerful it was, if it couldn't unleash its full potential, it was useless. It was indeed advantageous for Wu Tu's 3 source energies to kill Lin Qun across the starry sky, but Lin Qun seized this opportunity. Since they were attacking across the starry sky, they couldn't use their full strength because of the distance. He could use this to his advantage, quickly closing in and dividing these 3 source energy levels before they could unleash their full power, defeating them one by one, killing them completely, leaving them no chance to use their full strength again. Didn't you like to remain invincible and slowly wear down others? Fine, then none of you will be able to use your full strength. I won't give you the chance. Lin Qun was also a veteran of many battles. His combos were fluid and precise, hitting the vital points. Reincarnation Despair severed Wu Tu's continuous control over dark energy, and combined this with a series of amplification techniques to bring its own base attributes to almost the same level. 3 against 1, it had no time to breathe and no chance to attack. What followed was an absolute, annihilating slaughter. Chapter 606 One Sword to Behead. From within the cubic coffin of rock, a male Semitic emerged, his face blank with confusion. He looked down at his hands, then up at the scene before his eyes, the confusion rapidly transforming into chilling, blood-red rage. While he was still pondering, Nero had already made her move. She raised her strange sword high. "Memorial, I will answer your call. Leave everything to me." The shining golden theater. With her voice, the gloomy cycle of reincarnation was illuminated in a dazzling golden light. A magnificent ancient Roman golden theater descended from the sky, enveloping everyone. Wu Tu had recovered from its shock. It sensed death and retreated swiftly, trying to escape the golden theater and create distance. As a great source energy level being, its experience told it that this was a deadly trap set by this human. The opponent would never allow it to leave alive. Lin Qun unleashed a series of attacks, stunning it with the Vajra bracelet. Before it could react, it was already there. It had no chance or time to fight back directly, and Lin Qun's combo attacks and techniques were already upon it. Therefore, at this moment, it could only retreat temporarily, first to dodge Lin Qun's attacks and techniques, and then to counterattack. But it was too late. Lin Qun would not give it that chance. He knew very well the difference between himself and a source energy level user. Although the four-armed source energy level user was only an entry-level great source energy level user, it was still a great source energy level user. If he wanted to kill it with the least amount of damage, he had to launch a series of attacks and not give Wu Tu a chance to make a move. Kill him to the bitter end. Otherwise, with the power of a great source energy level cultivator, if he retaliated, Lin Qun would be in trouble, having to waste even more trump cards to fight back. Although Lin Qun had many trump cards and was 100% confident of defeating Wu Tu, he couldn't afford to waste them like that. Therefore, Lin Qun attacked from both ends, a series of consecutive moves, giving Wu Tu no chance to react. At this moment, behind Wu Tu, the golden theater was violently smashed open. Abel, his eyes bloodshot, lunged out from behind with a flash of light. Abel's power directly equaled Lin Qun's combat power. Now, Lin Qun's power was, with multiple enhancements, his power increased exponentially. Except for his cultivation level not yet reaching the source energy level, his attributes and dark energy scale were already comparable to the source energy level. However, in the fixed space of the reincarnation abyss, Wu Tu's control over dark energy, as a great source energy level cultivator, was limited, preventing him from fully utilizing his advantages. This further narrowed the gap between the two sides. Of course, Wu Tu was, after all, a great source energy level cultivator. Abel burst forth from behind, his body like a cannonball, directly and tightly embracing Wu Tu. But Wu Tu's power of rules surged through, and Abel's body instantly shattered into several pieces. 10 pieces fell directly to the ground. Abel, being a special SCP containment object, had his body neatly shredded into over a dozen pieces, yet he still writhed on the ground, not dead, and even showing signs of wanting to regenerate. It glanced at the spoon demon still attacking it with a spoon, gritted its teeth, and its forelimbs shot forward, pointing at Abel. The pieces of flesh on the ground were shredded a second time, becoming even smaller pieces, and this time, they seemed completely still. This demonstrated the difference between the source energy level and levels below it. Abel and the forest's enhancement. Simultaneous combat power. In that instant, it was almost at the strongest form of an evolved being, yet it was still torn apart by Wu Tu in a second. However, when Wu Tu raised its head again, its pupils suddenly contracted, its gaze met Lin Qun's. At that moment, an eerie light flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. Wu Tu's movements not only began to stiffen, but a layer of stone began to grow on its body. It was petrifying. Petrifying demonic eyes. And at this moment, Lin Qun simultaneously displayed not only petrifying demonic eyes. The demon eye merely solidified Wu Tu's movements. The real killing move was yet to come, the creation of beasts. Lin Qun lacked the power of rules and wasn't an energy source, but at this moment, in this desperate situation of reincarnation, his dark energy was comparable to Wu Tu's. Under these circumstances, nothing was more suitable than using the creation of beasts technique. By matching Wu Tu's dark energy, he could suppress it and create a beast for it. He wasn't without energy sources or the power of rules. But every superpower he unleashed was a manifestation of his power of rules. Lin Qun could also use the life conversion card to assist in the attack, which would more easily kill it, but there was no need. The life conversion card should be saved for facing higher level opponents. Wu Tu took a sudden step forward. The petrification on its body instantly melted away like ice and snow. The stones crumbled into fragments. But at this moment, it lowered its head again and saw that its arms and body were changing. They were transforming from its original four-armed life form into a form of blue star creature completely unknown to it. How could you have so many methods? The power of Wu Tu's rules rose. It realized that in this special, dark space, its absolute dark energy had been almost flattened, and therefore, it seemed unable to reverse the bizarre methods used against it by this human on its own. Its power of rules was also useless against the creation of beasts. So, there was only one method left, to kill the one who wielded these powers. Wu Tu's power of rules rose. Its power of rules was simple and brutal, a wild-cutting force capable of tearing apart any object with a real form under the rules of the normal universe, ignoring their original physical state and rules under the real universe. Therefore, the surrounding golden theater, like Abel just now, was like a small boat in a storm before its power of rules, instantly torn apart. As an A-rank card, the summoning. Summoning her character, Nero the Great only possessed the strength of an evolver. Her golden theater could serve as a decoy in a cycle of despair, but it could never pose any real threat to a Source Energy Level 7 Great Source Energy being. Nero gritted her teeth, still wanting to charge, but Lin Qun had already chosen to recall her back into the card at this moment. Facing Source Energy Level 7 head-on meant death. Nero didn't have Abel's ability to resurrect. She could still play a greater role on other levels of the battlefield. At the same moment, Lin Qun's body rose upwards in sync, then suddenly retreated, dodging the power of the rules. He had activated his Superman transformation. Under Superman's power, everything around him slowed down. Wu-Tu's power of rules was clearly visible under Superman's vision and Lin Qun's enhanced divine sense. They were like a terrifying giant claw, rising fiercely from Wu-Tu's center, initially expanding in all directions. Zhang, with overwhelming force, ripped apart Nero's golden theater, then his multiple branches converged in midair, aiming to strangle Lin Qun. Lin Qun took a deep breath, gripping the immortal execution sword tightly. The flash of the immortal execution sword instantly illuminated the entire dark cycle of reincarnation. 4 out of 7 seconds had passed. Wu-Tu's body was uncontrollably being affected by the creation of livestock, about to transform into one of the most common domestic animals on Blue Star. But its eyes were bloodshot, fixed on Lin Qun in a higher position. It knew that as long as it could kill this human before the complete transformation, it would win this battle. Wu-Tu was shocked. It had never imagined that this human could threaten its life, even with 2 great source energy level weapons. But now it realized that this human not only had 2 great source energy level weapons, but his abilities were terrifyingly numerous, and could even directly threaten it. Threat. But how could this be? He was merely an evolved being. Even with the innate abilities bestowed upon him by the divine kingdom of the indigenous civilization, even if his innate abilities were powerful, it was still impossible to reach this level. So many methods, not even explained by a single innate ability. What was wrong with this human? Wu-Tu's power of rules was piercing through the sky, yet its efforts seemed ultimately futile. Lin Qun had long been prepared. He unleashed the full power of the immortal execution sword. This was Wu-Tu's desperate counterattack. If he could withstand it, he would win. If Wu-Tu could withstand it, he would lose. As a source energy level 7, once Wu-Tu had caught its breath, its full force attack would be a thunderous counterattack. If he wanted to kill it again, he would have to waste even more cards. Therefore, facing Wu-Tu, Lin Qun directly unleashed the frenzy of the immortal execution sword formation. Countless swords of energy instantly enveloped the entire reincarnation abyss, the swords of energy boiling, surging through the air. The power of Wu-Tu's rules was completely blocked by the ferocious aura of the immortal execution sword, severed one by one. You are a source energy level, but the immortal execution sword is an ancient divine artifact, comparable to a great source energy level weapon in this world, capable of severing the power of rules. However, Lin Qun's eyes were gradually turning a grim blood red. The mental barrier can exempt one from the cost of using the immortal execution sword, but today he used the immortal execution sword for too long. Moreover, he activated the immortal execution sword formation, which itself greatly impacted the mental barrier. Lin Qun's mental barrier was now riddled with holes, and the ferocity of the immortal execution sword was affecting him. But this time, the immortal execution sword formation only lasted for 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Wu-Tu's counterattack was completely blocked. Its contest with Lin Qun ended completely as the duration of the reincarnation abyss reached its limit. Under the influence of Lin Qun's creation technique, its body directly shrank from its original majestic form. The life form of the arm had been transformed into pig. The cycle of reincarnation vanished. Lin Qun's immortal slaughtering sword formation dissipated, and he and Wu-Tu instantly returned to the bridge of the V-shaped warship, the third cantilever overlord. Those 7 seconds were practically an instant to those outside, but when they came to their senses, they were horrified to discover that their great source energy level Wu-Tu had transformed into a bizarre, snorting creature from Earth. Pigs are common creatures to Earthlings. But to the aliens who had never seen one before, the transformation of a living source energy level 7 into a pig was undeniably bizarre and terrifying. However, the instant it escaped the cycle of reincarnation, Wu-Tu's power surged again. It regained control of its dark energy. Wu-Tu was first shocked, then overjoyed. What a powerful being it was. The moment it was transformed into a pig, it realized the terror of this animal creating technique. Being transformed into this form had almost completely restricted all of its higher level abilities. This method, though possessing attributes, is utterly useless, leaving one vulnerable to attack. Especially in that dark space with limited space and dark energy, it would have been certain death. However, now that it has escaped and returned to the real world, it can instantly mobilize the dark energy in the surrounding space. With the help of others, given just a little time, it can immediately use absolute dark energy suppression to break through the strange ability this human has used against it. Its dark energy holds an overwhelming advantage. Lin Qun's animal creation technique naturally has no effect on it. And as a great source energy level, if this human's series of attacks, which left it no time to retaliate, fail, once it recovers and attacks with all its might, that will be the end for this human. Wu Tu clearly understands this, and this human also knows this. Therefore, from the moment that strange great source energy level weapon from the second bracelet knocked it unconscious, this human has been. He pressed forward relentlessly, giving it no chance to unleash its full power. Once he landed a blow, he would launch a full-scale attack, because if it went all out, the human's chances would be greatly reduced. Therefore, Wu Tu was waiting for that very opportunity. If it could withstand this human's combo, it would be time for it to display its strength and launch a furious counterattack. However, Wu Tu's ruthlessness and plans came to an abrupt halt in the next moment. Just as its dark energy began to gather, it felt a slight chill on its neck. Blood gushed out. Its head was severed by Lin Qun's sword. The attributes of a great source energy level life form are terrifying, even ordinary high-powered energy weapons couldn't kill them. But the immortal execution sword in Lin Qun's hand was an ancient divine artifact, a great source energy level weapon. A single strike to the head was no problem. Now a pig, where could it run? It didn't even have the chance to fight back. The instant the cycle of despair ended, Lin Qun drew his sword, his hand wielding the blade. The sword fell, decapitating Wu Tu instantly. Blood splattered, and its head rolled to the ground. In its dying moments, its head faced the sky, its eyes wide open, seeing only the spoon demon, visible to it, standing above its head, relentlessly raising the silver spoon and smashing it down upon its skull. The falling spoon seemed like the greatest and most merciless mockery. Its previous thoughts and boasts had all vanished. It never dreamed it would fail here, killed by a life form below the source energy level from a remote star system. This, no, is possible, you. The light in Wu Tu's eyes dimmed completely. Its death was utterly humiliating. It had barely displayed any fighting power. First, it was stunned by Lin Qun's Vajra bracelet, and only after regaining consciousness was it taken down by Lin Qun's combo attacks. Its true power hadn't even been revealed. This completely extinguished the hopes of the other civilizations that were followers of the Third Arm Overlord on the bridge, leaving them all with expressions of horror and disbelief. This human had actually killed a great source energy level Wu Tu. Moreover, the speed was comparable to lightning. A dignified great source energy level being, in just a few dozen seconds, not only transformed into a bizarre alien creature, but also had its head severed from its body. Those present were all celestial beings from the Starry Sky civilization, followers of the Third Arm Overlord, from different civilizations, with varying life forms and appearances. But to become a follower of the Third Arm Overlord, one must be knowledgeable. Who didn't know the weight of Source Energy 7? In the ordinary star field, Source Energy 7 was extremely rare. On a typical battlefield, it was an overwhelming force, like a god. And now, it had been slaughtered just like that. Slaughtering livestock was no more efficient than this. At this moment, the bridge was almost completely silent. Even Wu Tu's four kin. The entire crew was stunned. Their breath seemed to freeze. They couldn't believe it. Wu Tu had been taken down by Lin Qun in a single combo. This was a true, utter kill. Wu Tu didn't even have the chance to fight back before being annihilated. This human was too ruthless. Could an evolved being do this? Although they had anticipated some difficulties on Blue Star, given their strength compared to Blue Star, they had never imagined they would fail, much less that Wu Tu would die in battle. Even after humans had sought refuge in the second-level civilization battlefield for 5 Blue Star years, their belief remained unchanged. Such a vast gap in civilization and strength, could it be so easily overcome? But now, they were all dumbfounded. The fact was, these humans were terrifyingly ruthless. This human powerhouse was like a god of death. Unstoppable. Their mighty third-largest cantilevered fleet had been broken through by him alone, directly. Just kill their Source Energy 7. Wu Tu is dead. With Wu Tu dead, Lin Qun has successfully infiltrated their flagship, and the third cantilever overlord fleet is about to collapse. Lin Qun stands in the pool of blood, waving his hand to collect Wu Tu's body and Abel's body and coffin. His gaze sweeps across the battlefield, his blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. The deathly silence is shattered, and all the alien civilization life on the bridge retreats, their faces filled with terror. What kind of ruthless character is this? This native planet actually has such a ruthless character? Some life forms even fall to the ground. The situation is completely out of control. It exceeds the expectations of everyone in the third cantilever overlord fleet. At this moment, everyone on the bridge realizes this, and they all leave their positions, screaming and retreating in fear. Some roar and shout, "Humans, you are courting death. You dare to resist the third cantilever overlord. Even if you survive today, you won't be able to keep going for long." Such a life, its head explodes in the next second, utterly silenced. Lin Qun stepped forward, reaching the center of the bridge. Looking at the chaos, he raised his sword. The immortal execution sword once again emitted a dazzling light. Lin Qun's eyes also shone crimson at that moment. The Superman heat ray and the terrifying sword energy of the immortal execution sword struck simultaneously. At this moment, in the outer space battlefield, the Victory-class Star Destroyer was once again locked onto by the V-class flagship. Having lost Lin Qun's target, they refocused on the Victory-class Star Destroyer. Suji broke out in a cold sweat. She seemed to hear the footsteps of death, because they had no way to avoid it. If the enemy opened fire, their ship would be destroyed. Suji had even activated the emergency escape plan. However, at this moment, those who were leaving their positions, preparing to abandon ship, stopped in their tracks, looking in astonishment. "Look! It's Mr. Lin. It's Mr. Lin." In their vision, the massive V-shaped warship in the distance was being pierced from the inside. It was as if a scalpel had sliced it open from within. Terrifying sword energy and heat rays simultaneously pierced through, spreading outwards from one point to both sides, extending along the hull of the V-shaped warship before finally penetrating it. On the V-shaped warship, a continuous burst of orange-red flames erupted. Explosions everywhere. It was being excavated from the inside. The main guns and the flagship's bridge were instantly engulfed in flames. The gleaming shield system was completely annihilated in the internal disintegration. Absolutely. Amidst the violence, Lin Qun's body rose slowly from a sea of flames. He sheathed the immortal execution sword, his body transforming into a weapon, reaching 23 times the speed of sound. Relying on his terrifying physical attributes, he traversed the shattered V-shaped warship. Wherever he went, the entire structure of the warship shattered before him like fragile bubbles. Any life that dared to stand in his way was instantly slain. His headshot skill swept across the battlefield. No one was spared. Whether evolved beings, top-tier powerhouses, or ordinary life forms, all were utterly annihilated. This fleet of the Third Arm Overlord, which attacked Blue Star, contained no beings from the Third Arm Overlord's own civilization, Canis. It was entirely composed of its followers. However, it also included several powerful individuals, including a few evolved beings. It was a luxurious lineup and fleet rarely seen in the cosmos. But now, whether you were an evolved being or an ordinary life form, it was all meaningless. Before Lin Qun, you were no different from a chicken or a dog. An instant kill. They collapsed. They retreated in terror. Their fighting spirit vanished. It was as if they were facing a top-tier source energy. Superhuman strength, spirit summoning talismans, the all-secret technique. Below the source energy level, no one could withstand Lin Qun's gaze. He was like a god, tearing apart the boundless, oppressive V-shaped warship, invincible, utterly devastating, and shattering the entire confidence of every life in the Third Arm Overlord fleet. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607 Unmatched Combat Power. In the center of the chaotic battlefield, the massive V-shaped warship was disintegrating dramatically in space. It was a silent scene. The enormous warship was sliced open from the middle like a scalpel by a terrifying force, scattering countless fragments. Then, like a steel plate broken in the middle, the split V-shaped structure bent downwards under the force of the internal explosion, the entire structure completely destroyed. Huge cracks spread from the central break to both sides, a horrifying sight, like the earth splitting open, flames erupting from within, and countless fragments scattering outwards, and the cause of all this was none other than Lin Qun, the human currently ravaging the warship from within. Lin Qun wasn't particularly knowledgeable about technology. But in the past, besides this seclusion, he had participated in numerous Federation training courses for these powerful individuals. Coupled with his frequent destruction of spaceships, he knew the approximate location of a warship's vital facilities and how to assess them. And what he wanted to do was destroy this invincible warship from the inside. From the outside, even he couldn't do anything. To the Kenna civilization behind the third cantilever overlord, it might not be the most advanced, but it was still a warship from that first-tier battlefield civilization. The flagship of this third cantilever overlord fleet was a heavily armored, heavily offensive warship. Lin Qun could use methods to kill the great source energy level life form Wu-2, but neither he nor his human fleet could damage the warship from the outside. From both offensive and defensive perspectives, it was more perfect than other high-energy life forms of the same level. Its only weakness was that it wasn't an individual entity. Anyone who could penetrate its vulnerable interior could destroy it from within. Without Wu-2, and with the other two source energy level life forms temporarily banished to the labyrinthine ethereal space by Lin Qun, no one on this flagship could stop him. Lin Qun was truly unstoppable. With his superhuman physique and amplified combat power, he fought his way from the bridge to one end, and then from the other. Any resistance met only death. Even those who fled received no chance from Lin Qun. The third cantilever overlord fleet was an intruder. Lin Qun hadn't forgotten. This is what they looked like when they tyrannically suppressed the entire human civilization. Humanity's blue planet, the moon, was directly destroyed. Humanity was forced to enter the second-level civilization battlefield, leaving their homeland and abandoning their native soil. If they hadn't entered the second-level civilization battlefield, human civilization might already be an experimental subject for their research into divine innate technologies. Human powerhouses and leaders like Lin Qun would have long been killed. This was an invasion. The only way to deal with invaders is with an eye for an eye, blood for blood. The flagship exploded, fragments flying everywhere, which changed the entire situation of the interstellar battlefield. The warships of the other third cantilever overlord fleet were immediately thrown into chaos. Apart from this flagship, the remaining ships were of varying strength and technology, because they came from different civilizations, 3 source energy level civilizations, but none of them were as good as this flagship. With it gone, they naturally became terrified. At this time, the news of Wu-2's death had not even completely spread within their fleets. But everyone could see that the situation was already wrong. And just then, the starry sky trembled. Above the shattered fragments of the V-shaped warship, a scene resembling shattered glass suddenly appeared in the dark starry sky. It was as if a pane of glass in the cosmos was covered with countless tiny, spiderweb-like cracks. Then, 2 points on its front suddenly exploded. 2 figures emerged from within. These were the other 2 source energy level beings that Lin Qun had just banished to the labyrinth space. Lin Qun's labyrinth technique could permanently imprison lower-level life forms, but for source energy level beings, it seemed to only restrict them for a limited time. Relying on the power of rules and absolute strength, they could directly break through space from the labyrinth world and return here. But by the time they emerged from the void, it was too late. Seeing the warship fragments flying across the starry sky, they were immediately shocked to realize Wu-2 was dead, and for a moment, they didn't know what had happened to cause this situation. Until they saw Lin Qun rise slowly from the sea of fire of the collapsing V-shaped flagship, rushing towards them at high speed. It's him? It really is this human. He's just an evolved being. How can his aura be so terrifying? Am I crazy? An evolved being stormed into our flagship and killed the source energy level 7 powerhouse in such a short time. Both source energy beings were shocked. Even if it were them, even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Wu-2, a source energy level 7, in such a short time. The third cantilever overlord sent a luxurious lineup. 3 source energy level beings, enough to crush most civilizations. How could this situation be possible? And these 2 source energy level beings are actually not very strong in the source energy level. One is source energy level 1, and the other is source energy level 2. And at this moment, Lin Qun is rapidly attacking them. It's the same strategy. Kill them all, don't give them a chance to fight back. However, These two source energy beings are at a very low level. Even if they fight back, Lin Qun is not afraid. His immortal execution sword can directly cut through their power of rules. The situation on the battlefield at this moment is almost insane. An invincible source energy level being hunted down by an evolved being. The two source energy level beings weren't stupid, they immediately realized something was wrong. Source Energy 7, Wu 2, was dead. The flagship of the third cantilever overlord was destroyed, and this human, brimming with murderous intent, clearly intended to kill them both, even if he was only at the evolver level. If they could kill Wu 2 quickly, why couldn't they kill them quickly too? They needed to retreat swiftly and escape the battlefield. The third cantilever overlord's orders were crucial. They dared not disobey, but they needed to be alive to do so. However, at this moment, they were too close to Lin Qun, unable to create distance even if they wanted to. Lin Qun, with his multiple amplifications, was incredibly fast. Close quarters combat was his forte. The immortal execution sword swept across, shattering the rule power that the two source energy level beings were trying to resist as they retreated into the starry sky. His figure was unstoppable. He swung out the Vajra bracelet, smashing it towards the source energy 2, while he himself moved with lightning speed, pouncing on the source energy 1. Between the two source energy beings, Lin Qun chose the weakest to kill first. The second source energy being's expression changed drastically upon seeing the Vajra bracelet that Lin Qun hurled, and it retreated rapidly. It had witnessed this thing instantly stun Wu 2 before. It was a genuine high source energy weapon, and it dared not take it head-on. The first source energy being also retreated in sync, its heart pounding with fear. It felt the terror of death emanating from the frantically charging human before it. It had never imagined being hunted down and forced to flee by a non-source energy level being. But it was too late. Lin Qun's card, clutched in his hand, was activated instantly. The sword energy of the immortal execution sword sealed off all directions. Lin Qun's figure moved like lightning, swift and powerful. One Punch Man Ordinary Fist plus Pegasus Meteor Fist. The Ordinary Fist card vanished in a flash of light. The Pegasus Meteor Fist could unleash thousands of punches per second. And within these thousands of punches were 10 ordinary punches, combined with Lin Qun's current attributes, making it extremely explosive and ferocious, almost shattering the first source energy being's body. In a single second, Lin Qun's fists rained down like a storm. Every punch landed with a vengeance. A brutal and devastating blow. With his final punch, Lin Qun unleashed a torrent of dark energy, rising from below, the rising dragon strike of Mount Lu. This single punch shattered half of the source energy one's body. Then, the immortal execution sword unleashed a four-pronged attack, locking it in place, relentlessly annihilating it. In the starry sky, the auras of the three source energy ones, like lamps, were extinguishing one after another. Wu 2's aura was the first to weaken. Now, another source energy one had been extinguished. Many hadn't witnessed Wu 2's death, but now, the swift and clean annihilation of this source energy one by Lin Qun had occurred in the starry sky, clearly visible to both friend and foe. Enemies were filled with terror and fear. And Lin Qun, amidst this battlefield, soared into the sky with boundless sword light, brandishing his Vajra bracelet, chasing down the last source energy one. The third cantilever overlord fleet, the three source energy ones, none of them would leave alive. This is the price for invading humanity. Lin Qun's eyes were bloodshot. This was both his own thought and the effect of using the immortal execution sword for so long. The last source energy level 2 life form was also terrified. Watching two source energy level beings being mercilessly slaughtered before its eyes, how could it not be terrified? The once lofty source energy was no longer lofty, it was as fragile as ordinary life, relentlessly hunted down by Lin Qun like a stray dog. On the battlefield, the situation had completely turned one-sided. The core combat force had collapsed. The unparalleled power displayed by Lin Qun left the remaining third cantilever overlord lifeforms dumbfounded, especially Wu 2 and the spaceship of the civilization behind the source energy level 1 being that Lin Qun had killed. They were now rapidly retreating. Retreat. Retreat immediately. This human is too insane. He was able to counterattack the killing formation of three source energy beings. Our source energy level beings are dead, we can't stay here any longer. Go. Go. They were all terrified. For the past 5 years, they had waited here, fulfilling the orders of the third cantilever overlord and the civilization behind it, Kenis. They were confident that with their formidable forces, Human civilization had no chance of escape. But the reality was that after 5 years, they hadn't been rewarded with a mission to bring back humans as experimental subjects, but instead, they were slaughtered and routed. Even the last source energy II powerhouse couldn't escape Lin Qun's slaughter. It was incredibly fast, and its life form was peculiar, making it difficult to kill easily. But at that moment, the second planet-destroying weapon on the surface of Blue Star was ready, fiercely firing into space. Its target wasn't any warship, but this source energy II. This attack from humanity blocked the source energy II's escape route, bringing the interstellar chase to a complete end. Lin Qun attacked from behind. The immortal slaughtering sword formation surged, descending like a celestial curtain, annihilating the source energy II, its blood splattering everywhere. Both source energy II and source energy I had just encountered possessed unique life forms, making them difficult to kill. Therefore, Lin Qun held nothing back, nor did he intend to use them as spirit summoning talismans. He forcefully annihilated them, reducing them to ashes, leaving them with no ability to escape, regenerate, or resist. Efficient and swift annihilation in battle was paramount, more important than creating spirit summoning talismans. Currently, with Lin Qun's strength, quickly eliminating source energy level beings still required the assistance of the immortal execution sword. A fully synthesized immortal execution sword would greatly enhance Lin Qun's abilities on the battlefield, allowing him to directly confront source energy powerhouses. Although he was an evolved being, he could fight and kill source energy level beings. However, the ferocious and malevolent energy within the immortal execution sword was also impacting Lin Qun. Without his mental barrier, he wouldn't dare use the sword in such a manner. While these two source energy level beings were completely annihilated, Lin Qun also preserved the corpse of source energy 7 Black 2. He planned to refine it into a spirit summoning talisman. If successful, a spirit summoning talisman made from the corpse of a great source energy level being would definitely be more useful and powerful than the one from the explorer civilization, providing Lin Qun with a greater boost. Lin Qun's killing intent surged, his eyes bloodshot. His gaze shifted, and he turned back on the battlefield, rising upwards to look back at the battlefield behind him. The battle was almost over. With Lin Qun eliminating the 3 source energy beings, the third cantilever overlord fleet collapsed completely. Suji immediately organized a counterattack, pursuing them relentlessly. Ultimately, not a single warship managed to escape the battlefield. The battlefield was littered with the wreckage and fragments of warships. The last warship belonged to the Wu-2 civilization. It had a large hole blasted in its side. Chu Yaowei personally led a group aboard, capturing a group of 4 armed beings. This was also part of humanity's early plan. In non-civilized battlefields, defeating or killing beings from other civilizations wouldn't yield contribution points or experience. Destroying the Third Arm Overlord's fleet didn't mean defeating the Third Arm Overlord. Outside the battlefield of civilizations, they remained a thorn in the side of other civilizations, especially the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization, which had already set their sights on them. Therefore, before the war, humanity planned to capture a group of the Third Arm Overlord's fleet members to see if they could extract more information. For example, what was the true strength of the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization? Did they have a homeworld, and where was it? Lin Qun landed and witnessed this scene. Rows of 4 armed beings were being guarded by fully armed human warriors, preparing to be transferred from this destroyed spaceship to another human ship. Chu Yaowei was in front, hovering low within the 4 armed being warship, her aura radiating outwards, suppressing all the 4 armed beings present. But they remained uncooperative, struggling until they saw Lin Qun, like a god of death, arrive. Lin Qun's eyes were bloodshot, and she exuded a terrifying aura of killing intent and ferocity. The effects of the immortal execution sword hadn't faded yet. This time, although his use of the sword wasn't as long or as intense as in the battle on the 8th dwarf planet, he was still affected to some extent. However, with a mental barrier in place, these effects were greatly weakened and didn't directly impact Lin Qun's mind and state. But upon arriving here and seeing these alien life forms, an uncontrollable, terrifying killing intent arose in his heart. Although Lin Qun quickly suppressed it, they sensed it. Many 4 armed life forms fell silent, looking at him in fear, not daring to breathe. Only one 4 armed life form roared, "You killed Lord Wu-2, defying the will of the Overlord. It will only spare you, it will find you. You're all dead. You're all dead." With that, it charged forward with all its might, crashing heavily into the ground and dying instantly on the bridge. Lin Qun remained silent. He silently circulated his concentration technique and the Great Evolution technique to suppress the effects of the immortal execution sword within him, coldly scrutinizing them. Outside, humanity continued searching the wreckage. Although the Third Arm Overlord fleet had been defeated, its warships possessed self-destruct mechanisms. Once destroyed, their internal systems self-destructed, erasing databases and information reserves. Humanity could at most obtain some of the wreckage, but couldn't glean any information from their systems. Of course, even without self-cleaning, the technological gap between humanity and these systems made it difficult to decipher them and obtain any useful information. The battle here was rapidly ending. Not a single warship or aircraft from the Third Arm Overlord fleet had successfully escaped, a complete victory for humanity. However, they had still managed to send out a message. It was the only message they had successfully broken through the blockade in their electronic communication battle with humanity. It was a message to the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization, informing them of everything that had happened. Humanity's attempts to intercept it were too late. It was already traveling at the speed of light through space towards its destination. With the help of the Yunbei civilization, humanity disrupted the quantum communication of the Third Arm Overlord's fleet. However, with current human technology and without prior deployment, even with the Yunbei civilization's assistance, it was impossible to achieve a complete blockade of the Third Arm Overlord's fleet. If their fleet hadn't been destroyed so quickly, they might have sent out more messages, perhaps even achieving a complete victory in the information war, transmitting everything happening here to their Third Arm Overlord through quantum communication. However, everything went relatively smoothly. Before humanity's information blockade efforts failed, the Third Arm Overlord's fleet was defeated. And what they emitted was merely a conventional electromagnetic wave signal. Unlike the immediacy and ability to ignore large spatial distances of quantum communication, conventional signals can only travel at the speed of light in the form of electromagnetic waves, meaning it takes much longer, even an extremely long time, to reach its destination. The distance of the universe will be an obstacle. In the short term, the Third Arm Overlord will not know what happened here, nor will it know that its legion deployed here has suffered a crushing defeat. This time, perhaps, is enough for humanity. By the time the Third Cantilever Overlord received the information and found this place, humanity had already traveled to distant space aboard the Ark spaceships. The second phase of Project Ark was complete. The third phase was about to begin. The unprecedented mass migration of humanity to Earth was about to commence. Chapter 608, Settlement Rewards for the Second-Level Civilization Battlefield. When Lin Qun set off back to Blue Star, it was already 3 hours after the battle ended. The Federation fleet had cleaned up the battlefield in space. Although the destroyed warships were quite thoroughly damaged, they were still more advanced than humans, and their wreckage still had value to human civilization. The fleet also had to completely break through the jump blockade and information blockade set up by the Third Arm Overlord fleet in Blue Star star system, all of which would take time. Moreover, the Third Arm Overlord fleet contained many powerful beings. Although Lin Qun had swept away the top experts in the Third Arm Overlord fleet with absolute combat power, some beings of considerable strength might still have escaped by various means. These beings also needed to be eliminated. Leaving them alive would be a scourge to human civilization. In response, the fleet commander, Chen Weiyang, ordered, "Kill them all, leave no one alive. The invaders must pay a bloody price for their invasion." This was the attitude of human civilization. Since you dared to come, you will not return. No matter what arrogant words you uttered, now, you will all pay the price for your actions. Attacking humanity and forcing them to flee their homes, human civilization, after enduring hardship and biding its time, has returned. This purge, however, involved considerable follow-up events, as some did escape. While the Third Arm Overlord fleet was primarily composed of 3 source energy level life forms and their civilization's inhabitants, it wasn't entirely composed of others. The fleet also contained other life forms, vastly different from humans, with peculiar life forms and escape methods, but almost all of them were found. Those who resisted were killed on the spot, while the others were brought back to extract more information about the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization. Of course, the most important source of information was the wreckage of their warships. However, the battle was extremely fierce. Human civilization, to ensure victory, showed no mercy, and facing the Third Arm Overlord fleet, there was little opportunity for mercy either, leaving few valuable pieces of enemy ship wreckage. All these matters were being handled simultaneously. Meanwhile, Lin Qun, along with Chu Yaowei, Wang Qizheng, and others, returned to Earth aboard a shuttle. There was nothing more for them to do. Their continued presence was a waste of their time. After the battle, Lin Qun had already retrieved Abel. It had been easily retrieved after being shattered by the power of the Black Two's rules, and given Abel's characteristics, it wouldn't die, it would be reborn in the stone coffin, and Lin Qun could use it again next time. This guy was definitely a powerful, fearless, suicidal henchman, extremely useful. The spaceship was descending. At this moment, the location of the Blue Star China region was nighttime. However, the night wasn't truly dark. The artificial sun continued to operate, and many places were brightly lit. The entire human world was bustling and running tirelessly throughout the night. In fact, when the human fleet went to battle against the third Cantilever Overlord fleet, the third phase of the plan had already begun on Blue Star. Because, based on pre-battle assessments, the probability of victory in this battle was extremely high. And regardless of victory or defeat, humanity had to evacuate. Therefore, upon returning to Blue Star's star system, the third phase of Project Ark had already begun. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, personally issued the order. The Ark project has 4 phases, each difficult and fraught with risk and uncertainty. However, the third and fourth phases are the most risky. In the third phase, our plans are largely based on speculation and judgment. We cannot accurately predict the actual situation, and the vastness and unknownness of space mean that no one knows what we will encounter during the third and fourth phases. The uncertainty is too great. Once the fourth phase is fully completed, and we have finished the nationwide migration, before rebuilding our new homeland, we must seize the time and complete our entire plan while the situation is under control. After being injected with Mystique's genes, the Supreme Commander, though he never publicly used his abilities, was noticeably different. He was clearly younger and more energetic. Under his guidance, while the planet-destroying cannons on the ground were still roaring and the battle raged in space, on Blue Star, the first batch of personnel scheduled for evacuation had already begun to be assembled. When Lin Qun returned, the first batch of deep space probes had already been launched from the surface. The mission of these probes was to find Earth-like planets that could serve as human colonies. Before leaving the battlefield of the second-level civilization, the humans of Blue Star had made several preliminary plans based on their previous observations of the surrounding starry sky, and had done their homework. Now, the task was to quickly launch probes and warp to the planets to investigate. These probes were small in size, some unmanned, some manned, and even the manned ones had only 2 crew members. They were built along with the Ark spaceships during the first phase, totaling 17, each named a Hope Ark, with their destinations being theoretically Earth-like planets suitable for human colonization. A total of 17 targets. Once they identify suitable colonization sites and confirm through high-level meetings that these sites can serve as humanity's new home, the Ark fleet, which has already begun boarding, will set sail from Blue Star for a true interstellar migration. Do you think any of the 17 targets will actually be suitable for colonization? If the Third Arm Overlord uses the same method to find the places we've located using Blue Star as our coordinate system, can they also find us? As the spaceship descended, Chu Yaowei looked at the distant sky and said with concern, given the losses the Third Arm Overlord suffered this time, they have even more reason to eliminate and annihilate us. Possibly, but they'll have to search hundreds of star systems first. Lin Qun said, these 17 targets weren't chosen randomly. Actually, the Federation initially found over 50 candidates. From these, we eliminated the most likely to be tracked. The remaining 17 are all far away, even far from the Third Arm. Leaving Blue Star and transferring so many people is indeed difficult to do without leaving a trace, but space is vast enough. By the time they find us, we may have already migrated to another place, or, we won't need to fear them at all. Among his companions, Lin Qun held a higher position in the Federation. He had seen more of the plans and knew more about the Ark. After emerging from seclusion this time, he had read a lot of materials. The Ark project, those spaceships, concerned the future of all humanity, and also closely related to Lin Qun's future, so of course he needed to understand it. The Federation had been very cautious in this regard, and its preparations were very meticulous. The remaining problems were beyond the Federation's current capabilities to overcome. Overall, in Lin Qun's view, this interstellar migration was still quite safe and feasible. Humanity's departure from Earth couldn't have left no trace, but the vastness of space means that even if the Third Arm Overlord wanted to search for and retaliate against them, without initially pinpointing their whereabouts. Even if there were clues, it would take an unknown amount of time to gradually find them. Human civilization needs time to develop. Given time, humanity can grow stronger. And a powerful human civilization will be Lin Qun's platform for operations in space. After these events, especially after entering the second-level civilization battlefield, Lin Qun increasingly realized the importance of the platform in his own civilization. Only his own civilization could unconditionally and reliably support its powerful members. Similarly, in space, the platforms of fleets and civilizations are equally crucial for high-energy domain experts. Without spaceships and fleets, without civilizations and races, even the most powerful high-energy domain experts cannot constantly travel through space, and acquiring various man-made objects and resources becomes extremely difficult. The current question is, can humanity successfully complete the third phase of the ARC project? Although the Third Arm Overlord's fleet has been annihilated, it still sent a final message into the depths of space. Undoubtedly, this was a report to its master regarding the situation here. The distance of the Third Arm Overlord and the time it takes for this message to reach it determine when its power will arrive. This is something humanity cannot predict. If the Third Arm Overlord arrives early enough, perhaps humanity's ARC project will never be able to proceed. And if the Third Arm Overlord's subsequent counterattack arrives after humanity's evacuation, by which time humanity's ARC project will be complete and safe. Even if they are still being searched for, they won't be found in a short time. Ultimately, humanity is not currently the Third Arm Overlord's fleet. A dominant level life form, a civilization at the first level battlefield, and countless follower civilizations, even without the Third Arm Overlord and its civilizations taking action, its followers could potentially overwhelm the fragile Earth. This is why humanity is capturing many live prisoners of war. Humanity must understand this visible threat. Besides these, there were unseen threats, unknown threats. No one knew if there would be other unexpected events, other opponents. But Lin Qun didn't say any of this, saying it would be useless, only increasing the unease in others' hearts. However, as Lin Qun looked out the window, thinking these things, unnoticed by anyone, a chilling, bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. He vaguely sensed something, closed his eyes, and circulated his concentration technique and great evolution technique to reduce the impact of the immortal execution sword on him, suppressing the surging, malevolent energy within his body. A moment later, he reopened his eyes. Back on Blue Star, he needed to deal with his own situation first. Although his strength had increased and he had methods like a mental barrier, the backlash from prolonged use of the immortal execution sword was still significant. In fact, this time, Lin Qun's mental barrier had almost been breached. If it had, it would have been troublesome. Fortunately, the battle ended quickly, and Lin Qun had preserved his mind. That's good. Chu Yaowei didn't notice Lin Qun's slight unease. Although Lin Qun didn't say more, she could sense some risks, but since he didn't elaborate, she didn't press the matter. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and saw flashes of light on the horizon. A massive meteorite had crashed into Earth's atmosphere. It was the remnant of Earth's moon, a satellite. Over the past 5 years, it had scattered across the sky above Earth's third orbit. With Earth's return, some of the moon's remnant in nearby orbits, pulled by Earth's gravity, plummeted towards Earth like cannonballs. However, they had no chance to land. They were destroyed mid-air by Earth's surface defense system, turning into spectacular fireworks, causing no damage to Earth's surface. Earth is indeed uninhabitable. Not to mention, with the satellite destroyed and Earth gone for 5 years, the entire star system is in chaos. We're back now, temporarily safe, but in the long run, everything will change, and Earth's ecosystem will never be the same again. Behind her, Xia Qing gazed at the Earth. What she said was true. Everyone present was powerful. Aside from anything else, everyone could feel that the gravity on Earth was different after this return. Technically, Earth began to deviate from its normal orbit as the third planet upon its return. Everything had changed. Planets in space aren't places you can just go and come back to, especially since Earth's own Earth-Moon system was gone. Within the next century, Earth would gradually become a dead land completely unsuitable for life. This was home, but they had to leave. Such interstellar migration was already incredible for humanity. Just a few years ago, humanity didn't even have the ability to leave its own star system. Reaching the moon was difficult, let alone interstellar travel and migration. Now, it was possible. Then, Wang Qizhang suddenly said, The civilization battlefield rewards are being settled. Lin Qun's thoughts were immediately brought back to reality. He looked at his personal panel. Sure enough, at that moment, the information began to scroll. It seemed that even those who surrendered and left the civilization battlefield received rewards. Lin Qun had been locked in a fierce battle with the 3rd Cantilever Overlord fleet immediately after emerging from the Level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System. The tension and urgency were palpable. Had the civilization battlefield notified him, he would have almost forgotten about the settlement process altogether. Perhaps because this was a surrender, the settlement occurred after complete departure from the civilization battlefield. Regardless, it was good to have it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were displayed with information about the Level 2 civilization battlefield settlement rewards. Final settlement of the civilization battlefield is complete. You and your civilization surrendered and left the current Level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System early. Therefore, early settlement is now underway. Your civilization has already paid surrender compensation, and you do not need to pay any additional compensation. If your civilization has already left the battlefield, but you remain within the current Level 2 civilization battlefield, you must wait until the Level 2 civilization battlefield ends and pay 5,000 contribution points to leave. Rewards and titles are now being settled. Lin Qun looked at this information, a thought flashing through his mind. Surrendering and leaving, the civilization doesn't pay contribution points, but they can still be deducted from the individual civilization. And the cost of leaving the battlefield as a remnant of civilization, the Level 2 civilization battlefield costs significantly more than the Level 1. As Lin Qun pondered, new information surfaced. Native civilization life form, Night Shadow Lin Qun, your performance in this civilization battlefield was outstanding, earning an A-level rating and an additional contribution point reward of 100,000 points. Reward settlement in progress. Please wait. Just like last time, the rating was still A-level. But, tens, hundreds, thousands. Lin Qun was dumbfounded. In the Level 3 civilization battlefield, an A-level rating earned 10,000 contribution points, but in the Level 2 civilization battlefield, it became 100,000. 10,000 contribution points weren't much for Lin Qun now, so he hadn't paid much attention to this reward settlement. But now, his eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, he also heard exclamations from the others in the spaceship. Wang Qiziang, how much does the Level 2 civilization battlefield give? After exchanging words, everyone was surprised, discovering that the contribution point rewards for all ratings had increased tenfold. As expected of a Level 2 civilization battlefield, the level is different, the settlement rewards are all higher. When they heard that Lin Qun had received 100,000, they all fell silent. Their eyes turned green with envy as they looked at Lin Qun. The rewards were also 10 times higher, and their settlement contribution points were incomparable to Lin Qun's. Our highest is only C, and you're still A. Mr. Lin is indeed Mr. Lin. Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, it wasn't just them who were excited. Throughout the Federation, whether in the universe or on Blue Star, people were very excited. It wasn't just because the rewards had increased, but also because some people who hadn't received any settlement rewards in the Level 3 civilization battlefield had shone brightly in the Level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System and received settlement rewards, so naturally they were very happy. For example, Ho Yan. When the Level 3 civilization battlefield ended, he received nothing. The evaluation and rewards in the civilization battlefield settlement were not something everyone could get, only a few people could obtain them, and the vast majority of people didn't get any at all. But this time, he received an F-level evaluation and reward. Looking at the civilization battlefield notification that appeared before him, a hint of joy and excitement crept onto his usually serious face. The extra contribution points were one thing, but what truly pleased him was, this civilization battlefield settlement reward was a form of recognition. It acknowledged his contributions to his civilization in the civilization battlefield. This made Ho Yan feel that he was one step closer to Mr. Lin, whom he was desperately trying to catch up with. Li Zhuzhu didn't receive any reward, but she was happy for Ho Yan, excitedly hugging him. That's great. You got a rating too. This isn't something ordinary people can get. Even an F rank is 1 in 10,000. Haha, now we don't have to envy others. Ho Yan's eyes shone brightly. Next time, I want to get an even higher rating. Just then, the title rewards began to be distributed. However, compared to the rating settlement, very few people received titles. Practically no one on the entire Blue Star had won. What surprised Lin Qun greatly was, this time, besides the human star title, he also received an unexpected extra title. Chapter 609 New Title Rewards. Upon receiving the rewards, the first thing to appear was Lin Qun's Star of Humanity title. However, this time, the title didn't upgrade, it remained at its original level in effect. Lin Qun wasn't surprised. The Star of Humanity title became less effective as his strength increased. However, what Lin Qun didn't expect was that after the Star of Humanity title's usual notification ended, a notification for the Civilization Battlefield appeared before him. This Civilization Battlefield event, you have received additional title rewards, you have obtained a new title, seems very strong title name, seems very strong title level, level 1 title effect 1, passive, strong player bonus. As a top-tier expert in pretending to be strong, you should receive the same rewards as true strong players. Your contribution points for each Civilization Battlefield event are doubled. If you haven't received any level evaluation, you will receive a fixed 1000 contribution points. Title effect 2, active, seems very strong, causes opponents to momentarily lose their senses, believing you are extremely powerful and invincible. The duration and effect of this effect vary depending on the level of the strong player, and can affect up to 5 blue stars. Title skill cooldown. 24 hours, Lin Qun stared blankly at the title that appeared. Then, belatedly, he realized it seemed very powerful. Was he awarded this title because of his actions in the level 2 civilization battlefield of the cloud pattern star system? Had he kept these civilizations from seeing his true strength, even making them believe he was an invincible superpower? Lin Qun was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. While the title itself was somewhat ironic, its effect was quite considerable, even stronger than the effect of the level 2 human star. The first effect doubled the evaluation reward. A low evaluation wouldn't matter much, but Lin Qun had an A-level evaluation, with a reward of 100,000 contribution points. With this effect, Lin Qun's 100,000 became 200,000, gaining an extra 100,000 contribution points. The second effect perfectly matched the title itself. It made him seem very powerful. It directly caused opponents to become confused, believing themselves to be powerful. If their strength wasn't sufficient, they could even be in a daze for 5 hours. Of course, under normal circumstances, this thing isn't very useful against targets who can be in a daze for 5 hours. Its main purpose is to induce a daze in powerful targets, which is a remarkable ability, and in actual combat, a momentary daze can even determine life or death. It can also be used when there's a need to appear powerful. This was definitely an unexpected bonus. Along with a fixed title, Lin Qun's contribution points, which had just been credited as a rating reward, instantly increased by another 100,000. Lin Qun's total contribution points jumped from a few hundred to over 200,000. This amount of contribution points meant Lin Qun could do another round of card draws. On the return spaceship, everyone was actually very excited. At this moment, the Federation fleet was cleaning up the battlefield, and with the battlefield cleanup underway, they didn't need these experts anymore. Therefore, almost everyone on the spaceship received a reward, so how could they not be happy? Chu Yaowei even received a title, which surprised her greatly. She said, "I also received an extra title called Crucial Rescue." Chu Yaowei's words immediately made her the focus of everyone's attention. Xiaoqing even showed a hint of envy, saying, "You got a title? What's the effect?" "It seems, my all attributes can get a 10% increase, but it's not permanent, it can be used once every 24 hours. Chu Yaowei was obviously also looking at it. Lin Qun said, "This should be related to your crucial move when you broke through to the evolutionary realm on the frozen planet." The acquisition of this civilization battlefield title and the content of the title are all related to your actions on the civilization battlefield. This effect is quite good. A 10% increase in all attributes is a real boost to combat power, a very practical effect. Chu Yaowei nodded, "That should be it." Chu Yaowei was usually calm, but at this moment, some excitement inevitably appeared in her eyes. Title rewards are even rarer than evaluation rewards. According to the previous statistics of the Blue Star Federation, after the end of the Level 3 Civilization Battlefield, the total number of people in all of Blue Star who obtained titles was less than 30. The title rewards awarded in the Civilization Battlefield have nothing to do with how many other alien civilization participants you've killed. They're usually related to the specific things you do in the battle. Therefore, The titles themselves are all unique, some very useful, others useless. This time, Chu Yaowei also received a title, and a useful one at that, so she was naturally happy. In this Level 2 civilization battlefield of the Cloud Pattern Star System, although humanity didn't survive to the end like in the Level 3 civilization battlefield on Blue Star, surrendering and paying compensation, everyone's gains in this Level 2 civilization battlefield were still considerable, and the growth was quite significant. Human civilization, in particular, achieved a leap forward in progress by utilizing the space and time within this Level 2 civilization battlefield. It could even be said that in this Level 2 civilization battlefield, human civilization underwent a complete transformation. After leaving the Level 2 civilization battlefield and returning to Blue Star, the human world became even busier. The ARC project, a massive evacuation, was progressing rapidly. Less than 2 days after defeating the 3rd Cantilever Overlord fleet, the boarding of 45 ARC warships was already complete. The first batch of evacuees, totaling 9 million people, all entered hibernation mode. These people were humanity's talents, elites, and the initial builders of the military and new homeland. They were the highest priority for evacuation. This ensured both humanity's future and the smooth development of the new homeland, allowing for the response to emergencies in construction. Regarding the ARC project, there were naturally some dissenting voices across Blue Star, but they were all swept up in the tide of the mass migration and didn't cause much of a stir. Meanwhile, Lin Qun didn't leave his room for the past 2 days. After returning to Blue Star from the battlefield, Lin Qun went into seclusion again, but this time not for cultivation, but to clear the influence of the immortal execution sword on him. After all, he had used the immortal execution sword for a considerable time and extensively, allowing a lot of malevolent energy to invade his body, almost breaking through his mental barrier. Naturally, it had an impact, which he hadn't had time to completely eliminate before, and now he wouldn't let this opportunity pass. However, Lin Qun now has multiple methods to deal with this situation, and in 2 days, he has minimized the impact and expelled the murderous aura from his heart. However, as before, some more malevolent energy has settled deep within his body. This part seems impossible to eliminate, accumulating irreversibly with each use of the immortal execution sword. However, it's not too much yet. Lin Qun exhaled, opened his eyes, and a barely perceptible flash of bloodlust crossed his eyes before returning to normal, as if the bloodlust had never appeared. Currently, the influence of the immortal execution sword within him has been largely eliminated. Immediately, Lin Qun spent the 200,000 contribution points he had just received as a reward, hoping for good fortune from the fairy, and directly drew a card. The 200,000 contribution points were deducted, and a dark golden card appeared. It was a skill card. Name, Weight of Desire type, skill card description. Using this card grants the skill Weight of Desire. You can extract the desires of all life within a 1,000 kilometer radius of you as gravity to suppress it. The stronger the individual strength and the stronger the desire of the extracted being, the stronger the gravity you gain. You can apply this collected Weight of Desire to any target. Cooldown: 24 hours. Load: extracting desires as gravity without distinction between friend and foe. Lin Qun looked at the card. On the dark gold card surface, against a gray background, were countless faceless black shadows, seemingly representing one life after another and the various desires within them. Although at first glance, this skill seems insignificant, this ability has no upper limit, and the stronger the strength and the stronger the desire, the stronger the gravity gained. So, does this ability mean that, theoretically, it's possible to create black holes by hand? And gravity itself is actually terrifying. Pure gravity, relying on the pure law of powerlessness, can even ignore strength and directly suppress. Lin Qun is not at the source energy level and has no power of rules, but this card's skill is equivalent to power of rules. Moreover, it is a true rule of the material world. Lin Qun loaded the card and tried it out briefly. He discovered that he could control the range of desires drawn, with an upper limit of only 1,000 kilometers. He tried collecting desires from 100 kilometers away, then went to his alternate dimension and smashed it down on a mountain. He transformed the desires of life within 100 kilometers into gravity, pressing down on it. The mountain collapsed instantly. Not only did all its structures turn to dust, but it also sank downwards, creating a black hole in the ground and reverting that area of the alternate dimension back to its original state, almost carving a hole in it. And this was just the desire of life within 100 kilometers. At most tens of thousands of people, most of whom were ordinary people. Moreover, Lin Qun discovered that the effect of this ability was directly applied, not emitted. At the moment he designated a target, the invisible desires directly transformed into gravity and were applied to the target out of thin air. This meant that this ability could even ignore defenses and directly change and act upon them. This ability was extremely powerful, a means of confronting source energy levels on the source energy level battlefield. This ability, however, also has side effects. The desires Lin Qun extracts are also perceptible to him, affecting his temperament. However, Lin Qun's mental barrier can play a significant role in reducing these effects. Immediately, Lin Qun's gaze shifted to the Wutu corpse he had brought back, preparing to use it to refine a spirit summoning talisman. This time, it went very smoothly. Lin Qun was adept at refining spirit summoning talismans, and the Wutu corpse was successfully refined into a brand new source energy level spirit summoning talisman. The sealing efficiency was around 60%. Even so, this was still a high source energy level spirit summoning talisman. Using it would at least forcibly raise Lin Qun's cultivation level to at least source energy level 1 or 2. With Lin Qun's current abilities, reaching the source energy level would be a qualitative leap. It was extremely crucial. The previous spirit summoning talisman was almost ruined, but the Wutu of the third cantilever overlord had replenished Lin Qun's resources. Thinking about it now, it was too kind. And in these 2 days, the 17 probes sent by humanity, carrying hopes, all returned. 12 out of 17 returned. Of these, 2 manned and 3 unmanned spacecraft failed to return successfully. This in itself was information. Furthermore, of the 12 returning spacecraft, 9 brought back less than optimistic results. Their information indicated that the places of hope they had reached were not as humanity had initially predicted. At the ARC Project's New Home Confirmation Conference held that day, the secretary of the ARC Project's head personally explained, the 17 spacecraft had 17 targets in total. The closest is 122 light-years away, and the farthest is a full 1,300 light-years away, already located near the second cantilever arm. These destinations were deduced by our expert team based on our previous observations and records of the starry sky on Earth. From numerous options, after multiple rounds of screening, the remaining locations were deemed to be places of hope where habitable Earth-like planets might exist. But we all know that at large distances, the starry sky we see is what it looked like in the past. The starry sky 1,300 light-years away is what it looked like 1,300 years ago. We don't know what it's like now, or whether it's still habitable. Fortunately, after this level 2 civilization battle, we have successfully mastered warp technology, allowing us to truly explore across space. And now, the 12 probes that have successfully returned have brought back information about these 12 target locations. Among them, 1 target planet has been destroyed by a geomagnetic storm, 1 target planet had a nascent civilization, 2 target planets have disappeared, and 7 target planets were once habitable but are no longer habitable. Only 2 celestial bodies have been preliminarily determined to be habitable. One of them has an atmosphere, suitable for our survival, but most of that planet is desert. The other, which we currently consider the most suitable for colonization, is located on the edge of the third and second spiral arms. We've named it SYNOPSIS. This star system is very similar to ours, with only one main sequence star, and its temperature isn't volatile. Its second and third orbits are habitable, its atmospheric composition is similar to Earth's, and it already has vegetation, large oceans, and water. Most importantly, there are no signs of civilization there. However, it's relatively far away, 817 light-years from our current location, close to the edge of the third and second spiral arms. This increases the risk and uncertainty of our migration, but this distance also minimizes the time it takes for the dominant species of the third spiral arm to find us. The secretary paused slightly, looking at everyone present. There were fewer than 20 people, but they included Endora, the supreme commander, and other high-ranking federal officials, including Lin Qun. They weren't here simply to listen to a report, they were here to make a choice. Actually, we don't know much about either of these planets, but as you all know, our time and opportunities are limited. The coordinates of Earth have been exposed, and the civilizations eyeing us may not be limited to the third arm overlord. No one knows when danger will strike. Therefore, we no longer have time to continue exploring these 2 planets. All the information our probes have collected about these 2 planets, along with the analysis and judgments from our technical team, has been sent to you. Please take a look, think carefully, and in 10 minutes we will hold a vote to determine which planet will be our new home. Once confirmed, the first batch of ARC ships will take off today." The secretary finished speaking, took a half step back, and remained silent. Everyone looked at what was in front of them. Information about these two planets. In the battlefield of civilizations, civilizations seem numerous, but in reality, in the vast expanse of space, civilizations are not so common. Most places are desolate wastelands, making the search for a new home extremely difficult. Humanity sifted through hundreds of planets, ultimately selecting 17 of the most likely destinations, and in the end, only 2 offered the possibility of colonization. Looking at the comparison, the answer in people's hearts was already clear. Cheyenne 2, though distant, was the best choice. Chapter 610 Target, Cheyenne number 2. The meeting concluded with a unanimous vote to proceed to Cheyenne 2. From any perspective, it was the best choice. Lin Qun also reviewed the data. The Cheyenne 2 star system comprised 9 planets. The second and third orbits had vegetation. The second orbit planet was half desert and half greenery and ocean, while the third orbit planet was almost identical to Earth, but 1.5 times its size. From the footage, the planet appeared lush and green, almost entirely enveloped in greenery except for the oceans, with a very suitable climate, temperature, and atmosphere. However, the distance was considerable, meaning that the complete human migration of the 45 ARC spaceships would take longer. But humanity had no choice. After confirming the destination, the Federation immediately initiated the first migration. The 45 ARC spaceships simultaneously rose from Earth, ascending from various locations around the world and converging in space, a truly spectacular sight. In addition to these 45 ARC spaceships, the Avalon, provided by Lin Qun, would also be involved in the jump. The Avalon itself didn't have a warp drive. It was added later by humans to enhance its armor and defense capabilities, thus increasing its storage capacity in space. However, humanity ultimately didn't modify the Avalon into a colony ship. It still only had 5,000 hibernation pods. The rest of the Avalon's functional areas were used as cargo holds for transporting equipment, facilities, and materials. Rebuilding cities and homes on a planet completely devoid of modern infrastructure is no easy task. Lin Qun also went on the first flight. He traveled in a Victory-class star destroyer to escort this interstellar migration. Someone raised an objection. We have 46 ships without combat capabilities, and only sending 1 warship for protection, isn't that? No. The elderly Supreme Commander personally refuted this objection, saying, with Mr. Lin going this time, what's the difference between Mr. Lin and an entire fleet? This was actually the thought of the vast majority. In the colony fleet, many also felt that 1 warship was somewhat unreliable, but upon hearing that Mr. Lin was personally in charge, their attitude immediately changed. It's alright then, 1 warship is fine. Mr. Lin is personally escorting us, it's alright, it's alright. Inside these immigrant fleet ships, most people were actually in hibernation, unconscious. And so, humanity's first wave of immigration began. On the ground, many people gazed up at this magnificent scene. The massive human fleet sailed into space, one after another jumping into warp drive, transforming into streaks of light in their vision, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Many people wore expressions of both tension and longing. Their new home, 817 light-years away, was both unknown and unsettling, yet also filled with anticipation. Among the crowd was Papadu, standing with several weasel-like creatures, silently watching this scene. One of the weasel-like creatures said, "They really succeeded, Papadu, perhaps your judgment was correct." Papadu remained focused on the fleet, offering no reply. This warp drive process was relatively long. There were 2 pauses during the jump. It took nearly 7 hours to reach the target location. Many who hadn't experienced much warp jumps felt dizzy and nauseous. Fortunately, most were in a dormant state and didn't feel these effects. Lin Qun and the warriors on the Victory-class star destroyer naturally didn't experience this either. During the long 7 hours, Lin Qun even continued cultivating. He had reached the 6th level of the great perfection of sword control technique, just 1 step away from the 7th. Naturally, he needed time to cultivate. Every small step forward was an accumulation for him. When the time came to break through, he would succeed effortlessly. With his multiple techniques and cultivation paths combined, reaching the 7th level of sword control technique significantly enhanced him. Leaving the civilization battlefield, this cultivation path was the most stable and reliable option. According to the Supreme Commander's plan, once the human colony on SYNOPSIS stabilized, they would return to the civilization battlefield if given the opportunity. After all, the civilization battlefield allowed a civilization to grow rapidly. This was especially true for Lin Qun. He also looked forward to returning to the civilization battlefield in a stronger form and reaping contribution points. Humanity has grown stronger, he has grown stronger, and entering the battlefield of civilization will bring far greater gains than before. But at this moment, with a final jump, Lin Qun was captivated by the scene before him. A vast green planet was unfolding before him. SYNOPSIS' third orbit. The massive human fleet jumped out, and the true appearance of this planet was even more breathtaking than in the images. Strictly speaking, this planet had only one continent, covering 45% of its area. The rest was all ocean. Its terrain and environment shared similarities with Earth, but also had many differences. The gravity on this planet was heavier, and the composition of its atmosphere was different, but the air here was breathable for humans. At this moment, with arrival, the human fleet moved forward rapidly, seizing the time to land quickly. After all, this transport only brought over 9 million people. To achieve full colonization of Earth, many more transports would be needed. The landing process went smoothly. The immigrant fleet spent about half an hour searching for a landing site, finally choosing a flat area. Immediately, the massive fleet entered the atmosphere and began preparing for landing. The Victory-class Star Destroyer provided aerial escort. During this process, a minor incident occurred. A group of strange, ferocious beasts, two-headed and six-clawed, inhabited this plane. They lived in packs and attempted to attack the ship, clearly feeling it had invaded their territory. They were extremely ferocious, like a pack of enhanced hyenas. Unfortunately, they were still just wild animals. A single missile strike blasted many of these beasts to pieces or away. They had never witnessed such unnatural violence before. Terrified, they howled in terror and scattered in no time. The human landing had thus officially begun. This also took considerable time. The army and soldiers were the first to be awakened from hibernation to clear the surrounding area, followed by the others to move supplies. The immigrant fleet could only return after all personnel and supplies had been moved. This would take at least 5 or 6 hours. Throughout this process, the Victory-class Star Destroyer remained in orbit, scanning the planet and the surrounding celestial bodies from space. Previous exploration ships, with their limited capabilities, were already doing well enough to bring back information about the two target planets. But to truly settle here, it was essential to understand the SYNOPSIS star system. The situation here is very similar to our blue star's star system. There are gas giants in the outer orbits. Of the 9 planets, 3 are gas giants, and the rest are all rocky planets. Surprisingly, we discovered that the moon of one of the gas giants in the 5th orbit seems habitable. However, we found something unusual on the 6th orbiting planet. While the experts on the Star Destroyer were primarily responsible for understanding the situation, the ground crew were busy exploring the surrounding space, all with great enthusiasm, clearly interested in understanding alien worlds. Then, they made a surprising discovery. The 6th orbiting planet in the SYNOPSIS star system was also a rocky planet. According to initial footage, this planet had no atmosphere, no ecosystem, and was a desolate and barren wasteland. And on this very planet, there were numerous large, unnaturally formed sinkholes, the largest reaching 1,000 meters deep, dark and bottomless. However, due to the great distance, the information available to humans is limited. Mr. Lin, you'd better take a look at this. These sinkholes aren't naturally formed, and they're different from impact craters. We suspect. Lin Qun glanced at it and frowned, saying, "These look like traces of war." Yes. However, these sinkholes are very old. Our initial estimate is at least tens of thousands of years old, the expert said. This might not hinder. The area is safe now. Lin Qun's assessment was also correct. According to their exploration of the starry sky and the feedback from the SYNOPSIS third orbit planet colonization team, everything was going smoothly. There seemed to be no anomalies here, and no visible danger. The huge sinkholes on the 6th orbit rocky planet were also from tens of thousands of years ago. What happened here? This question, perhaps, no one could answer. The starry sky seen from here was different from that of Earth. The new home was filled with the unknown. The third orbit planet chosen by humans as a colony for SYNOPSIS certainly had the conditions for the birth of civilization, but it clearly hadn't yet. Currently, it seemed completely safe and suitable for colonization. Lin Qun pondered for a moment, then found Suji and said, "This time, you and the Victory-class Star Destroyer will stay here. I'll return with the Ark fleet aboard the Avalon." Leaving the Victory-class Star Destroyer behind was naturally to ensure safety, but also to allow for in-depth exploration of the space environment. 7 hours later, the Ark fleet officially began its return journey, and Lin Qun followed. Suji and the Victory-class Star Destroyer remained, while the first batch of 9 million humans who landed began their first day of immigration. They enjoyed the highest priority for immigration, but they also had to bear the responsibility for it. The first group began building a home here, starting from scratch. Lin Qun, carrying the information and analysis reports he had obtained here, returned to Blue Star 7 hours later. The report also recorded the sinkhole on the 6th orbital planet, but the experts' final comprehensive analysis still concluded that it was a suitable place for immigration. Upon returning to Blue Star, the third phase of the Ark project had fully commenced, with nationwide immigration underway and the entire world working towards it. Currently, Blue Star remained safe, and the Ark project could proceed smoothly. However, it was only because the third phase had officially begun that the Supreme Commander finally had time to find Lin Qun and discuss the civilization battlefield, saying, "This time, after returning from the Level 2 civilization battlefield, I obtained another entry ticket to the civilization battlefield." Upon the conclusion of this Level 2 civilization battlefield, the Supreme Commander received 2 rounds of settlements, one for himself and the other, naturally, the civilization settlement he received as the holder of Blue Star's authority. However, having left the civilization battlefield, many of his authority was temporarily less significant, while the Ark project was imminent. Lin Qun had been in seclusion clearing the influence of the immortal execution sword within him and couldn't be found, hence the reason he sought him out now. The Supreme Commander didn't hide anything from Lin Qun regarding this. He explained that his title had been upgraded, granting him more possibilities in terms of civilization authority. The Supreme Commander's title was unrelated to combat, rather, it could affect the macro level of civilization, which also illustrated the diversity of the functions and effects of civilization battlefield titles from another perspective. Lin Qun said, "It seems the civilization battlefield has high hopes for us and is waiting for us to join. Entering the civilization battlefield would also be beneficial for us, but..." The Supreme Commander said, "This time, I wasn't given an entry ticket to the Level 3 civilization battlefield, I only received a Level 2 one." Lin Qun paused slightly, then said, "That's right. Our current situation clearly doesn't meet the requirements for the Level 3 civilization battlefield." The Supreme Commander agreed, "That's what I thought too. Last time, the civilization battlefield gave us Level 2 and Level 3 entry tickets. Perhaps the Divine Kingdom judged that we neither exceeded the strength of the Level 3 civilization battlefield nor were we beyond the standards of the Level 2. This time, with only one Level 2 entry ticket, it's clear we've completely exceeded the strength of the Level 3 civilization battlefield, and are far from reaching the strength of the Level 1. The Supreme Commander's analysis made a lot of sense. Lin Qun asked, "Then, Your Excellency, what is your plan?" He knew that the Supreme Commander hadn't come to him to tell him about this event. The civilization battlefield is our opportunity for rapid development. The last 2 civilization battlefield experiences were rather rushed for humanity, but this time is different," said the Elder Supreme Commander. "I think that once we successfully complete this migration and stabilize our new home, we can build a powerful star fleet entirely belonging to humanity. Then, we can find another planet as our competition planet to fully prepare for the Level 2 civilization battlefield. The civilization battlefield is a path to rapid civilizational progress. Although war carries risks, such stable and rapid civilizational advancement is tempting for any civilization, even if it doesn't involve a divine kingdom." Lin Qun naturally had no objections to this. After the successful migration to Blue Star, the future would be gradually planned. From a personal perspective, Lin Qun also hoped to participate in the civilization battlefield and gain more contribution points. Currently, Lin Qun's talent for drawing cards has reached level 5. Further increasing the strength of his card draws and gaining more contribution points means each round of card draws represents a substantial improvement for him. Becoming a strong man, the starry sky is cruel, only the strong can survive. To avoid being annihilated, One must seize the time and grow infinitely stronger until no one can rival you. Lin Qun didn't say this, but the old Supreme Commander seemed to share his thoughts. At this moment, his eyes shone with longing and anticipation. From the battlefield of level 3 civilizations to now, human civilization seems to be finally entering a stable stage of development. Chapter 611 New Blue Star. The elderly Supreme Commander explained the effects of his upgraded title. In the battlefield of civilizations, the humans of Blue Star, as a branch civilization, now possessed higher authority. This was one of the benefits of the Commander title. However, given the Supreme Commander's title, its effects were mostly unrelated to direct combat. The elder Supreme Commander said, "These past few days, we've also had results from the interrogation of the captured Third Arm Overlord fleet. You can go and see them." Lin Qun's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he asked, "Is there any useful information?" "Yes," the elder Supreme Commander said, "this Third Arm Overlord is even more powerful than we imagined. It and its civilization, Canis, are the kings of the entire Third Arm. Blue Star star system and the galaxy it belongs to are very similar to Earth, which Lin Qun came from, a typical spiral galaxy. It has 5 arms, with the third arm being around 7,000 light-years long and 2,500 light-years wide. This is an absolutely terrifying distance. No one could leave their civilization's footprints across such a distance, but the Elder Supreme Commander's statement reveals the immense power and resources of this Third Arm Overlord here." Lin Qun left the elderly Supreme Commander, receiving his authorization, and went to gather information. In this battle, humanity captured 106 prisoners from the Third Arm Overlord fleet. They came from 7 civilizations, with a majority being beings from the 3 major source energy civilizations. However, these beings were relatively stubborn and unwilling to answer questions. After all, humanity had killed their source energy level beings. In their eyes, humans were unworthy of being their opponents. The beings from other civilizations, however, were much more cooperative, providing most of the information. Within the Third Arm Overlord fleet, there was a hierarchy. Those from source energy level civilizations were numerous, the leaders, the main force, and the upper echelons of the fleet. Those from civilizations without source energy levels were mostly transferred from other civilizations, performing more functional tasks, some even resembling menial laborers. Their loyalty was therefore questionable. These beings claimed to be followers of the Third Arm Overlord, and that the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization were incredibly powerful. Canis rose to prominence in a quadruple star system on the Third Arm, surrounded by 4 suns. They should have perished long ago within this terrifying system, but at that moment, they received an invitation from the Divine Realm to join the battlefield of civilizations. They rose to prominence within these civilizations, fighting their way from a level 3 civilization to level 1-1. Within their civilization, a terrifyingly powerful being emerged, sweeping across the battlefield and nearly reaching the Divine Realm. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, they ceased participating in the battlefield of civilizations, instead rapidly expanding within the Third Arm, conquering planets and civilizations. Civilizations willing to submit were accepted as followers, those unwilling were annihilated on the spot. In the vastness of space, this is typical brutality. The Third Arm's overlords and their civilization's willingness to accept them as followers may have had unknown considerations and reasons, but it was, in a sense, relatively merciful. While the universe is vast, and the Third Arm is also immense, the Third Arm's overlords, though nominally dominant, never truly controlled the Third Arm. Spanning 8,000 light-years in length and 2,500 light-years in width, this distance is enough to make any civilization sigh in despair. They claim to be the overlords of the Third Arm, but within the Third Arm, there may also exist civilizations even more powerful than themselves, simply not yet revealed. The cosmos is too vast. You may think yourself powerful, but perhaps a more powerful civilization lurks in a corner, capable of crushing you with a single move. However, this Third Arm Overlord is indeed arrogant, and behind that arrogance lies a display of their own formidable strength. However, after such a long period, the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization have become highly sophisticated in their operations, having gathered many followers and rarely acting independently. In most cases, matters are handled by fleets composed of their followers. For example, the attack on Blue Star was carried out by a fleet cobbled together by the followers of the Third Arm Overlord, a fleet that is already an extremely formidable force within the Third Arm. Ordinary civilizations simply have no chance against it. Seeing this, Lin Qun actually felt that the Third Arm Overlord's response was reasonable. After all, based on the information from the nomadic fleet, human civilization wasn't powerful, it was a level 3 civilization on the battlefield. A civilization like that, sending a fleet with 3 source energy levels, should have no reason not to be defeated. But unfortunately, they encountered Lin Qun. However, Lin Qun noticed that the interrogation records lacked the location of the Third Arm Overlord, which was what humanity most wanted to know. According to these people, they didn't know where the Third Arm Overlord and its fleet were, or even if they had a homeworld. Their level was simply not qualified to know. Within the entire fleet, only a few beings could communicate with the Third Arm Overlord, and even then, it wasn't with the Overlord himself, but rather with his subordinates. These prisoners believed that perhaps the message sent when their fleet was destroyed wasn't actually addressed to the Third Arm Overlord, but rather to a ship under the Overlord's command in a nearby location, but whether such a ship was nearby was unknown. Those who were even remotely qualified to know anything were already dead. In battle, these lives in crucial positions simply couldn't survive. They were prime targets. Not killing them meant they posed a threat to humanity. And even if they survived, aside from the possibility of obtaining any answers, they were highly likely to commit suicide. Seeing this, Lin Qun vaguely felt that the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization might also fear becoming targets themselves, thus employing other civilizations as their henchmen while hiding themselves. Even a powerful Third Arm Overlord and its civilization feared being targeted and annihilated by even more powerful civilizations. But regardless, at this moment, the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization were an invincible enemy of humanity. In this battle of the Cloud Pattern Star System's Level 2 civilization battlefield, Lin Qun was able to repel because thanks to the rules of the civilization battlefield and the Southern Heavenly Gate. But now, Lin Qun's Southern Heavenly Gate couldn't be activated temporarily. This wasn't a civilization battlefield anymore. If a Dominator level life form and a level 1 civilization battlefield civilization were to truly attack, they could easily crush humanity and Lin Qun. Lin Qun and human civilization didn't yet possess the ability to contend with them. The gap in power is simply too vast. Even within the level 2 civilization battlefield, under the influence of the Divine Realm's rules, because could easily outmaneuver several level 2 civilizations. This wasn't just about brute force, it was pure technological superiority. Outside the civilization battlefield, the difference is even more pronounced. They might be wiped out without even being seen, their methods and cheat codes rendered useless. In space, the best form of warfare is to strike when the enemy is unaware, unseen, and unable to retaliate. The vast spatial distances make this form of warfare entirely feasible. So why is everyone worried about revealing their coordinates? Even the Third Arm Overlord is hiding? Because exposure could lead to their annihilation in this way, rendering all other methods useless. Fortunately, the Third Arm Overlord and its civilization likely look down on humanity and are unlikely to personally attack. But once news of humanity's annihilation of their fleet and 3 source level beings reaches back, their attitude is uncertain. Humanity's immediate priority is to relocate as quickly as possible. The coordinates of Earth have already been partially exposed. The sooner humanity leaves Earth, the safer it will be. The interrogation records contained more than just that, they also included some peripheral details. Information about the entire galaxy containing Blue Star was included. According to their understanding, several terrifying civilizations existed within this spiral galaxy, near the supercluster and black hole. There was also a supposedly super civilization, surpassing even the dominant life forms and first-level battlefield civilizations, so powerful that even the Third Arm Overlord dared not approach it. A super civilization. Lin Qun frowned slightly. He was very interested in this super civilization. If they were so powerful, why didn't they go to the Divine Realm? How were they known and discovered? Unfortunately, these beings were willing to speak because they were at the bottom of the hierarchy, but also because of this, they themselves knew very little information, all hearsay. They knew a general outline, but when pressed for details, they knew nothing. For example, they had only heard about this super civilization, they knew it existed and was powerful, but they couldn't explain why or how it was powerful. As Lin Qun read on, a feeling arose within him. The vast starry sky he saw when he looked up seemed closer than ever before, and also more terrifying than ever before. Recently, he learned that in this vast expanse of space, there exist many civilizations and life forms, some even beyond his and humanity's comprehension. The terror lies in the fact that these civilizations are like beasts lurking in the darkness, the glittering stars their eyes. No one knows whether they are powerful or weak, peaceful or brutal. They hide in the stars, coldly observing their surroundings, ready to strike at any moment. And now, they have been targeted by a hunter, the Third Arm Overlord. Humanity's only option is to accelerate interstellar migration. Through these captives, humanity has determined a crucial piece of information. According to the habits of the Third Arm Overlord and its fleet followers, the nearest fleet associated with the Third Arm Overlord is at least 1 light-year away from Earth. This confirmation almost guarantees that by the successful completion of the third phase of Project Ark's migration, Earth should no longer be threatened by the Third Arm Overlord. Because it's too late. In space, information transmission is no easy feat. Messages sent from the destroyed Third Arm Overlord fleet travel at the speed of light. Whether intended for the Overlord himself, his civilization, or any other fleet under his command, it would take a considerable amount of time. Even just 1 light year would mean a year, more than enough time for the Blue Star's colonization arc plan. If the message encountered anything in space, it might even be lost forever, never reaching its destination, until the Overlords themselves discovered the Third Arm Overlord fleet had lost contact with the Blue Star. They didn't know how to reinforce their forces to keep Blue Star occupied. The mass migration was proceeding rapidly. The space around Blue Star was deathly silent, as if it had returned to its original state, so quiet that it seemed as if Blue Star was the only living being in the universe. Humanity maintained a constant state of vigilance, wary of any potential adversaries. But nothing unexpected happened. The second migration was quickly completed. Relying on advanced technology and powerful individual strength, humanity was rapidly establishing a forward base and home on SYNOPSIS. Then came the third. Because the first phase of Project Ark had already begun, people were well aware of this migration and were mostly prepared. With the Federation's planning, the migration went very smoothly, but many were reluctant to leave Blue Star. This departure would almost certainly be their last. Many left with tears in their eyes, kissing the earth before entering hibernation, carrying their keepsakes. Some even took Blue Star's yellow soil with them. This was, after all, humanity's home, where generations had multiplied, bearing the sorrow and growth of human civilization. No matter how well prepared, leaving was inevitably bittersweet. On the 15th day after humanity returned from the battlefield of a second-level civilization, as Blue Star's fourth migration was completed, the Supreme Commander, an elder, publicly announced that the immigrant planet in the SYNOPSIS star system would be officially named New Blue Star. This proposal received global approval. During this process, all the prisoners captured from the Third Arm Overlord fleet were executed. These prisoners were seasoned veterans, keeping them alive risked trouble, and besides, for humanity, they were all war criminals who attacked Blue Star, so there was no need to leave them alive. For the safety of the new home, some dangers had to be eliminated. If they were taken to the new home, and even one person sent out the coordinates, humanity's Ark project would be destroyed, plunging everyone into crisis. Meanwhile, Papadu volunteered to lead its own Yunbei civilization to handle the cleanup, remaining with the last settlers to try and erase all traces of Blue Star, preventing the Third Arm Overlord from tracing its route back to Blue Star. However, humanity didn't completely trust Papadu and the Yunbei civilization. The Supreme Commander, the Elder, ordered Liu Rui to lead a group to protect and assist Papadu and the others, both to help and to monitor them, fearing they might try to escape. When the 10th jump was completed and nearly half of the human settlers had migrated, many experts concluded that the information from the captives was accurate, believing the Third Arm Overlord might not be able to detect its subordinates' failure and attack in time. Humanity seemed lucky, perhaps because nearby civilizations knew the Third Arm Overlord was watching, and humanity didn't encounter any other dangers. Thus, without major incident, the third phase of humanity's Ark project was successfully completed over 2 months. A total of 28 round trips were made between Earth and the new Earth. Humanity's Ark fleet was nearing its limit, but this successfully transferred 200 million people from Earth, along with as much supplies and resources as possible. On the new Earth, centered on the first landing point, humanity is rebuilding its home in this new world. A world of steel and concrete is being rapidly rebuilt. Countless humans awoke from their hibernation pods, stepped out of their spaceships, and arrived in this new world. They stared wide-eyed at the green earth and blue sky of this unfamiliar planet, feeling both bewilderment and fear, yet also filled with curiosity and anticipation. Because everyone knew that at this moment, their perilous and turbulent lives since Earth was chosen as a battlefield for a level 3 civilization were coming to an end. Having experienced so much, everyone was filled with emotion. A new home, a new Earth, would be a brand new beginning for human civilization. This would also be a new beginning for every human being. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 612. Find them, kill them. Blue Star. The final jump is over. The vast majority of humanity and critical equipment on Blue Star have been transferred to the new Blue Star. Only the final crew remains. In space, Ark 1, the last remaining spaceship, awaits the transport of the last personnel. Blue Star is quieter than ever before. After this series of events, the once vibrant Blue Star is riddled with holes, especially after the second-level civilization battle. Blue Star experienced drastic climate change, killing over 80% of the surface vegetation, leaving the world desolate. And now, humanity has left too. The starry sky silent. From high above, clusters of blazing firelight illuminate the dark surface of Blue Star. Mushroom clouds rise from the earth. These are the crucial facilities that the final project team couldn't take with them when they blasted Blue Star: planet-destroying weapons, key laboratories, and the completely abandoned Federation Human Command Center. All of these will be destroyed. Humanity will not leave anything useful or valuable for the Third Arm Overlord here, nor will it leave anything that points to the new Blue Star. The Papadu and other Yunbei civilization beings led this cleanup. On the Ark 1 aboard overhead, Lin Qun stood by the porthole, watching as clusters of light, resembling sparks from space, suddenly illuminated the blue planet below. He knew these were enormous mushroom clouds blooming on the earth. Beside him stood Liu Rui. He was the human commander for this operation and bore the heavy responsibility of watching over the lives of the Yunbei civilization. He said, "We destroyed things of value, but we cannot erase all traces of our civilization on this planet. The remains of the human world will remain here, buried by the earth. In the future, perhaps life will arise here again. Then, the relics we left behind will become new unsolved mysteries unearthed by them." Once, humanity's footsteps covered the entire planet, skyscrapers rose from the ground, but now, humanity is gone, and all these things will become history, buried by this planet. The work of erasing traces was quickly completed, and Papadu and the others returned from the ground in a shuttle. They did nothing else. Papadu, leading two Yunbei civilization technicians, one tall, one short, activated a special device below, regularly disturbing the surrounding space-time. Limited by human technology, the device they completed was very rudimentary, but according to Papadu, time would compensate for this rudimentary nature, leaving no trace of humanity for future visitors. Papadu wasn't reporting this to anyone else, but directly to Lin Qun. The weasel blinked, its eyes full of fawning smiles. "Great and sacred son of civilization, now you and your civilization can finally leave this place. I believe there will be no threat for a while. You and your civilization have gained precious time." Lin Qun glanced at it and said, "I can give you an Ark spaceship, if you want to leave." Lin Qun's words surprised everyone. Liu Rui, standing to the side, cast a glance, but said nothing, only watching silently. Papadu and the three Yunbei civilization beings were all quite surprised. The taller Yunbei civilization being, clearly less shrewd than Papadu, showed interest, while the shorter one seemed lost in thought. Only Papadu, its eyes darting around, said, "Great and sacred son of human civilization, what are you saying? We are your followers, how could we leave? Didn't you say that as long as we show loyalty, we will be treated the same as our own people in human civilization? Since we are one of them, why should we leave?" Lin Qun stared into its eyes and said, "You know, I'm not lying to you, nor am I joking. If you want to leave, now is the best opportunity." Seeing Lin Qun's serious expression, Papadu's fawning smile finally faded slightly, and it said, "If we were forced to stay before, we are not now. Great and sacred son of civilization, we are willing to follow you and your civilization. We think it's good to live with you." Seeing this, Lin Qun didn't say anything more, but simply nodded and told Papadu and the others to go and rest. Watching them depart, Liu Rui seemed thoughtful, and said, "Mr. Lin, did you guess they weren't going to leave?" "I just think," Lin Qun added, his gaze fixed on Papadu and the others until they disappeared from sight, "they have another purpose." Liu Rui glanced at him, his brow furrowed, but he couldn't figure out what Lin Qun meant. At this moment, everyone was in position. The Ark spaceship shuddered slightly, then jumped into warp drive, disappearing near Blue Star. With one last glance, Lin Qun looked back at the ravaged Blue Star behind him, his heart filled with mixed emotions, a sense of melancholy he couldn't quite describe welling up within him. This time, they were truly leaving. Behind them lay their former home, ahead lay the unknown sea of stars. In the dark starry sky, Blue Star remained, but the child she nurtured had departed, sailing towards the distant horizon. 7 hours later. New Blue Star. Arc 1 jumped out of warp drive and landed on the ground beneath its feet. In the 2 months since humanity's first landing, this planet had undergone significant transformation for humankind. In the first selected landing zone, numerous man-made structures have been erected on the plains, with human settlements scattered throughout. However, the human population is too large. 200 million people cannot be concentrated in one place. The Federation has selected 12 large survival zones and 35 exploration zones to disperse large numbers of humans, with plans to develop the 12 large survival zones into megacities in the future. This planet is an untapped treasure trove for human civilization. Rich in resources and with a favorable natural environment, it is indeed an excellent choice. Because Lin Qun went to Blue Star for the final cleanup, he and the crew of Arc 1 missed the Supreme Commander's first public address in their new home. The Supreme Commander was using this method to inspire the entire population, encouraging everyone to work hard and build a new home together. The 4 phases of the Arc project have been perfectly completed. Humanity has accomplished an unprecedented mass interstellar migration. The Supreme Commander also extended an invitation to Lin Qun to attend the construction planning conference for the new Blue Star. Lin Qun wasn't interested and refused bluntly. "Sir, I don't really want to go. I have dinner appointments with Lao Wang and Yao Wei. Oh, and I have another favor to ask. The Blood Emperor, and the person he tried to save back then, do they have any belongings? If I can find them, I'd like to have a copy." "Yes," the Supreme Commander said. "I'll have someone deliver them to you later, but these things are kept by the Blood Emperor's old subordinates in Daxing City. Even if you want them, it will probably take time. As for the new Blue Star Construction Planning Conference, are you really going to refuse me with just a dinner? It's alright, we both have time now." Lin Qun knew that although the global situation had undergone tremendous changes, the Blood Emperor's old subordinates in Daxing City still had a small, independent group in private. He said, "I'm telling the truth, and I don't want to make up any other excuses." The Supreme Commander sighed. "Alright, I won't force you." In his new office, the Supreme Commander slowly put down the phone. On one side, Xiao Zhongguo chuckled, "It seems our Mr. Lin has absolutely no interest in attending the new Blue Star Planning Conference." "Yes," the elderly Supreme Commander replied with a hint of helplessness. "You'd never guess he refused me, citing a dinner appointment with someone else." Xiao Zhongguo continued, "Wanting to participate in the construction of new Blue Star is something countless people are scrambling for, because it means endless rewards and power. But Mr. Lin, I can only say, Mr. Lin truly lives up to his name." Xiao Zhongguo was also getting old. He had retired from the front lines of the military and was currently one of the people assisting the elderly Supreme Commander in managing the Federation. The elderly Supreme Commander shook his head and smiled wryly. New Blue Star possessed abundant resources, and a new, Jiju, a concept encompassing overall structure, overall situation, and overall development, had not yet been established. How it was constructed, and who would undertake the construction, would directly determine who would gain real power and benefits. And whoever obtained these would have a voice in the Federation in the future. It was a chain of interconnected interests. Some even hoped to use this opportunity to rise to the top. Amidst change and chaos, there were opportunities. This would be an opportunity for a reshuffling of the Federation's upper and middle ranks. The Federation faction represented by the Supreme Commander also had plans to use this opportunity to refresh the entire Federation's middle and upper echelons. The Supreme Commander knew that Lin Qun didn't understand much about managing and building a city, and he wanted Lin Qun involved so that Lin Qun could appear before these people, give him support, and let these new and old people know Mr. Lin's position in the Federation. But the Supreme Commander also understood that Lin Qun had his reasons for not going. Because it wasn't necessary. Strength was the only principle. Lin Qun had also guessed the Supreme Commander's thoughts, but it was indeed unnecessary. He had arrived at his new home and wanted to relax. Moreover, he wanted to build his own new home here. It was a large place with many opportunities and locations. That evening, he discussed these matters with Wang Qizheng, Chu Yaowei, and others. Everyone expressed their opinions. Some wanted to settle in the newly planned city of the Federation, while others wanted to find a good place outside the city. Wang Qixiang and Li Ji were quite straightforward. Wang Qixiang wanted to find a place with drinks, while Li Ji wanted to find a place with lots of girls. The guy chuckled lewdly, saying, "Brother Lin, this time on New Blue Star, I'm going to get a bachelor villa. I'm strong enough now, the scale is good enough, no problem. Then, I'll find a wife." I've wanted to start a family for a long time, but given the situation before, I didn't know if I'd even live to see tomorrow. Now things are finally better, I don't have a home anymore, so I want to start my own. I'm going to find a real beauty, ha ha ha. Li Ji's lewd smile also stirred a heavy feeling in many people's hearts. The changes on Blue Star over the years had changed too many people. Many had died, many people's family and friends had perished under the swords of the alien civilization, becoming wandering ghosts. Lin Qun patted him on the shoulder. On one side, Li Xing raised his glass. Mr. Lin, I want to thank you. Without you, I might have died in our neighborhood, let alone survived until today. Come on, we've arrived at our new home today, let's have a drink. Lin Qun's friends have all grown into experts. Perhaps not as powerful as Lin Qun, but they are all top-tier figures in the Federation. Whatever they want, the Federation can basically support them, and their wishes and ideas can almost always be fulfilled. Chu Yaoyi swirled her glass, squinting at the unfamiliar starry sky above. New Blue Star has no industrial pollution yet. Looking up, the sky is filled with dazzling stars, a breathtaking sight. She said, I want to find a beautiful, quiet place, away from the crowds, to grow my own food. Her words drew sidelong glances from everyone. Li Ji couldn't help but say, Sister, I never realized you were this kind of person. What? Doesn't it seem like it? Chu Yaoyi glanced at him sideways, and Li Ji's expression immediately hardened. He quickly changed his tune, shouting, It does. It doesn't. Where doesn't it seem like it? Anyone who says it doesn't, I'll deal with them. Everyone burst into laughter. This was the first night after the ARC project was completed, and also the first day that human civilization had completely emerged from the danger zone. Everyone knew that they were safe, and no one would be able to find this place in the short term. Therefore, on this night, the entire Federation was filled with joy and celebration. People were full of plans and aspirations for the future. Meanwhile, in space, at the edge of the galaxy where the Blue Star system was located, near the desolate cosmic void region, a strange, enormous square portal suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, a three-dimensional spaceship engraved with strange runes flew out from it. The spaceship wasn't large, only 50 meters long, but its shape was sharply defined, resembling a combination of a rectangle and a triangle. The front was triangular, the back rectangular, each face flat, folding 90 degrees to reveal another side. The entire spaceship exuded a chilling and ancient aura. Its presence seemed colder than the surrounding starry sky. A terrifying aura emanated from it. This is it. I read their information. That human civilization is in this star system. I figured it out. This civilization has no backing, it was their innate ability that made it possible. Incredible. I've never seen such a remarkable innate ability from an indigenous civilization. What an incredible innate ability. It's even more powerful than I imagined. I've traversed the universe and never seen such a remarkable innate ability. It's mine, it must be mine, it has to be mine. It can only belong to me. Let's go now. Find them, I'll make them pay the price, and I'll take back what belongs to me. What's mine will be mine. Find them, kill them, capture that human alive. This time, not on the battlefield of civilization, and even the rules of the divine realm won't help you. Inside the spaceship, a spherical life form, covered entirely in eyes, suddenly opened countless eyes, their pupils reflecting the boundless, dark, and profound interstellar space before them. Those eyes were filled with mad hatred and endless greed. Chapter 613 Mysterious Deep Pit. In space, an encrypted and protected electromagnetic signal is traveling. It originated from the third cantilever overlord fleet outside Blue Star, speeding at the speed of light, piercing through space, and is still on its way to its destination. Meanwhile, on New Blue Star, the next day, the morning sun rises. The sun in this world is shining brightly, and the temperature is even lower than on Blue Star, making it more suitable for human survival. However, the rotation and revolution speeds of this planet are still different from those on Blue Star. The calculation of 24 hours and a year on Blue Star is different from here. But the Federation will temporarily use the calculation method that people are used to. This change is not easy. It requires not only a change in people's perceptions, but also changes to human facilities and computers. Lin Qun did not cultivate last night. After having a drink, he returned to the Victory-class Star Destroyer and slept. When he woke up, it was already dawn. He looked down and saw a message sent to him by the old Supreme Commander. The new Blue Star Construction Planning Conference has concluded. When are you free this afternoon? Come over, you need to see the conclusions. Most people celebrated last night for their safe new home, but only the Federation's top leadership remained active, many staying up all night discussing the construction plan for New Blue Star. While called a construction plan for New Blue Star, it wasn't entirely comprehensive. It also included a development plan for the entire human civilization here. Everyone could rest for now, excited and joyful for the hard-won peace and home, but the Federation's top leadership couldn't. They had to quickly develop a directional strategy to ensure humanity wouldn't take detours in the future. Lin Qun definitely needed to understand this. Moreover, he had something to discuss with the Supreme Commander. That afternoon, Lin Qun found the Supreme Commander. The Supreme Commander was always very busy, practically overwhelmed with affairs, especially now that the Federation had arrived at its new home. Everything had to start afresh, new plans and construction schemes needed to be deployed. Normally, it was extremely difficult for others to see him, but Lin Qun was always available whenever he wanted. This was something the Supreme Commander had personally instructed him to do. As long as Mr. Lin calls, there's no need for notification. Whatever he's doing, Lin Qun can come directly to him. The elderly Supreme Commander, seeing Lin Qun enter, handed him the documents, saying, "You've arrived." Lin Qun nodded, took the documents, and began to read. It contained the results of yesterday's conference. This new Blue Star Construction Planning Conference lasted from around 1 p.m. yesterday until 4 a.m. this morning. Only then were preliminary construction plans produced. The main content, naturally, was the modernization and industrialization of New Blue Star. It focused on two main directions, ensuring both a healthy ecosystem and a strong human civilization. This was not only for preparing for the second-level civilization battlefield but also for self-preservation. Having witnessed so much, only with strength could humanity survive and develop peacefully. This was mainly divided into two parts. One aspect was the construction of New Blue Star, ensuring a healthy ecosystem while developing resources, establishing cities, and encouraging childbirth. Preliminary construction was to be completed within 5 years, and humanity was to formally establish itself on New Blue Star within 10 years. The other aspect was the construction of a fleet. Project Ark is complete. 45 Ark spaceships are more than enough for humanity to operate in the nearby interstellar space. With slight modifications, these ships, while unable to be converted into warships due to fundamental limitations, can become functional vessels, sufficient for resource extraction and transportation anywhere within the Cheyenne IU-2 star system. Humanity can acquire resources within the star system and plans to utilize these resources, combined with all of its advanced technology, to build a human war fleet. It is projected that, within 5 years, basic infrastructure and interstellar resource exploration will be completed. Within 10 years, in addition to the existing fleet, 2 human war fleets, each with 12 ships, will be built, possessing humanity's most powerful technology. That will be humanity's true standard fleet. The plan also proposes a breakthrough within 5 years in the existing planet-destroying weapon technology provided by the Yunbei civilization, miniaturizing these weapons and attempting to mount them on warships. A good plan, I have no objections. Lin Qun, looking at the contents, felt somewhat moved, deeply looking forward to the glorious future described. If construction could truly proceed according to this plan, humanity's future would be promising. The strength of human civilization is Lin Qun's strength. Especially on the interstellar level, no matter how powerful an individual is, they cannot exist without civilization and technology. Only when one's own civilization is strong can it provide a platform for powerful individuals to unleash their combat power in space. A sufficiently powerful civilization can even complement its powerful individuals. Lin Qun can fight against source energy level beings, which is impressive on his own and planetary battlefields. However, in space, facing enemies with spaceships, he needs to reach his opponent before he can attack, which requires the support of technology and warships. Just like this time when facing the 3rd Cantilever Overlord fleet, if the 3rd Cantilever Overlord fleet had been more cautious and retreated to the Red Star position, it would have been too difficult for Lin Qun to advance using teleportation portals and the Flying Thunder God technique. He would still have to rely on spaceships. But if human spaceships were as powerful as the 3rd Cantilever Overlord fleet's flagship V-shaped warship, Lin Qun wouldn't need to advance on his own or fight head-on. With the support of his spaceships, he could be much more at ease. Conversely, if the enemy advances, Lin Qun will have to take risks, potentially leading to a situation like before where Lin Qun possesses military strength but can't even see the enemy or know where they are. In such a situation, they can only flee. How can they counterattack, let alone defeat the enemy? Of course, Lin Qun also saw the Federation's anxiety and tension in this plan. Clearly, they were terrified by the previous war and wanted to seize every opportunity to develop, not daring to delay even a little. Otherwise, this plan could have been extended. The development of civilization is parallel to time. Without time, how can civilization develop? This plan was obviously devised by the Federation considering both time and feasibility. At this stage, Lin Qun's and humanity's combat strength is roughly equivalent to a civilization that has just entered the 2nd-level civilization battlefield, similar to the Ice Energy clan. Lin Qun was able to kill Wu Tu because he had many advantages, and Wu Tu himself had lost his mind, allowing Lin Qun to seize the opportunity. Anyone tortured by the Spoon Demon for so long would lose their rationality. Otherwise, it might not have been so simple. Lin Qun was, after all, only an evolved being. Facing a source energy level opponent would be extremely difficult for him, as evidenced by his previous encounter with the Explorer civilization's source energy level. If a source energy level expert was well prepared, Lin Qun might not even be able to activate his cheat codes, putting him under immense pressure. Furthermore, the human fleet was cobbled together by Lin Qun through haphazard card draws. While its performance was strong, its small number and lack of scale meant its combat effectiveness depended entirely on the coordination between these few warships and Lin Qun's overpowered abilities. Such strength was somewhat underwhelming. In just a few years, humanity had risen from a primitive civilization on the 3rd-tier battlefield to its current level of strength, a remarkable speed that many civilizations could only envy. However, in the eyes of Lin Qun and humanity itself, it was clearly still insufficient. The Supreme Commander, the Old Man, wanted to strengthen humanity's power, advance technology, and develop the fleet. Lin Qun shared the same goal. He also had plans to improve himself, enhance his basic combat capabilities and strive for a higher level. Lin Qun sought out the Supreme Commander Elder to discuss this very matter. He said, "I have no objection to the Federation's plan, Your Excellency. I also need to prepare for seclusion. This time it will likely be quite long." Lin Qun planned to consume the 7-leaf yin blood mushroom to break through to the 7th level of his sword control technique. That is, the core formation stage. The core formation stage is a significant leap for cultivators. Among lower-level cultivators, a core formation expert is considered a powerful figure, a realm that those without aptitude can never reach in their entire lives. Aside from that, once Lin Qun's sword control technique reaches the 7th level, he can unlock the abilities of the Azure Origin sword art within it, such as the sword shadow splitting lights technique. This can be considered an inherent skill of the Azure Origin sword art, unlockable only at the core formation stage, and its power is considerable. Combined with the immortal execution sword in Lin Qun's hands, it might produce astonishing effects. And if he can break through to the nascent soul stage, he can also obtain the Great Zheng sword formation, and so on. The elderly Supreme Commander nodded and said, "Mr. Lin, you can prepare with peace of mind. At this stage, we humans should not face any threats. When do you plan to begin? A week, or a month?" Before officially going into seclusion, Lin Qun planned to find a good place for himself. Everything on New Blue Star is just beginning for the Federation. It's safe now, but Lin Qun's seclusion isn't as convenient as before. And as for breaking through to the core formation stage, Lin Qun himself didn't know how long it would take. Before officially going into seclusion, Lin Qun wanted to enjoy this leisurely time with Chu Yaoyi and his friends a little longer. From the time Blue Star became a battlefield of 3rd-level civilizations, a hell of killing and death, to now, people have always longed for a day without war or threats. Lin Qun was no exception. Now that it had finally arrived, he wanted to experience it before throwing himself into cultivation. Only by being strong can one survive. But survival isn't just about being strong. The elderly Supreme Commander seemed to understand Lin Qun's thoughts, saying, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. After you choose your location, I will arrange for someone to build a secluded training area for you. Moreover, no matter how long you go into seclusion this time, your location will be a top secret and protected area of the Federation, and will never be changed or moved. The Federation will also preserve all your powers until you wake up. If you need anything else, you can ask me. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the Federation, I will fulfill it for you." The elderly Supreme Commander was very sincere, directly giving Lin Qun a very high promise. Lin Qun just smiled and shook his head, saying, "Nothing else. Also, my little mudskipper, that's my pet, eats quite a lot, so I'll leave it to the Federation to raise. After I go into seclusion, everything will be the same as before. My emergency contact will still be Chu Yaowei. If anything happens, have Chu Yaowei wake me up. The little mudskipper is growing rapidly, and its appetite is increasing. Leaving it to the Federation might be the best choice. It eats a lot, so it will grow faster than if it were sleeping in the horn." "I understand. Don't worry," the old commander said. "I hope you can become stronger through this seclusion, Mr. Lin." "That's what I hope for too." Lin Qun stood up. Leaving the Supreme Commander's office, Lin Qun didn't take any transportation, but strolled through the streets, watching people bustling about and feeling the long-lost vitality of humanity. For the next 2 days, Lin Qun enjoyed his short vacation while searching for a secluded place for cultivation. This planet was larger than Blue Star, relatively vast, but currently, most areas were undeveloped. The Federation's upper echelons were still mostly working from their arc warships docked on the ground, making it difficult to find a suitable enclosed environment for cultivation, unless one built one themselves. The Federation was undertaking a comprehensive construction project on the entire new Blue Star, and even with the Supreme Commander's promise, a poor location would inevitably have consequences. While Lin Qun couldn't find a suitable place for cultivation, an unexpected situation arose during humanity's exploration of the planet. It was the 339th Exploration Team of New Blue Star. Their mission was to travel inland to the sea, exploring the resources and marine life in the nearshore areas and recording the characteristics of marine life on this new Blue Star. During this process, they discovered something unusual. Exploration Team 339 discovered a terrifying whirlpool just 35 kilometers from the coastline. It seemed to have always existed, its location unchanged, showing no signs of strengthening or weakening. Nearly 100 meters in diameter, it was a terrifying death vortex in the ocean, turning the surrounding area into a near no man's land. The existence of such a terrifying whirlpool was definitely not a natural phenomenon. Later, information transmitted back by Team 339 confirmed this. This whirlpool in the ocean was not a normal natural occurrence. Rather, beneath this location, on the ocean floor, lay a terrifying and mysterious sinkhole buried deep beneath the boundless sea. This sinkhole was somewhat similar to those previously discovered on rocky planets, but it seemed far more complex, possessing a magnetic field, the very one that had triggered the terrifying whirlpool. Most importantly, this mysterious sinkhole evaded all human detection equipment. If Team 339 hadn't approached and visually observed the whirlpool, triggering an exploration, they might not have even discovered its existence. This situation quickly attracted the attention of the entire Federation. The situation on that rocky planet indicated that life existed in the star system tens of thousands of years ago. Whether it was other civilizations that passed through or those that emerged, humanity assumed they had either left or perished, and hadn't returned for over 10,000 years. But this mysterious crater might mean that other life exists here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614, Attempting to reach the 7th level of sword control technique. A mysterious crater, tens of thousands of meters deep, lies only 35 kilometers from the coastline. This situation shocked the Federation's high command. News of it was immediately blocked, and the Victory-class Star Destroyer was dispatched. Lin Qun was also alerted. Although New Blue Star was considered humanity's new home, everyone knew it was an unknown world. Humanity, new to this place, knew nothing of it. The entire Xianyu 2 star system was unknown to humanity. Everything seemed perfect, But no one knew what unknown and terrifying dangers, dangerous creatures, or even dormant civilizations might lurk in the corners of the star system. These were all possibilities. Because a star system is too vast. Just as the arrogant overlord of the third arm couldn't truly control the entire third arm, so too could humanity. Understanding this place required time and exploration. Only then might it become a truly safe and secure home for humanity. This underlying unease and worry was rapidly amplified with the appearance of this mysterious pit. The Federation took it very seriously. Although the news was being kept under wraps, the higher-ups were already aware of the situation and wanted to quickly figure out what was going on. Did this new blue planet pose a significant potential threat? This concerned the future of humanity and everyone's own future. It was impossible to ignore. Lin Qun also flew directly to this location. He was taken aback when he arrived. What he saw most directly was the terrifying vortex, spinning incredibly fast. Ordinary equipment would be torn apart by it. But initial human probes were not optimistic. Multiple probes entered, broke through the vortex, and once they reached the pit and entered, they mysteriously lost contact. Military experts judged, there's either some kind of interference here, or there's still life here. They have discovered that we have discovered them and are defending themselves. Lin Qun agreed with this judgment, because his senses could not penetrate deeper. There seemed to be an invisible wall at the location of the mysterious underwater pit, blocking his senses as well, making it difficult to break through. The probes couldn't go down, and the Star Destroyer could, but it was too large and inconvenient. Lin Qun was the best choice. That's why he was here. Chu Yaowei was also high up, hovering. Lin Qun said, I'll go down and take a look. If I don't come back up in 15 minutes, have Su Ji bombard this place. If probes and sensors couldn't go down, then people would go down and see. No matter what the secrets were, once people went down and took a look, there would be no secrets left. This was the simplest and most direct method. Although this mysterious pit was somewhat eerie, shielding it from human detection, it was still an object. Preliminary exploration had confirmed that it could be destroyed directly with high-powered weapons. If there was danger here, and they didn't know what it was for, they might as well just blow it up. Be careful, Chu Yaowei warned. Lin Qun nodded and sank down. As long as an individual was strong enough, any secret place could be explored with their own body. Lin Qun didn't believe there was any danger here that could threaten him. Out of caution, Lin Qun activated his superhuman body, superhuman senses, and steel-like physique, allowing him to handle any unexpected event. The terrifying vortex could tear apart what were once human naval warships, but to Lin Qun, these impacts were no different than waves crashing over him. He plummeted vertically like a cannonball, crashing directly into the deep-sea crater. Above, in the airships and warships, Federation experts gasped, such an efficient and powerful method of exploration, only Mr. Lin could be so ruthless. If this were still the Blue Star era, Lin Qun could have directly and violently explored any mysterious place on Blue Star, the depths of Antarctica, the Earth's core, and so on, solving any unsolved mystery in an instant. But now, Lin Qun was already sinking deeper and deeper. He discovered that this mysterious underwater pit was indeed man-made. Although the pit was a rock structure, its sides were remarkably smooth, forming a complete columnar structure. However, it wasn't as large as experts had estimated. Its diameter was between 30 and 50 meters. Lin Qun sensed a unique shielding field within it, seemingly designed to conceal it, but this shielding field was actually damaged, exhibiting irregular disturbances, the key reason for the massive vortex. It was quite deep. Lin Qun descended rapidly but didn't reach the bottom quickly. He realized, however, that there was no life here. This was part of some abandoned facility, like the sinkholes humans had discovered on rocky planets. Only, while those sinkholes on rocky planets were completely abandoned, this underwater pit on New Blue Star, for some special reason, was still operational, not yet decommissioned, but abandoned altogether. Whoever built it was no longer there. There were no living beings here. Humanity's judgment was accurate. Perhaps a civilization did indeed arise in this Xianyu 2 star system, or perhaps other civilizations did arrive, but that was tens of thousands of years ago. Even though the cosmos is vast and time isn't that important in space, tens of thousands of years is still a significant period for any civilization, enough to cause earth-shattering changes. In any case, there may have been a civilization here, but they may have left tens of thousands of years ago. They may never return. Lin Qun then reached the lowest point. Here, it was no longer a rocky structure, but a layer of luminous membrane, like some kind of passage. Lin Qun was silent for a moment, then continued to fall, passing through the passage. The moment he passed through the passage, the surrounding seawater and pressure instantly disappeared. He found himself in a vacuum environment. But the scene around him astonished him. This seemed to be a massive underground fortress. Intricate man-made structures, facilities whose purpose was unclear. Incredibly vast, layer upon layer, multi-layered structures. Lin Qun couldn't even see the end. This is the underground of New Blue Star? No, Blue Star had been scanned upon arrival here. New Blue Star has no hollow core, no underground structures, it's a solid planet. How could such a vast underground space have gone undiscovered? The architecture and construction style here clearly belonged to another civilization, vastly different from humanity's. Lin Qun couldn't discern the purpose of most of the structures. As he rose upwards, he noticed a structure that looked somewhat similar to his own. Behind him, where he had come from, was a massive circular doorway. However, this doorway was merely a doorway itself, there was no passage connecting it to the deep pit. The doorway shimmered with light, suggesting a possible return. Lin Qun suddenly realized that wasn't a direct passage to this place, but some kind of teleportation device. Recalling the feeling he had just experienced while crossing the passage, Lin Qun became even more certain. He had been teleported to somewhere else. Where on New Blue Star was this underground fortress? There was no shielding here. Lin Qun's senses expanded infinitely, and the more they expanded, the more astonished he became. The area here was incredibly vast. However, there was no life here, and all the facilities had lost power and shut down. It was utter darkness. If Lin Qun hadn't been able to see easily in the dark, this place would have been terrifyingly dark for anyone. Like the mysterious underwater pit, this place was also abandoned. It had been abandoned for who knows how many years. Everywhere was rusty and deathly silent. Many facilities were obsolete, and the energy was completely depleted, making it resemble a dead steel ranch. There were many circular door-like devices similar to the one Lin Qun had traversed, but only the one Lin Qun had arrived at was still glowing and usable. The others were clearly unusable. But Lin Qun finally realized something. He rapidly accelerated, rising infinitely upwards. Finally, he reached a dome-like structure. The doors here were all closed, but they were also rusty and fragile. Lin Qun smashed through them, revealing layers of rock above. This didn't stop him. Lin Qun tore through the surface, soaring into the sky. The moment he broke through the surface, he was still in a vacuum. But Lin Qun's figure suddenly stopped. Because he looked up and saw a massive, blue gas giant. Lin Qun recognized this planet. It was the gas giant in the fifth orbit of SYNOPSIS. This gas giant had 32 moons. And he was now standing on one of those moons. Previously, Federation experts had mentioned that among the moons surrounding this gas giant, there was even one that was suspected to be habitable. This one was clearly not. But Lin Qun rose from the surface. At this moment, he finally understood what he had just seen. It wasn't an underground fortress. It was a planetary fortress. An abandoned planetary fortress. Those craters and sinkholes were portals created using some kind of strange technology, capable of directly transporting people into the fortress. The craters on that asteroid planet were clearly passageways, but they had been completely destroyed, and once the passageways were closed, they became ordinary craters. But this one on the seabed of New Blue Star, for some reason, hadn't been completely destroyed and was still usable. Lin Qun looked at the desolate land beneath his feet. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that this was a war fortress converted from a planet. Although it was just a satellite, its size wasn't even as large as the former moon of Blue Star, but it was still astonishing enough. This discovery shocked the Federation. After surprise and worry came joy. After further exploration, humanity discovered that this was indeed an abandoned fortress, with nothing left. Humanity's early assessment was accurate. No other civilization existed within SYNOPSIS, making it safe for humanity. Any remnants of other civilizations discovered there were essentially treasures found by humanity. Even an abandoned fortress held value for the Federation. While the fortress's satellite wasn't large enough to participate in a level 2 civilization battle, it was a powerful weapon humanity lacked. Humanity could directly modify it, even using it to uncover the secrets of the SYNOPSIS star system's past, including who built it and obtaining the advanced technology of that civilization. This satellite was later confirmed as the 17th satellite of a gas giant. This added another element to the Federation's new development plan, the development and reuse of this abandoned fortress. Of course, being a remnant of another civilization, extreme caution was necessary. The Federation planned a prudent development strategy, establishing a forward base on the satellite, gradually developing it, striving for safe and stable complete mastery and modification for human civilization's use, a worthwhile endeavor no matter the time required. Building a planetary fortress from scratch is an incredibly massive undertaking for Earth at present. However, if an existing one exists, modifying it becomes much simpler and more convenient. The mysterious underwater tunnels are impassable to ordinary people, so humanity simply relies on spaceships to begin constructing a forward base. All of this is done in secret. This planetary fortress becomes a secret known only to the Federation's high command and relevant project personnel. It is being modified and developed covertly. The gas giant planet is named Deep Sea by humanity. Its satellite is designated Deep Sea 17, and its development plan is named Project Deep Sea 17. This project will be incorporated into the Federation's fleet plan. This also delays Lin Qun's time considerably, pushing his seclusion into a month later. At this time, with the Federation's substantial investment, the forward base for Deep Sea 17 is completed. Lin Qun stands on this planet and makes a decision. He will go into seclusion here. This is the best choice. It is secluded, safe, has sufficient man-made facilities, and a passage directly to the new Earth, allowing for easy travel back and forth. And if any sudden dangers or situations arise on this satellite, Lin Qun, being here, can quickly resolve them. In this past month, Lin Qun has accomplished most of what he needed to do. He gave Huyan some pointers, had a good get-together with his friends, and even explored some of the beautiful scenery of the new blue star with Chu Yaowei. Lin Qun also made sure to keep an eye on the little mud skipper. It was eating more and more, and its size was growing larger. Moreover, the wild environment on this new planet was excellent, and it was beginning to learn to hunt on its own. Everything was progressing steadily. Many talented young humans and powerful individuals were also preparing to go into seclusion or cultivate in their own way. Chu Yaowei was no exception. Her cultivation didn't require excessive immersion or a specific location. She chose a flower field on the new blue star, far from human exploration areas, which she had discovered with Lin Qun. Not far from the flower field, there was a towering waterfall, like a wall dividing the world in two. On the other side of the waterfall were rivers and plains. Here, on a higher elevation, lay a vibrant sea of flowers. The flowers on New Blue Star were different from those on Blue Star, yet equally breathtaking. She built a wooden cabin here, intending to live here for a while. Before heading to Deep Sea 17, Lin Qun came to see her here. She was still busy, with Xia Qing. She strolled forward, stood before Lin Qun, and said, "I'll wait for you here." For these powerful humans, lifespans had already been extended, and their appearances, if not eternally youthful, were practically permanent. Even if they secluded themselves for several years, it wouldn't have a significant impact on them. Lin Qun nodded, perhaps not for very long. Chu Yaowei smiled and nodded. After leaving her, Lin Qun headed straight for Deep Sea 17. At humanity's first forward base, a secluded place had already been prepared for Lin Qun. After greeting the person in charge, Lin Qun went directly to his room and began his seclusion. Nearly 2 months had passed since the successful immigration. The third cantilever overlord hasn't pursued them and probably won't, so this star system is relatively safe. Lin Qun felt relieved and completely focused on his secluded cultivation. He wanted to break through to the 7th level of the sword control technique. Lin Qun directly consumed the 7-leaf yin blood mushroom to attempt to reach the core formation stage. During this cultivation, Lin Qun was completely immersed, almost oblivious to the passage of time. Outside, humanity was systematically rebuilding their home, constructing a new blue star, developing agriculture, industry, and so on. After experiencing so much, human civilization was getting back on track and was also developing other planets within Xianyu 2, further advancing technological research. The Yunbei civilization's lifeforms also stepped forward. Papadu led 2 Yunbei civilization technical experts, one tall and one short and stout, to help humanity improve its defense system, establish shielding devices, and prevent outsiders from detecting Xianyu 2. On Blue Star, many powerful humans were also cultivating and growing stronger in their own ways. The new generation of powerful individuals were becoming increasingly powerful under peaceful conditions and scientific guidance, through the various cultivation paths and methods provided by Lin Qun. Everything was thriving. Enemies and threats seemed to be becoming increasingly distant. But the Federation's high command still remembered the reasons for humanity's relentless development, and the blueprints and plans for conquering the battlefield of second-tier civilizations. The march of civilization will not cease. Give civilization time, and civilization will grow within time. In Lin Qun's secluded cultivation place, it was extremely quiet, undisturbed. Relying on the medicinal power of the seven-leaf yin blood mushroom, he repeatedly attempted to break through to higher realms. This time, he didn't use any cheat codes, relying solely on his own strength, advancing step by step. He didn't know how much time had passed. He didn't know how many times he had attempted to break through. The medicinal power of the seven-leaf yin blood mushroom was almost exhausted. Lin Qun's breakthroughs finally seemed to be having an effect. The gate to the 7th level of the sword control technique finally showed signs of loosening. However, almost simultaneously, within Lin Qun's body, the ferocious and malevolent energy that he had suppressed for so long, almost swept into a corner, suddenly erupted at this crucial moment, surging against his entire body. In his seclusion, a chilling crimson color instantly appeared on Lin Qun's face. Chapter 615 Who should take the blame? Year 18 of the new Federation calendar. Year 10 of human migration to the new blue star. Cheyenne IU-2 star system, 5th and 6th orbital interval. A dilapidated spaceship is undergoing a jump warp. The ship's captain, Elena, is gritting her teeth. Behind her, a tense crew member, Nelson, stares intently at the radar. Have they caught up? Have they caught up? No. Not yet. To one side, the twin-tailed lolly girl, Daikinking, quickly answers, a hint of tension on her face. We seem to have shaken them off. Where is this? An unexplored region of the star map. Further back, the slender man, Yu Ting, says, this is not an unexplored region. We previously guessed that there should be an ecological planet here, but it's too far away, and we've never been here before. The captain's jump wasn't a rash decision. As he speaks, he glances at Elena ahead, his words carrying a hint of flattery. However, he is indeed reflecting Elena's thoughts. This place was marked on their star map. It contained a potentially habitable planet, meaning there was at least one star system here. This environment was perfect for hiding, much better than warping to other empty locations. Now is not the time for this. Our ship was damaged in the attack, and their technology far surpasses ours. Continuing to warp and escape is not a solution. We must take advantage of this opening and hide. This star system is our chance. With that, Elena took control of the ship, rapidly advancing to find a suitable landing spot. The 6th orbital planet was initially ruled out. It was too barren, offering no cover from other celestial bodies. The 5th orbital planet became the best option. It's a gas giant with numerous moons around it. It's the best place for us to hide. Nelson assessed. Elena completely changed direction, heading towards this location. Their ship was severely damaged and riddled with wounds. They needed to conceal themselves as soon as possible. This time, however, things seemed to go relatively smoothly. The pursuers they deeply feared and dreaded hadn't caught up, allowing them to quickly traverse the dark expanse of space and reach the location of the 5th orbital planet ahead, near a gas giant. The gas flow on this gas giant is too fast. We can't hide inside. It will tear our ship apart. Daikinking quickly assessed. Nelson was still tense. We have to hide as soon as possible, otherwise, if they catch up, we're finished. Here, they quickly passed 2 moons and finally landed on a seemingly insignificant rocky moon on the far side of the gas giant. They concealed the ship within a massive, scar-like rift in the rocky planet. Optical camouflage was activated, adapting to the surrounding environment. The already small ship was completely shut down and hidden within. Only then did everyone finally breathe a slight sigh of relief amidst the tension. Do you think they can still find us? Daikinking asked, still somewhat shaken. She was currently launching a firefly detector to scout the surroundings. This place appeared to be an ordinary, lifeless interstellar space. They hadn't had time to scan the entire Cheyenne IU-2 yet, which, given their technology and spaceship capabilities, would be a relatively difficult task. Yu Ting said nervously, in the previous records of ships attacked by followers of the Third Arm Overlord, very few people survived. We. Probably not, right? Damn it, Are these followers of the Third Arm Overlord crazy? Why are they attacking our exploration ships everywhere? Nelson said with resentment. Elena was also very nervous at this moment. She didn't know what lay ahead. Cold sweat streamed down her beautiful face. She was trying to steady her breathing, her high, proud chest rising and falling slightly, but her mind was still reeling from what had just happened. They had almost been sunk by the enemy. This wasn't the first attack. The enemy claimed to be followers of the Third Arm Overlord, relentlessly hunting down humans from Earth. Over the past 2 years, their probes have been attacked multiple times, with many dying at the hands of the followers of this so-called Third Arm Overlord, who are searching for humans. Elena is human. But she doesn't really understand what's going on. Theoretically, they've never had any contact with this Third Arm Overlord. They've never even heard of it before. Elena knows about Blue Star. It's said they are immigrants from Blue Star, their home planet, a world their new generation of humans has never seen before. In the video footage, it's not much different from their current home planet. But according to the historical information inputted into Elena, the founders of the new human civilization, the great children of civilization, led them away from Blue Star long ago. Then, using the advanced technology bestowed upon them by the Divine Kingdom and a large number of human seeds brought from Blue Star, they rapidly cultivated a new generation of humans, including Elena, shortening the human growth time from at least 18 years to 10 years. Elena and the others are all new humans born on this new home. And their numbers are quite large. They had built a new home on the planet, which was already quite good, but several years ago, the children of civilization suddenly declared that a great change was imminent, and staying put would be a death sentence. To survive, they had to find a way out, which is why they began exploring the outside world, supposedly to map the stars and find a way out. Elena didn't really understand what kind of way out they were looking for, but the children of civilization held supreme prestige and power over them, and it was under his orders that they had continued their exploration for years. In this process, they didn't discover any signs of a major change, but they encountered beings claiming to be followers of the Third Arm Overlord, who were hunting them down and demanding to know the location of their home. It was even rumored that the Third Arm Overlord had issued a bounty for finding humanity, which was a major reason for these followers' enthusiasm. But they had never even heard of this Third Arm Overlord before. How did they become targets? And why did they seem to have such a deep-seated grudge? Elena didn't know. Whenever they encountered an exploration ship belonging to a follower of the Third Arm Overlord, almost no one returned alive. The few survivors, or the black boxes they left behind, didn't reveal the reason for the Third Arm Overlord's bounty. The limited information they possessed was limited to the above. She guessed that perhaps the all-knowing, beacon-like child of civilization, who led humanity out of darkness, knew, but the child of civilization wouldn't tell her. The child of civilization had many secrets. For example, the reason for this interstellar exploration, the great changes the child of civilization spoke of in the future, no one knew the specifics. It seemed only the child of civilization himself knew, and knew what to do. Their duty was to obey and follow. In any case, the child of civilization had never made a mistake. He was the one who saved humanity and led them to establish a new home. However, Elena couldn't help but wonder, could there be other humans in this cosmos besides them? Had they offended this Third Arm Overlord, making them the scapegoats? But Elena's education told her that they were the last of humanity. There was no other human civilization in the universe. How could they be the ones to take the blame for someone else's mistake? Elena couldn't understand it, so she simply stopped thinking about it and reassured her crew, "Don't worry, although few make it back alive, it's not impossible. Our hiding place is excellent. They might not be able to find us. They might think we've jumped away. The universe is vast. If they miss their target even once, there's a more than 70% chance they'll lose track of us." Daikaking said, "Yes, listen to the captain. Let's not scare ourselves. The captain is an ace pilot. If she can't shake them off, then no one else can possibly make it back alive. We'll definitely be alright." Elena didn't say anything. She hoped so too. She didn't want to die. Physically and mentally, she was already 22, but in reality, she had been consciously living for less than 10 years. This was due to rapid growth and development. The time for natural human growth and learning had been compressed. 2 years ago, the children of civilization foretold an impending catastrophe, prompting them to leave their planet and explore their surroundings in search of a safe path. Elena was chosen for this mission, But she came to this position to survive, not to die. Therefore, Elena didn't want to die so easily, she wanted to live. Facing the pursuit of the Third Arm Overlord's followers, she had been fighting for survival with all her might, right up until now. Now, she had done everything she could, the outcome was up to fate. However, at that moment, Nelson, suppressing his fear, let out a short, sharp cry, "They're here." The expressions in the eyes of the others instantly changed. Elena gripped the control stick tightly, cold sweat pouring down her back. At that moment, the radar showed a high-speed spaceship rapidly approaching. Fear appeared on Daiking's face. Is it possible? It's someone else. No, not the Third Arm Overlord. Elena raised the observation device above, cautiously probing. Soon, the spaceship came into their view. The result sent a chill down their spines, sending cold sweats down their backs. This spaceship was none other than the follower of the Third Helical Arm's Overlord, who had been relentlessly pursuing them all the way here. We didn't lie to them. They know we didn't warp away. What do we do? What do we do? Everyone was terrified. It felt like death was imminent. Elena took a deep breath, her grip on the steering wheel never loosening. "Don't panic," she said. "They haven't found us yet. Look, they're moving away from us again. This place is so big, with a gas giant and so many moons, how would they know where we're hiding? They definitely won't find us." Indeed, as time passed, the spaceship not only didn't approach them, but it rapidly moved away in another direction. With Elena's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this place is so big, for them to find us is like looking for a needle in a haystack, right? Our ship's stealth capabilities are very strong. They haven't found us yet, and they never will. Once they give up and leave, we can go. However, just then, Nelson gasped, "Hey, friends, I don't think things are that optimistic. It seems to be coming back." The radar showed that the ship following the Third Cantilever Overlord fleet had sped away, then stopped at the far end of the distance, circled around, and returned. Daiking's face turned pale. Maybe they were just going through the motions again. Impossible. Their target is us. We've been discovered. Elena gritted her teeth. She immediately dismissed any thoughts of self-deception. Because the radar showed that this ship was heading straight for their current hiding place. The target was clear, completely different from their previous search. This meant they had been discovered. Damn it, what do we do? Our ship is almost at its limit. At this distance, we might not even have time to warp before it sunk. Yu Ting's face showed a pessimistic expression. "Fight them," Elena said resolutely. At that moment, she directly controlled the ship to rise. As the captain and pilot, she knew the ship's situation better than anyone else. There was no way to run anymore. Running would just make them sitting ducks. Now that they had been discovered, the only hope was to fight. If they couldn't kill their opponents, they would be killed by them. At close range, there was still a chance. Although they were running, Elena was also constantly observing the ship of the Third Spiral Arm Overlord's follower that was pursuing them. Although the opponent's ship was more advanced than theirs, it wasn't by that much. Most importantly, their ship was not large, only about 70 meters in length, about the same as their exploration ship. Therefore, Elena wanted to fight to the death, to fight desperately. This was not impossible. Elena didn't want to die in some unknown place in space. She wanted to fight for her life and create a possibility. The distance between the two sides was rapidly closing. Elena no longer hesitated, immediately maneuvering her ship to rise from the depths of the dark hiding crevice, weapons ready. "We'll fight them." Nelson and the others paled slightly. "Can we defeat them? What other choice do we have? If we don't fight, we'll die. If we fight, and we win, we can live." But at this point, there were no other options. Everyone sprang into action, steeling their resolve to face their opponents. At that moment, their ship rapidly ascended, soaring above the ground, quickly advancing across the rocky, barren planetary surface. Multiple cannons extended simultaneously, ready to fire. Directly in front of them, the ship of the Third Helical Arm Overlord's follower had already rapidly come into view. They showed no sign of retreat. The two sides were rapidly closing in. However, facing Elena and her group's firepower and attacks, they not only didn't slow down, but didn't even retaliate, not firing at all. Instead, they accelerated forward, directly colliding with Elena's ship. Chapter 616 The Invincible Evolve being instantly killed. They're not fighting back. They've gone mad. Not mad. They want to capture us alive. They want to find out where our home planet is. Elena reacted, her face lighting up with excitement. This seemed like an opportunity for them. The enemy wanted to capture them alive, which gave them the advantage. They had a chance. However, just as Elena and the others excitedly thought that the enemy had overestimated themselves and that they had found an opportunity, the artillery fire from Elena's human spaceships, which had been firing wildly, suddenly froze on the battlefield. A terrifying aura rose instantly from the spaceship of the enemy's third cantilever overlord's follower, sweeping across the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Then, the sky seemed to suddenly crack open, and a waterfall-like cascade descended from the heavens. It was a terrifying spatial rift, opening like an eye, revealing a vast and terrifying dark alternate dimension within. It's an evolver. It's an evolver. Nelson's face paled, and he cried out in terror. Elena's expression also turned deathly pale. They knew of the existence of evolved beings, representatives of non-human power at the level of life, invincible in small-scale battles. In the history they knew, the defeated humanity was largely due to the efforts of evolved beings from alien civilizations, whose overwhelming strength rendered human armies useless. As remnants of humanity, they only had one evolved being, the son of civilization. Chasing the son of civilization and becoming an evolved being was a dream for many, yet almost no one succeeded. And this ship belonging to a follower of the third cantilever overlord actually had an evolved being on board. No wonder, no wonder. They have an evolved being. They're not afraid of our counterattack at all. We're doomed. Nelson's joy instantly turned to sorrow, his expression extremely grim. King said, they did it on purpose. The evolved being hasn't made a move yet, waiting for us to desperately get close. Their desperate charge now seemed like walking into a trap, giving the evolved being a perfect opening to attack. At this moment, the evolved aura rising from the third cantilever overlord's follower ship had locked onto them. From that dark alternate dimension, a dark aura burst forth, like a whip, lashing fiercely at their ship. Elena's expression changed drastically. She still refused to give up, struggling to adjust her direction, trying to evade, and launched another volley of missiles in an attempt to intercept the attack. However, this was futile. Their ship wasn't particularly advanced to begin with, and it wasn't equipped with any powerful weapons. Even a ship couldn't withstand the attack in a head-on collision, let alone an evolved being at close range. The dark aura directly struck Elena's missiles, shattering them one by one in midair. The explosions were like dazzling fireworks, but they had almost no real impact on the attack. It continued forward at incredible speed, directly hitting the side of Elena's ship. Elena's ship didn't have any shielding system and was hit squarely. The spaceship's side was violently impacted, exploding instantly. Fragments flew through the air, and the entire vessel was flung out like a cannonball, spinning wildly like a top before crashing heavily onto the ground hundreds of meters away. The spaceship's cabin was completely punctured. As a relatively small manned spaceship, its impact resistance was limited. Everyone inside was disoriented. Their space suits had activated their vacuum protection modes automatically upon sensing the sudden oxygen deprivation, otherwise their lives would have been in danger. Despite this, the spaceship was still a scene of utter chaos. Yuting and King, who were positioned towards the back, were both affected. King was unconscious, and Yuting was covered in blood, his condition unknown. Nelson was also injured but still able to move, struggling to crawl out of his deformed position from the impact. He first found Elena, trying to pull her out. Elena's impact was severe, she was disoriented, her ears ringing, and her mind almost blank. The helmet that automatically donned after the protective mode activated further confused her, leaving her dizzy and disoriented, staring blankly around, unable to process what had happened. It wasn't until Nelson pulled her out of the spaceship and she sat down on the ground, panting heavily, that Elena's confused mind gradually cleared. To the side, Nelson's voice became clear, I'm going to save them. I'm going to save them. But he had only taken a few steps before collapsing to the ground. He was swept away by a terrifying gale. It wasn't wind, there is no wind in a vacuum. It was terrifying dark energy. Even Elena was swept up, her body flying like a feather, slamming heavily against the ship's armor behind her. The ship trembled slightly, and Elena coughed up blood. Leaning against the ship's armor, she looked up at the sky. A terrifying shadow was flying overhead. Behind it, a dark, otherworldly dimension was opening up. Like a terrifying, gaping maw ready to devour its prey. Elena watched this scene, almost in despair. Evolvers, they were beings beyond human capability, godlike powerhouses. They were utterly powerless against them. If one of the Third Arm Overlord's followers was an invincible evolved being, then how powerful must a Third Arm Overlord, whom even an invincible evolved being so devoted to and revered, be? Nelson collapsed to the ground. There was no point in trying to save anyone, they were utterly powerless against such strength. Suicide, suicide, don't let them find our planet. We can't let them find our planet. Elena suddenly realized. The Third Arm Overlord's followers wanted to capture humans alive to find more of them, to demonstrate their loyalty to the Third Arm Overlord behind them. They couldn't let them succeed. There was no way to escape, suicide was the only option. Yet, a sense of desolation welled up within Elena. She gritted her teeth and stood up, her eyes bloodshot as she stared at the shadow in the sky. She couldn't even make out the shape of their bodies. But she had already drawn her pistol, ready to commit suicide. The moment she saw the evolved beings and knew there was no escape, Eleanor had manually erased all data from the spaceship. The other side couldn't possibly obtain any useful information from the ship. Now, if they died, these lackeys and followers of the Third Arm Overlord would never find their home planet. Though they died, their home planet would survive. They had fulfilled their duty, not betraying the trust of the children of civilization, keeping the alien civilization at bay, protecting everyone. Thinking this, Elena became even more resolute, without a second thought, but just then, Nelson behind her suddenly shouted, "Look at that!" Elena turned around in surprise and saw a cold glint flashing against the dark starry sky at the horizon. That glint wasn't anything special, it was inconspicuous in this environment. But it possessed an ancient, menacing aura, shooting from afar at high speed, terrifying beyond measure. Even Elena and Nelson felt a chilling dread. It was as if that seemingly insignificant glimmer of cold light carried a chilling and terrifying force that seemed to pierce the entire world. It hurtled straight towards the battlefield. What is that? Elena was bewildered. Compared to her bewilderment, the terrifying shadow in the sky was utterly terrified. Elena and Nelson couldn't believe what they were seeing. That terrifying shadow in the sky, the invincible evolved being in their eyes, now faced with that glimmer of cold light, was like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on by a cat, turning tail and running away. Desperately fleeing. They didn't even care about Elena and the others on the ground. But that glimmer of cold light was incredibly fast, even faster than them. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived like lightning. Its exact shape was unclear, all that could be seen was a dazzling flash, like a bolt of lightning. The terrifying alternate dimension behind it rose directly, facing that glimmer of cold light, seemingly trying to block it. But it failed. The flash of cold light pierced through it like paper, disappearing briefly as it was swallowed by this alternate dimension. The next second, it burst forth again, striking the invincible evolved being fleeing in panic. Light crisscrossed. Instantly wiped out. The terrifying shadow was instantly annihilated. The flash of cold light then quickly receded, flying into the distance. The ship belonging to the Third Arm Overlord's follower was terrified and immediately tried to escape. But at that moment, behind this ship, in what seemed like empty space, two massive ships slowly emerged, flanking it from the left and right. Two electromagnetic pulse bombs struck, extinguishing the ship, and combined with a tractor beam, completely capturing it. This ship, whose performance surpassed that of Elena and the others, belonging to the Third Arm Overlord's follower, had no chance to resist. It was captured instantly, without even the opportunity or possibility to send a message. Neither they nor Elena and the others realized that other ships had already been lying in ambush around them. Seeing this, Elena and Nelson were almost dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. "Captain, am I seeing things? This invincible evolved being was just instantly killed like that." Nelson scratched his head, looking as if he were in a dream. He turned to look at Elena, the shock making him forget his own injuries and the fact that two seriously injured companions lay in the spaceship. This was too shocking. To them, evolved beings were invincible. In their world, the child of civilization was the only evolved being, the most powerful being. And the destruction of Blue Star was caused by the evolved beings of the alien civilization. They were high-energy life forms they had been chasing and hoping to defeat. But now, such high-energy life forms, invincible evolved beings, were just instantly killed? What was going on? Elena was even more astonished. Who did this? But she thought of something more. Seeing the suddenly appearing spaceship, she realized their previous detection was wrong. This wasn't a desolate star system. Other civilizations existed here, their technology surpassing theirs, completely undetected. This led them to believe this was a safe, uninhabited area. Elena struggled to sit up, saying, "Damn it, Nelson, there are other civilizations here, we must." Before Elena could finish, a tranquilizer dart, seemingly out of nowhere, struck her. Already injured, her reaction time and physical condition were weakened. The direct hit sent her sprawling backward to the ground. Her last glance revealed Nelson also fallen. Her final thought was one of terror. Other civilizations here, what kind of life forms, what will they do to us? They are clearly more powerful than the followers of the Third Arm Overlord. More powerful than humans. This unknown filled the usually resolute Elena with immense fear. Filled with this fear, she fell into deep sleep. Here, after a brief battle, things were quickly quieting down. And soon, a group of figures in special space suits suddenly appeared on both sides. It turned out that others had already approached Elena. They were also completely invisible, and their technical capabilities were considerable. Even the followers of the Third Cantilever Overlord hadn't detected them. If Elena were still conscious, she would have been surprised to find that these figures, though their faces were hidden in protective suits, were virtually indistinguishable from them in appearance. They were rapidly approaching, assessing the situation. There are 4 targets here, all humans, all alive. 2 are seriously injured, 2 are less seriously injured. Where did they come from? We don't have anyone on this mission. Scan the ship, shut down all positioning and tracking devices. They were rapidly moving around Elena and the crashed ship, inspecting and acting. Nearby, the squad leader and deputy squad leader were somewhat lazy, standing in front supervising their subordinates as they transported Elena and the others onto the transport plane that had arrived from the preceding warship. Tisk, did you see that? That evolved human died a horrible death. It was all thanks to Mr. Lin. He killed him instantly with a single move. Was it really Mr. Lin? I heard that the legend was in seclusion here. Is it really true? Of course it's true. Mr. Lin has been in seclusion here. This is an important, confidential location. I just didn't expect. Didn't expect what? Didn't expect that Mr. Lin had already emerged from seclusion. The captain sighed, looking at the direction from which the cold light had come and gone. His face, hidden behind his helmet visor, showed an expression of extreme reverence. Yes, Mr. Lin. The vice captain also sighed. This legend, a member of the new generation, I heard he's only known from various documents and records. Mr. Lin has been missing for 10 years. Just then, their communication channel crackled with a furious shout from the warship. Stop chatting down there. We can't confirm if there are any other alien civilization ships nearby. Quickly clean up the battlefield, return to your ship, and leave this place to avoid being exposed. The 2 captains and vice captains immediately stiffened, becoming obedient and no longer daring to slack off. Actually, if it weren't for Mr. Lin, they wouldn't have so many feelings. After all, that's Mr. Lin. Chapter 617 Elena's Shock. Elena awoke groggily to find herself in a bright, clean, white room. She wasn't bound. Instead, she was sitting comfortably on the only stool in the room until she woke up. Aside from the stool, there was nothing around her, not even a door. Her clothes had been changed into clean casual clothes, but there were no other metal objects or sharp weapons. Elena was initially bewildered, then she recalled what had happened before she lost consciousness. The memory filled her with terror. The invincible evolved humans had been instantly killed. The followers of the Third Arm Overlord, who had pursued them all the way, had been captured as easily as chicks. This star system contained other civilizations, and extremely powerful ones at that. Although terrified, Elena didn't show it. She knew she couldn't display panic. She couldn't find any surveillance devices, but she believed the alien civilization that had captured them was definitely observing her in some way. She took a deep breath, surveyed her surroundings, returned to her position, and looked up, saying, "Is anyone there? Whatever your civilization, I demand your immediate release. We are merely a reconnaissance ship with limited combat capabilities, but behind us lies a powerful civilization. Once they discover our disappearance, they will immediately search for us. If they find us here, they will wage war against you. You know, interstellar wars, once they break out, are suicidal. We merely intruded by accident. We have no intention of offense, nor do we intend to attack you." Don't let your caution and prudence ignite a war that is insignificant to either your or our civilization. Therefore, I request that you guarantee the safety of me and my crew, arrange for me to see my crew as soon as possible, and release us from here." Elena spoke with great confidence, as if the human civilization behind her was truly formidable, while they were merely an insignificant spaceship. But Elena knew that the alien civilization in the star system was probably beyond their human capabilities. A single, swift kill of an evolved being. So casual and effortless. Even the sons of civilization couldn't do that. The difference in high-energy life was evident. Not to mention the enemy spaceship that neither they nor the followers of the Third Arm Overlord had detected. Technology and strength were completely overwhelming. But at this moment, Eleanor had no choice but to protect herself in this way. But unfortunately, there was no answer. Only deathly silence responded to Elena. Helpless, Elena could only remain silent, observing her surroundings. She was a trained soldier, although her growth period was limited. Aside from the unconscious state of knowledge transmission and rapid development, she spent most of her time undergoing military training. She could maintain sufficient patience now, waiting quietly. Things should change soon. She believed that if they hadn't killed her immediately, they certainly wouldn't leave her here indefinitely. Sure enough, Elena silently counted in her mind, and after about 2 hours, the door to the White Room finally opened. But it wasn't a door in the conventional sense, but a portal of light, and a figure walked in. The moment she saw this figure, Elena's composure vanished instantly, and she jumped to her feet, stammering, "Why you?" All the words she had prepared were swallowed back. Because the person before her wasn't the unknown, ugly alien civilization she had imagined, but a living, breathing human being exactly like her. A human. A strange human. Elena was stunned. Was everything that had just happened a dream, or a simulation experiment she had unknowingly entered? She hadn't left her home planet, nor had she frantically jumped hundreds of light years to the edge of the Third Arm. Otherwise, what could explain seeing her own kind here? Elena's training couldn't hide her astonishment. The figure before her, however, remained remarkably calm. He smiled and said, "It seems you're quite surprised. You're not dreaming. You're currently in the Cheyenne IU-2 star system. I'm Wang Han. It's nice to meet you. Don't be nervous. We're human too. We mean no harm. We made you wait 2 hours simply because we need to check your condition, especially whether you're carrying the virus. After all, although we're all human, strictly speaking, we're from different branches." Different branches, Elena sat back down, her thoughts returning to reality. "I don't understand what you mean. Who are you? Did you help us deal with the followers of the Third Cantilever Overlord? That invincible evolved being, did you defeat him? An invincible evolved being, is that how your culture promotes evolved beings?" Wang Han smiled intriguedly at her words. He said, "I know you have many questions, but I can answer them one by one in a moment. Now, you can leave this isolation room. You must really want to see your crew, right?" "Yes, how are they?" "Nelson, Dai King, and Yu Ting." Elena's expression tightened. She remembered that Dai King and Yu Ting had been seriously injured and unconscious at that time. If they hadn't received timely treatment, she was afraid. "Don't worry, they're fine. Please come with me." Wang Han led Elena through the door. The portal vanished instantly. Outside was the corridor of the ground base. Heavily armed security personnel were already waiting. Although Wang Han was polite, necessary precautions were still in place. However, Elena didn't resort to any excessive violence. She knew it was futile. Their spaceship was gone, and the enemy's technology and strength far surpassed theirs. They couldn't escape, especially now that they discovered they were also human. Elena was surprised and even more eager to understand. Especially as they walked, Elena discovered that this was indeed a human base. Humans were everywhere. Moreover, the atmosphere and state seemed different from where they were. This didn't seem to be the alien base secretly built by the children of civilization. What was going on here? What was the nature of the human life here? Countless questions arose in Elena's mind. In her knowledge, they were the last humans, but now, in the universe, on the other side of the stars, she saw other humans, and these humans seemed even better and more powerful than them. What was going on? Everything unfolded exactly as Wang Han had promised. He led Elena to the conference room to meet her crew. Nelson was completely unharmed, even his injuries had been treated. They were just as surprised as Elena. Only then did Wang Han gesture for everyone to sit down, saying, I know you have many questions. We are all human, and we have no ill intentions towards you. The universe is vast, and human civilization is inherently one. I will answer your questions, but I need to ask you a few questions first to confirm your identities. You are probably worried about being found by the followers of the Third Arm Overlord, so you manually erased all valid information from your ship. Therefore, we want to understand some information first. Elena became somewhat wary upon hearing this. We will not tell you where our home is. She suddenly realized there was another possibility. This was some kind of information fraud. The humans they saw might not be human at all, but rather simulated human forms created by the other party after analyzing their biological characteristics, providing sensory input to Elena and the others, making them believe that life forms that were not human were human. They couldn't achieve this technology, but that didn't mean other civilizations couldn't. Perhaps the other party was also a follower of the Third Cantilever Overlord, using this roundabout way to deceive them into trusting them and revealing the location of their homeland. Wang Han paused slightly, seemingly guessing what Elena and the others were thinking, and chuckled, saying, Don't worry, I can choose not to ask that question. To be honest, we're not interested. You see, from any angle, our place is better than yours. We have no need to go there. This sentence silenced Elena and the others. Most importantly, Wang Han's words were clearly not sarcastic, but a genuine expression of his feelings, his tone calm, carrying only a hint of pride and self-satisfaction, without any intention to belittle others. Elena could only say, Okay, what do you want to ask? I need to confirm a few things first. First, are you part of the chosen ones of human civilization? Yes. In our records, when the chosen ones of civilization left Earth, your names weren't on the list of people they took with them, and your ages don't match the timeline. Are you truly, naturally grown humans? Wang Han's question surprised Elena and the others. She realized that her previous guesses might have been unfounded. She said, No. The chosen ones of civilization used biotechnology. That matches our assessment. You don't have innate abilities, you're a new generation. After listening to Elena, Wang Han nodded and said, Are you being chased by followers of the Third Arm Overlord? Do you know when they started chasing you and why? Yes. About 2 or 3 years ago, we began exploring the stars. Elena said. We don't know why they're hunting us, we only know that the Third Arm Overlord behind them issued some kind of bounty, to find a planet inhabited by humans. Elena's expression suddenly turned strange as she looked at Wang Han. Wang Han, however, remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to Elena's gaze, and continued, Why do you explore the stars? I don't mean any offense, but based on your current strength, both technologically and in terms of combat power, you simply don't have the means to explore the stars. Rashly exploring the stars might attract the attention of other civilizations, it's suicidal. Elena shook her head and said, I don't know. This is the will of the Son of Civilization. Daikaking said from the side, the Son of Civilization said that there will be a great change in the starry sky, and we need to find a way to escape, so. Elena glared at her. Daikaking realized she had spoken too quickly. She covered her mouth. Unlike Elena, she hadn't thought so much. She already believed that the people in front of her were human, and her vigilance had relaxed considerably. Most importantly, if it weren't for these humans, she would have died long ago given her injuries. A great change in the starry sky? What kind of great change? I don't know, I really don't know. The Son of Civilization would never reveal such a thing. Elena noticed that Wang Han had focused on recording this part of the question. After a moment of silence, Wang Han raised his head and said, I have probably finished asking the questions I wanted to ask. Next, I will answer the questions you want to know. As you can see, we are indeed human, and we should be different branches of the same human race. We also come from Blue Star. Strictly speaking, I am also a Blue Star person. It's just that because I have innate abilities and have cultivated basic cultivation techniques, I look much younger than my actual age. Wang Han talked about some things related to the Human Federation. This information made Elena and the others stare in astonishment. Because it wasn't the history they knew. In the history they knew, Blue Star was indeed their home planet, but they were the last survivors. The children of civilization left with a hope of civilization, and the remaining humans on Blue Star, unable to take anything with them, perished. But here, from Wang Han's mouth, they heard a completely different version. The children of civilization left before the battle. Human civilization fought to the death. From the battlefield of level 3 civilization to the battlefield of level 2 civilization, through blood and fire, everyone on Blue Star survived. Fighting evolved beings, fighting source energy levels, fighting countless alien civilizations. This was a path of blood and fire, but also a path of perseverance and endless struggle for self-improvement. Of course, Wang Han's account was very general, many details were omitted, and he didn't mention the third cantilever overlord. Despite this, it still shocked Elena and the others immensely. The information here differed so greatly from what they knew. Which was true, and which was false. The living, breathing human brethren before them seemed to prove that everything was true, so, had the children of civilization deceived them? And in Wang Han's description, the invincible evolved beings were not invincible, they too had been killed by humans. Elena and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with utter shock. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond, what to say, only a deathly silence and endless turmoil and contemplation within them. Their understanding had been severely shaken. Had they abandoned Blue Star? Chapter 618 He is a legend. Elena was somewhat dazed. Everything she had heard truly shattered the foundations of her original worldview. The mild interrogation didn't last long. They refused to reveal, and couldn't reveal, any more information beneficial to the Federation, and were temporarily sent to detention. It was a 6-person cell, and the environment was fairly good. All 4 of them were there. Nelson couldn't help but ask, what exactly is going on? This is completely different from the historical world we were taught. Did we abandon Blue Star? Did the sons of civilization abandon Blue Star? I think it might be true. They really are friendly. Dai King said. Yu Ting frowned deeply. I think that although that person named Wang Han didn't say it, the reason we were targeted by the Third Arm Overlord might be because of them? In that case, we haven't had any contact with the so-called Third Arm Overlord, yet they've been chasing us, as if we've formed a huge grudge. Perhaps, the humans they're looking for aren't us at all. Yu Ting's thoughts were also Elena's thoughts at this moment. This answer could explain why the Third Arm Overlord had inexplicably put a bounty on them. Previously, they thought they were the only humans left in the universe, which was naturally an unsolvable problem. Now, they discovered that other humans existed in the star system, which changed everything. They might actually be scapegoats. It was the humans they encountered here who angered the Third Arm Overlord, not them. The Third Arm Overlord's followers had all targeted the wrong enemy. But, if that's true, how can this place be stronger than us, led by the Son of Civilization? Nelson's face still held disbelief. The Son of Civilization is the chosen one of the Divine Kingdom. He led our human civilization forward, constantly developing. How could he be inferior to the remaining humans on Earth? Not to mention their superior technology, that person didn't even show their face, yet they killed an invincible evolved being. How powerful must that be? Even our Son of Civilization couldn't do that. Nelson's question silenced everyone. Because upon arriving here, everyone was astonished. This place was also built by humans. Moreover, the humans here were more technologically advanced than them, and clearly more powerful in terms of high-energy life forms. This made them even more bewildered. Now, they were completely convinced that Wang Han and the others were truly human, not some other creature in disguise deceiving them. But the more they believed it, the more complicated their feelings became. Yes, who exactly is that person? Elena sighed. He's so powerful. The person they were referring to was none other than Lin Qun. At this moment, beneath the Deep Sea 17 ground base, in a hidden room, Lin Qun had finished his seclusion. In fact, he had ended his seclusion 10 days ago, but his aura was unstable and he was still in the process of stabilizing it. This time, his seclusion lasted 10 years. Even after consuming the 7-leaf yin blood mushroom, breaking through the 7th level of the sword control technique and reaching the core formation stage was no easy feat. Most importantly, during this process, the accumulated malevolent energy of the immortal execution sword within Lin Qun almost backfired, turning him into a mindless, killing monster. Lin Qun hadn't expected the dormant malevolent energy of the immortal execution sword to erupt at that crucial moment. For the past 10 years, Lin Qun had been striving to balance the relationship between his dark energy and malevolent aura as he broke through to higher realm. And now, he had finally succeeded. Lin Qun introspected. Within his body, a dark golden liquid core, faintly tinged with blood, was suspended. It was formed from pure dark energy. However, because it was mixed with malevolent aura, it exhibited a unique state. In the end, Lin Qun had actually broken the balance between his dark energy and malevolent aura. He used his dark energy to devour the malevolent aura within his body, transforming it into part of himself. This had advantages. Lin Qun's abilities could now carry malevolent aura, not only influencing others but also making his power more violent, increasing his destructive power by about 10%. But there were also disadvantages. Because the malevolent aura was deeply integrated with Lin Qun, it was almost impossible to eliminate. Moreover, this malevolent aura itself was unstable. If there was an external trigger, it might erupt again, affecting Lin Qun. Nevertheless, Lin Qun had successfully formed his core. Having successfully formed his core and reached the 7th level of sword control, Lin Qun has mastered the sword shadow splitting technique. This technique is also a method of sword wielding, allowing him to simultaneously create sword shadows with his sword's light while striking. These shadows not only confuse opponents but also possess offensive power. Lin Qun has just reached the 7th level of sword control and can now cultivate this sword shadow splitting technique. Currently, he can only create one sword shadow, with a power approximately 1/10 that of his main sword. However, theoretically, if Lin Qun continues cultivating, he can create up to 7 sword shadows at the 7th level, each with a power 1/5 that of his main sword. Furthermore, with each level of advancement in his sword control, Lin Qun can cultivate an additional sword shadow, each with increasing power. This sword shadow splitting technique, combined with Lin Qun's other skills, forms a very useful combo. At its basic level, it can be used in conjunction with the Sword of Excalibur. Curry Stick unleashed 8 sword strikes in a single attack. Even if each of the remaining 7 sword shadows was only 1/5 of its original power, each strike was equivalent to 2.5 sword strikes in power. If used on the immortal execution sword, it would be even more terrifying. A single sword aura could split into 7, doubling its power. And the influence of the immortal execution sword on Lin Qun was merely the effect of triggering one sword aura. This was a direct amplification. Although Lin Qun was still in the early stage, this sword shadow splitting technique was mainly related to his cultivation level. Lin Qun's cultivation level had reached a point where he wouldn't need to spend too much time to cultivate and split 7 sword auras, reaching the full strength of his current 7th level of sword control technique. After reaching the 7th level of sword control technique and completing the core formation, the flow of dark energy within Lin Qun's body became smoother, and his absorption of dark energy from the surrounding space became more abundant. Combined with Lin Qun's other abilities and basic attributes, Lin Qun had now reached the mid to late stage of an evolved being. However, the levels of evolvers are relatively blurred compared to source energy levels, lacking a clear distinction in strength. Lin Qun could only vaguely sense that he had taken another step forward, very close to the source energy level. Lin Qun felt that if he took another step, he might be able to touch the threshold of the source energy level. In fact, the 7th level of sword control technique and the core formation stage do not correspond to any specific level in the source energy or evolver realms. Lin Qun's ability to reach this level was due to his own considerable strength, which, combined with other factors, allowed him to achieve such a level of power. The 7th level of sword control technique also brought Lin Qun a significant attribute boost. All of Lin Qun's attributes increased by a full 150 points. On Lin Qun's attribute panel, all his personal attributes were already at 999. He could sense that after this round of improvement, his strength, constitution, and agility were all above 1,500 points, especially his strength attribute, which should have reached 1,600 points. His stamina was slightly lower due to the consumption of the immortal execution sword, but it had already broken through the 1,000 point mark, currently around 1,300 points. Lin Qun's current attributes are quite remarkable among all humans in the Federation. No one can surpass him. Moreover, his current attributes not only make him the #1 human, but also a strongman even in the starry sky. After all, source energy level beings are not so rare, and evolvers are the most common and powerful combat force in the starry sky. In addition, Lin Qun's ability to travel outside the realm has also improved. With the improvement of his realm, the skill of traveling outside the realm responded accordingly, and Lin Qun also broke through to the maximum level. Now, when he uses traveling outside the realm to fight his way out, the ability value of his primordial spirit in traveling outside the realm is completely linked to Lin Qun's energy. And Lin Qun's 1,300 points of energy, combined with various skills, is enough to make his primordial spirit kill anything. His primordial spirit is not fragile at all. Of course, Lin Qun dares not let his primordial spirit directly use the immortal execution sword. Lin Qun let out a long breath. In order to allow him to immerse himself in seclusion, there was nothing in Lin Qun's seclusion room, no electronic instruments, and no one informed him of the time outside or what was happening. This is why Lin Qun was able to remain undisturbed, immersing himself in seclusion and completing his breakthrough to the 7th level of the sword control technique. The path of cultivation is arduous. The higher one climbs, the more difficult the challenges become. Lin Qun silently calculated in his mind. He had previously extracted 13 levels of the sword control technique. The highest realm, reaching the nascent soul stage, was the limit. Of course, once a cultivator reached the nascent soul stage, combined with Lin Qun's other abilities, his strength and combat power would far surpass that of the nascent soul cultivator. Further advancement would likely require exploring other techniques. But Lin Qun wasn't in a hurry. Moving forward would certainly require more time. Lin Qun would cultivate step by step. Even with special abilities, it wouldn't be achieved overnight. In fact, Lin Qun was quite satisfied with breaking through to the core formation stage in 10 years. Because for a normal cultivator, let alone reaching the core formation stage in 10 years, they might never reach it in their entire life, stuck at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage until their lifespan ends. Thinking of this, Lin Qun rubbed his chin and chuckled. Would you say I have some talent? Then, remembering the 7-leaf yin blood mushroom he had consumed, he felt a little insecure. Was it the herb's doing, or did he genuinely possess some talent? Although there were no electronic devices in Lin Qun's room, his divine sense and perception were his radar. Reaching the core formation stage, Lin Qun's perception range doubled, covering a radius of hundreds of kilometers centered on the hidden human Deep Sea 17 surface base. Thus, he noticed the arrival of Elena and the followers of the third cantilever overlord without being informed, and immediately coordinated with the Deep Sea 17's garrison to strike, unleashing a sword strike from afar, instantly killing them. Although Lin Qun was an evolved being, he was now invincible among evolved beings. If the life form wasn't special enough, he could even kill an evolved being with a single glance. For those with special life forms that a headshot wouldn't kill, Lin Qun could easily eliminate them. This attack was a test of his strength, a one-hit kill. It was as if Lin Qun wasn't just an evolved being, but someone far beyond that level. In fact, Lin Qun hadn't left his secluded cultivation area at all. He simply unleashed his sword and charged out, annihilating his opponent across 1,000 miles. Boosted by the ferocious aura infused with dark energy, this sword strike even pierced through the opponent's alternate dimension, entering and exiting completely. Nothing more. Just testing his strength. Lin Qun was very satisfied with the result. Although the evolved being wasn't particularly powerful, the distance was sufficient, and he could easily kill him instantly. For Lin Qun, this was more than satisfactory. Now, Lin Qun was preparing to emerge from seclusion completely. He sensed that the person in charge here was Li Zhen. Lin Qun hadn't seen this old friend for a long time, so he prepared to go see him directly. He changed into new clothes, and with a flash, disappeared from the spot. 10 years is but a fleeting moment for Lin Qun, who is engaged in cultivation. Completely isolated from the outside world, he could still sense the passage of time and felt a pang of loneliness. He wanted to chat with an acquaintance and inquire about the current state of humanity after 10 years. Judging from his own perception of the human facilities near Deep Sea 17, humanity seemed to have made greater progress recently. However, Lin Qun remained polite and didn't immediately appear in Li Zheng's office. Instead, he appeared outside the door. But the moment Lin Qun appeared, the two young guards outside Li Zheng's office were startled, immediately drawing their guns and exclaiming in surprise, "Who are you? Who are you? What do you want?" The two men stood guard at the door, as if facing a formidable enemy, looking at Lin Qun as if he were some dangerous individual. Lin Qun was somewhat bewildered. "You don't recognize me? 10 years have passed. Has my reputation become useless? 10 years ago, thanks to the Federation's propaganda, everyone knew Lin Qun." The two guards paused, their faces showing suspicion. "You look somewhat familiar." You are. They both looked confused, clearly racking their brains. Just then, another voice came from a side corridor. "From the battle of the third-level civilization on Blue Star, humanity has had a legend, and he is that legend." Upon hearing this, the two guards suddenly remembered, their faces showing disbelief, extreme shock, and excitement. "It's you. You? No, you are Mr. Lin. The rumors are true. You really are in seclusion here. My God, we didn't even recognize you. You look a little different from the photos and videos. Lin Qun turned his head to look at the source of the voice. It was another acquaintance of Lin Qun's. Wang Han, a minor celebrity he had met in Shanghai. He was much more composed than Lin Qun remembered. The two security guards who used to accompany him were gone, but perhaps due to his cultivation and advancements in human genetic biotechnology, aside from his composure, his face showed few signs of age. He strode over and said, "Mr. Lin, congratulations on emerging from seclusion. I knew you would appear once you drew your sword." They were only 11 or 12 years old when you went into seclusion. The Federation has been developing too rapidly lately, so please don't worry about them. He then looked at the two guards and offered a brief explanation. The two guards, however, were now incredibly excited, seemingly forgetting their earlier wariness, let alone the explanation Wang Han was giving them. Chapter 619 Human Fortress. Wang Han was indeed much more composed. Just those few words revealed a difference. His identity had also changed. He was now working here. Lin Qun wasn't surprised. Wang Han was a capable man. He had climbed his way up step by step, and this was how he was supposed to get to where he was today. In front of Lin Qun, the two guards were very excited, but after calming down, they felt somewhat ashamed. Lin Qun then realized that they were very young, in their early 20s. When Lin Qun was at the height of his power, they were still children, fleeing and wandering. But they all admired Lin Qun. "Mr. Lin, you are an ageless legend. You've finally returned." They parted to make way, standing on either side, bowing to Lin Qun. Lin Qun nodded and entered Li Zhang's office with Wang Han. Li Zhang was inside, smiling at Lin Qun. Lin Qun's heart skipped a beat. "You heard that? Why didn't you come out? I wanted to see what a legend would do in this situation." Li Zhang smiled, stood up, and gave Lin Qun a hug. "Welcome back, Mr. Lin. We've been waiting for you for a long time." Compared to Wang Han, Li Zhang looked older than Lin Qun remembered. His personal strength wasn't great, and the years were leaving their mark on him. Lin Qun was also quite emotional. "To be honest, I've been in seclusion. 10 years is just a blink of an eye for me, but to me, you've all changed a lot. How is the Federation doing lately? And my friends? Li Ji and Wang Qizheng, who will become the next evolver? There's so much to say." Li Zhang said. "In recent years, some people have indeed become evolvers, and more than one. You'd better go back to Blue Star and see for yourself. These are things I can't answer for you in a few words." "Yes, Mr. Lin, you'd better go back and see for yourself. New Blue Star is truly a new home now. We've learned from the lessons of overexploiting Blue Star. The development of New Blue Star is all under the reasonable premise of ecological sustainability, ensuring the development of our civilization and the needs of individual life. Everything is very different now. These 10 years have been so important for us, and the changes they've brought are enormous. So, you can go back and see for yourself." Lin Qun sighed and said, "It seems I really need to see. How's the development here going? I can take you to see, but we'd better hear Wang Han's report first." Li Zhang looked at Wang Han. Wang Han brought the transcripts of his questioning of Elena and the others. He didn't hide anything from Lin Qun and told him directly on the spot, handing the transcripts to Lin Qun and Li Zhang to read, while recounting what he had just learned. "There really are Brent's people. Elena and the others are a completely new generation of humans. Their development speed is so fast." Li Zhang frowned slightly. Lin Qun said, "Perhaps he received help from the Divine Kingdom." Wang Han said, "Our expert team analyzed it the same way. Although Elena and the others didn't mention much, the existing information indicates that the human world they arrived in, ruled by the children of civilization, has a much larger population than when he left. Given the number of people he took with him and the time that has passed, normal reproduction wouldn't have been possible to produce such a large population. We don't have that technology, and it's currently impossible for us to achieve it. Therefore, it's very likely that he received some technology from the Divine Kingdom that was bestowed upon the children of civilization, allowing him to catalyze the large number of seeds he took with him, forming the current generation like Elena's. Our encounter with them shouldn't be entirely accidental. As survivors of Blue Star, their star map also includes the Cheyenne IU-2 star system, and this is a place they are very likely to have come to. I really didn't expect. Our connection with Brent isn't over yet." Lin Qun joked. He had met Brent once, but only once. Li Zhang said, I doubt Brent could have imagined that we're still alive. Even if he could, he probably wouldn't have guessed that we're thriving better than him. Wang Han said, judging from Elena and the others' reactions to seeing our situation, their living conditions are good, but overall, they're still not as good as ours. This is only thanks to Mr. Lin and the Federation's efforts. The so-called Son of Civilization is nothing more than this. Without the Son of Civilization, one can be stronger than with one. Wang Han's words were a compliment, but there was also a hint of sarcasm in his tone. The Son of Civilization deserted before the Battle of Anchorage. Throughout Earth, every human being harbored resentment towards Brent, this Son of Civilization. Wang Han, Li Zheng, and others, as former members of the China region, were relatively mild-mannered, only offering verbal criticism. After all, before Brent's identity was confirmed, they always believed that Lin Qun was the Son of Civilization and never hoped to receive Brent's protection. Therefore, they only made a few sarcastic remarks in private. If it were people from the front lines of the Americas region, especially the elders of Anchorage, they would probably have already started cursing. This is also why Wang Han was in charge of questioning Elena and the others. Many of the veterans from the Americas region in the base wanted to question Elena and the others about the issue of the children of civilization abandoning Earth, but Li Zheng did not agree. Li Zheng glanced at him but said nothing, only saying, I don't know if this technology is feasible. If we can use it, the speed of our new generation's development will be accelerated, saving a lot of growth time. I don't know. Elena and the others are unwilling to provide a location, and I think that the Son of Civilization probably wouldn't want to see us, Wang Han said. You'll see later, Elena and the others mentioned this cataclysmic change, which is why the Son of Civilization sent them out to explore the surrounding starry sky. Brent said there will be a cataclysmic change in the starry sky, which may affect their own safety, so they want to find a star path. But Elena and the others don't know exactly what this cataclysmic change is, let alone what Brent intends to do. Li Zheng paused, then joked, however, judging from the information we have now, this Mr. Brent isn't having a good time right now. If he knew what we're like now, he might want to see us. Currently, it seems that the humans of the Federation Blue Star are more developed than Brent, this Son of Civilization, in every aspect. It's normal that they don't know, but Brent's information shouldn't be false. He's the chosen one of civilization by the Divine Kingdom, judging from the technology developed by Elena's generation. Even if he leaves the battlefield of the third-level civilization on Blue Star, Brent will still receive the Divine Kingdom's support because of his status as the chosen one, Lin Qun said. His statement about a major change and his advanced planning proves that it might actually happen. We need to find out what's going on, Lin Qun frowned. He had also seen what Wang Han had said. What kind of major change could make Brent abandon his newly built home and run away after only a few years of stability? What kind of major change could happen in such a vast interstellar space? Lin Qun wasn't interested in Brent. This chosen one of civilization had chosen a different path, so everyone went their own way without affecting each other, but if it involved danger, perhaps it was necessary to find out what was going on. The Divine Kingdom's information was still quite high-dimensional, it couldn't be ignored. Lin Qun said, the third cantilever overlord is also watching them. Their caution is not without reason. We can't let Elena and the others go, but we also need to find out where the children of civilization are. We need to know what this upheaval he mentioned is all about. Li Zheng said, yes, Wang Han, keep an eye on things these days and work on Elena and the others. They're all human, we have no ill intentions. I believe they will choose to trust us. Wang Han said, don't worry, I will definitely find out. I've already uploaded this information and am preparing to transmit it to the new Blue Star Federation Command Center. Okay. I believe the Federation Command will also be quite surprised that we've encountered our main branch civilization. Li Zheng stood up, looked at Lin Qun, and said, now, Mr. Lin, I can show you the results we've achieved here over the past 10 years. Lin Qun also wanted to see the results of the Deep Sea 17 over the years. He chose to come to the Deep Sea 17 because it was indeed quiet and suitable, and also because he needed to be stationed here to prevent any other problems from arising. It was a ready-made war fortress, and if it could be used by the Federation, it would be of great significance to the Federation. Wang Han retreated to his work, while Li Zheng led Lin Qun away from the office, heading towards the deepest part of this artificial base. Here, the Federation had already constructed a passageway connecting the upper and lower levels, allowing direct access to the planet's interior. The planet's outer layer was a natural protective barrier. The civilization that built this planetary fortress utilized unique technology, materials, and the planet's basic structure to construct a natural barrier, making it extremely difficult for ordinary civilizations to discover the planet's true nature from the outside. Humanity initially failed to detect it, and neither did Elena and her group, nor the pursuing followers of the Third Helical Arm Overlord, who arrived later. This demonstrated the remarkable sophistication of the concealment measures. At this moment, Lin Qun was descending with Li Zheng, entering the planet's interior. Deep Sea 17 is a satellite, about the size of our moon, but still quite large. We spent a long time exploring it initially, figuring out its layout bit by bit. As they descended rapidly, Li Zheng explained, it took us almost a year, investing a huge amount of manpower and resources. We discovered that this planetary fortress, left behind by some unknown civilization, was built by hollowing out the interior of Deep Sea 17. It occupies about 80% of the satellite's volume. It has a complete set of thrusters and warp modules, but according to our analysis and judgment, whoever built it never officially used it, and these thrusters and warp modules were never activated. The civilization that built it must have been quite advanced, but different from our life forms. The overall architectural style and operating system are incompatible with ours. For the past 10 years, we have been working on the human adaptation and rebooting of Deep Sea 17, this war fortress. Currently, while we can't say we have completely mastered this space fortress, we are close. We can get it running. Therefore, we can also say, this is already our human fortress. At this moment, they had reached the lower level. Deep inside the Deep Sea 17, Lin Qun looked up. The scene before him was vastly different from what he had seen when he first arrived here through the underwater passage of New Blue Star. Humanization had indeed taken place here. The incomprehensible buildings and passages Lin Qun had previously encountered had all been transformed, becoming control rooms, consoles, and living quarters, transmission and personnel passageways. Standing here, Lin Qun felt as if he had entered a futuristic, cyberpunk-style underground city. But this wasn't an underground city. This was an underground castle. A space fortress. Lin Qun noticed that there were quite a few staff members, many still working on modifications to other areas. This entire human-modified area stretched as far as the eye could see. Just as Li Zheng had said, the modifications here had reached a certain scale. Even if there were still areas that hadn't been completed, humans had already established passageways to control the entire space fortress. This was the most crucial point. Humanity didn't need an underground city, it needed the space fortress itself. And all the modifications here were based on teleportation portals. Many personnel and supplies are transported here silently from New Blue Star via the teleportation portal. According to Li Zheng, not many people know about this human fortress yet. Especially on New Blue Star, only a few high-ranking officials and relevant staff know of its existence. Lin Qun also saw many people in the distance building planet-destroying weapons, clearly preparing to install heavy artillery on this human space fortress. The place appears complex, like a spider web, yet it has a pattern, with multiple layers that don't obstruct the view. One can see far into the distance from here. Li Zheng led Lin Qun to the location of the teleportation portal, exhaled, and said, "This is the starting point of everything. Now, only the energy is not fully in place. Once the energy is in place, this place can be activated at any time. According to our calculations, it can accommodate at least 500 million people. If any unforeseen events occur in the future, this Deep Sea 17 will become a true human fortress, allowing the entire population to evacuate." Humanity has experienced a series of changes and already understands the importance of having a backup plan. The first use that humanity thought of for the space fortress was not combat, but rather that in case of emergency, the entire population could use it to escape. That would truly be a human fortress. Of course, it's best if that day never comes. Lin Qun also thought it was a good backup plan. Although this place wasn't built by humans, its owners had long since vanished into space. There was no danger here, and after being modified by humans, it was very suitable for them, even more so than their Ark fleet. Li Zheng said, "Yes, it's best if that day never comes. Besides, we're not ready here yet. What I just said was only theoretical. Right now, we haven't prepared enough resources here. But it is indeed under our control." The Supreme Commander said, "This is our largest human warship." Lin Qun stood there, looking at the seemingly endless interior space, and took a deep breath. He shared the same thought. Until humanity builds even larger spaceships, this will be the largest human fortress. Chapter 620. He's back. New Blue Star. Skyfall City. Federation Human Training Base. The arena was packed with people. Jerry was intently watching his opponent. It was a young man named Chen Wu, as young as he had been, in his early 20s, full of youthful vigor and brimming with confidence in his own strength. He was indeed very talented. This Chen Wu was a rising genius of the new generation. He had made rapid breakthroughs in basic cultivation techniques, making him one of the most prominent figures among his peers. He also had an advantage over most people. Because many people only began cultivating at a certain age, but Chen Wu was still a child 10 years ago. He had been nurtured from a young age, and his strength was considerable. His blood energy and physique cultivation were both excellent. Currently, his total attributes were probably over 300. This was before he had participated in the battles of the civilization battlefield. If he had, he would be even more powerful. The Federation Systems assessment said that he had unlimited potential, and if he continued to cultivate like this, he could very well become the next evolutionary being of human civilization. He should have been a genius admired by everyone. But this Chen Wu, his personality was somewhat explosive and radical. Or rather, he was a martial arts fanatic. Whenever he made progress in his strength or encountered problems in his cultivation, others would consult experienced experts or rely on scientific methods. He, however, was different. He usually sought out fights to test his strength and resolve issues. During training, he frequently clashed with others, not intentionally picking fights, but simply wanting a brawl. Besides this method, he was also a regular at the competitive training arena. For example, right now, he specifically challenged Jerry. Having experienced the ups and downs of his life, coupled with 10 years of cultivation, Jerry had become quite mature. Moreover, in his view, Chen Wu was so much younger than him, and his apparent strength was inferior, he had no intention of making a move. It wasn't until Chen Wu revealed the reason he had specifically sought him out. I heard your abilities were given to you by Mr. Lin. You can transform into other people, and I want you to become Mr. Lin, simulate his abilities, and fight me. If Chen Wu had said anything else, Jerry would have ignored it completely, but hearing Chen Wu's words, even knowing he was being provocative, he immediately became enraged. Don't even talk about whether I can simulate Mr. Lin's abilities. Who is Mr. Lin? Is he someone you can challenge? Making me become Mr. Lin and fight you is an insult to Mr. Lin. Jerry's rebirth, and even his current unique and powerful ability to kill his progenitor, was all thanks to Lin Qun's help. In his heart, Lin Qun was the one who changed his destiny, and he held Lin Qun in the highest esteem, naturally unable to tolerate anyone disrespecting him. Thus, the current situation arose. Both Jerry and Chen Wu were celebrities here, and their battle formation in the arena attracted many people. The surrounding area was packed with people, making it impossible to move. The location of Skyfall City is excellent, with dark energy converging here. This is why humanity chose to build a city here and establish it as a training ground. Several important training bases for powerful humans are located in Skyfall City, making it a sacred cultivation ground in the eyes of countless humans over the past decade. It's worth mentioning that the place Chu Yaowei chose earlier was also nearby, precisely because she recognized the benefits of the concentrated dark energy here. At this moment, the onlookers are all people of some strength. They all recognize Chen Wu and know Jerry, who has risen to prominence in recent years by brutally killing prototypes. Seeing the two of them fight, they are all excited and crowd forward. Who do you think can beat whom? Of course it's Jerry. He's a veteran powerhouse. His path is different from ours. I heard he was chosen by Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, is he really that powerful? I heard he's been in seclusion for 10 years. I was only 10 years old then, and I only knew that everyone talked about him every day. Of course Mr. Lin is powerful. Kids shouldn't talk nonsense. Mr. Lin is a true god of death. Have the sons of civilization survived? Compared to Mr. Lin, they're nothing. Hell, there's an older guy here. I don't think he can beat him either. It's the Federation's propaganda that has mythologized Lin Qun. If he's really that powerful, how come he disappeared for 10 years? They say he was in seclusion. If he can't even do that after 10 years of seclusion, I don't think he's that great. Hey, why are you all staring at me? Hey, are you going to hit me? This disdainful young man was not even 20 yet, 15 or 16 or 17. He hardly remembered anything about Lin Qun. He only remembered that he was frequently mentioned in the Federation's propaganda over the past 10 years, so he felt that the Federation was over-promoting and mythologizing people. This Lin Qun was not that powerful at all. Who is Mr. Lin? How dare you speak so casually? That's right, without Mr. Lin, we would have been wiped out on Blue Star. How could you have survived to this day? Let alone mocking Mr. Lin here. While other Federation propaganda might contain falsehoods, the things the Federation promotes about Mr. Lin are not exaggerated at all, they are the truth. The young men who had just spoken really were dumbfounded, shrinking back as almost half the people around them glared at them. There were many young people of the new generation, but there were also many older people, especially the older generation of Blue Star, who had grown up in the internet age and were all skilled surfers. If it came to a direct confrontation, these young men who had grown up in the war era would be no match for them. Moreover, the older generation, especially these combat personnel, all deeply respected Lin Qun. Many had witnessed Lin Qun's domineering and invincible presence on the battlefield, deeply impressed by him, and grateful for the numerous martial arts techniques he had brought. Without these techniques, they wouldn't even be standing here. Therefore, who dares to say anything bad about Mr. Lin? Within the Federation, everyone can discuss right and wrong, except for Mr. Lin. Just then, ahead, Jerry and Chen Wu had already taken their positions, ready to attack. The moment they moved, the surrounding noisy crowd instantly fell silent, all turning to look. After all, regardless of what people said, these two were both renowned powerhouses in the Federation. Chen Wu had achieved mastery of body tempering, his attacks were wide and powerful, and he also had the Golden Bell Shield and other techniques. But unfortunately, his foundation was inferior to Jerry's. Jerry had already been injected with a blacklight virus. Over the past 10 years, from initial confusion to now, he had completely integrated a blacklight virus into himself and gained a significant boost. His attribute values might not be much higher than others, but this mutation was enough to make him virtually invincible against opponents with overwhelming combat power. Moreover, Jerry was determined to teach Chen Wu a lesson this time, and his attack was ruthless. The blacklight virus underwent multiple transformations, dazzling everyone around him. In the shortest amount of time, he had Chen Wu knocked to the ground, unable to get up. Chen Wu, however, laughed loudly. "Jerry, everyone says you're amazing, and now I see. It seems I need to improve further. You can challenge me, but don't bring up Mr. Lin." Jerry straightened up, reached out, and helped Chen Wu up, casually glancing at the crowd below. The crowd cheered. They loved a good show, and given Chen Wu's less than ideal interpersonal relationships, everyone was happy and excited to see Jerry win. Jerry truly lives up to his reputation as a veteran powerhouse. He's incredibly formidable. Chen Wu is no match for him. It's said his abilities are unique, chosen by Mr. Lin and the Supreme Commander. Chen Wu is quite capable, able to spar with Jerry. Jerry isn't someone we can just casually meet. Let's hurry forward and see if we can exchange a few words and leave an impression. Jerry, however, had become much more composed in recent years, and the scene didn't move him much. But, just then, his shifting gaze suddenly stopped. He saw a figure he couldn't believe standing in the crowd, smiling at him. It was as if to say, "Well done, giving you the blacklight virus wasn't a mistake, Lin." Eric's expression became incredibly excited. Because he would never mistake that figure, it was Mr. Lin. Although Jerry hadn't met Lin Qun many times, his fate had changed because of Lin Qun, and he could never forget the day Mr. Lin came to see him. Therefore, he recognized Mr. Lin mixed in with the crowd at a glance. He immediately lost his composure. Before the crowd could swarm him to flatter and fawn over him, he suddenly charged into the crowd with great force, startling many who recoiled in fear. What's wrong? Who did he see? Why is he so excited? However, when Jerry came down to where he had been, Lin Qun was nowhere to be seen. But he trusted his judgment. He was absolutely certain. That was Mr. Lin. Amidst the surrounding murmurs and astonishment, Jerry was also incredibly excited. It's him. It's definitely him. He's back. He's back. What's going on? What's he saying? For him to be so excited, I'm afraid. Around him, some were bewildered, while many others, observing Jerry's reaction, became shocked and excited. Could it be that he's back? No mistake, no mistake. The only person who could make Jerry so excited, and whom we can't even find, is someone else. He's back? He's back. Countless Federation elders like Jerry had fought alongside Lin Qun during the war years. For the past decade, they had watched Lin Qun vanish without a trace, only appearing in Federation propaganda, with some even claiming he had gone into seclusion and encountered problems. They had all been waiting for this day, waiting for Lin Qun to reappear. They believed that he would. It seemed that only with Lin Qun's presence could countless hearts find peace. At this moment, the entire arena was abuzz with discussion. Many veteran Federation powerhouses, usually elusive and rarely seen, came out. Atalante was at the forefront. 10 years had passed, yet her delicate face showed no signs of age, though she was visibly excited. Jerry, is it true? Is it him? Is it him? Behind her were many other veteran Federation powerhouses, all equally excited. Their appearance made those around them almost certain. It was him who had returned. Only he could have stirred the hearts of these elusive veteran Federation powerhouses. Only he, even in a fleeting moment, could command such a large following. Meanwhile, Jerry had calmed down. He took a deep breath, knowing that Lin Qun might not want to appear in public, but for him, Mr. Lin's affirmation was enough. He hadn't let Mr. Lin down. That was the greatest recognition he could receive. As for Lin Qun had indeed vanished. He had come here to find Chu Yaowei. Unexpectedly, this place had become a human city, and a large one at that, filled with powerful human beings, a veritable gathering place for them. Lin Qun had come with the intention of watching the spectacle. He discovered that Jerry had indeed integrated well with the Blacklight virus. His actions had demonstrated impressive combat skills, showing he had long since shed his youthful inexperience. Chen Wu, who had fought him, was also quite talented. To reach this level through basic cultivation techniques in such a short time was already quite remarkable. Very talented. It's just that his personality seemed a bit off. But Lin Qun didn't say anything, nor did he linger too long. He hid in the crowd for a while, and when he realized Jerry had discovered him, he left. He truly wasn't one to show his face in public. The thought of being surrounded by a large crowd made Lin Qun feel somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, strictly speaking, he was already approaching 50. Although he didn't look much different on the surface, his mindset had matured considerably. He'd rather find a reliable guy than waste time on that. This time, Lin Qun returned via the passage between Blue Star and Deep Sea 17. On New Blue Star, only a few people, including the Supreme Commander, knew about it. The Supreme Commander actually hoped Lin Qun would appear immediately and tell the world that Mr. Lin had returned. However, considering Lin Qun's feelings, he gave him a break first, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Lin Qun wanted to see old friends and learn about this world. He hadn't realized how much the Federation had changed until he returned. In the past 10 years, cities had sprung up on New Blue Star, modern facilities perfectly integrated with the ecological environment, and powerful individuals had emerged in droves. This was undoubtedly due in large part to the various cultivation techniques Lin Qun provided, but it also relied on the efforts of these individuals themselves and the guidance and assistance of Federation science. Just now in the arena, Lin Qun sensed that even the weakest spectators had attributes above 30 points. Even though Xianpu City was a gathering place for human experts, this was astonishing. Lin Qun stepped out of Xianpu City. Xianpu City was on the other side of the waterfall, while the flower sea where Chu Yaowei had settled was on the other side. Lin Qun arrived here and found that half of the area had been transformed into a garden, while the other half remained an undeveloped, prohibited area. In his memory, Chu Yaowei's house was located within this prohibited area. Lin Qun easily bypassed the outer security personnel and entered, where he indeed saw the wooden house. The wooden house was much more refined than before, with many modern facilities around it. However, its overall appearance was almost identical to before, as if to prevent someone from returning and not being able to find their way home. And the surrounding area was deserted. As one of only 2 evolved humans in the Federation at the time, Chu Yaowei had the right to possess a place of her own. This was the privilege granted to her by the Federation. And at this moment, the owner inside seemed to sense someone's arrival. Lin Qun had just arrived at the front and was examining the place. The door opened from the inside. Chu Yaowei stood in the doorway, her clothes as always dark and sharp. She paused slightly upon seeing Lin Qun, then smiled. Lin Qun, welcome back. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 10 Years of the Federation. Chu Yaowei sensed the visitor beforehand, but didn't realize it was Lin Qun. She was both surprised and unsurprised. She often imagined this moment, opening the door and finding Lin Qun standing outside. Lifespan extended, 10 years no longer seemed long, but for humans, it was certainly not short. In Chu Yaowei's eyes, Lin Qun hadn't changed. Aside from his increasingly profound aura, a change in strength, his speech and clothing remained unchanged. In Lin Qun's eyes, Chu Yaowei was the same. Living in such a beautiful place, Chu Yaowei remained as simple as ever. The things in the room were simple, her clothes were simple, all the most convenient and simplest. The biggest change was the many flowers Lin Qun didn't recognize on the windowsill. And then, Chu Yaowei smiled more frequently. She invited Lin Qun into the room and made him a drink made from the seeds of a strange plant on New Blue Star, supposedly similar to coffee. Then she smiled and said, "I was thinking you might be coming out of seclusion soon, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. You didn't even give me a heads up so I could wake everyone up. How did it go? Did you succeed?" Others only knew that Lin Qun was in seclusion to cultivate and improve his strength, but Chu Yaowei was one of the few who knew the complete goal of his seclusion, to break through to the core formation stage. Lin Qun nodded. "Congratulations, I knew you would succeed. How far are you from the source energy level?" "About 2 or 3 more steps. But I'm not sure. There's a special threshold between an evolver and the source energy level, and I don't know if I can bypass this threshold by taking another path, just like I became an evolver." Lin Qun had already estimated this. He also voiced his concerns. They didn't understand how to break through from an evolver to the source energy level. If possessing an alternate dimension was the standard for an evolver, then the standard for the source energy level was the disappearance of the alternate dimension and mastery of one's own unique power of rules. The power of rules seems to be related to one's own characteristics. In other words, Lin Qun's becoming a source energy level holder of rule power might grant him an additional advantage related to the world he came from, just like when he became an evolver. But the question is, how is rule power obtained? Why did the alternate dimension disappear at the source energy level? These questions remain unanswered. Therefore, Lin Qun finds it difficult to judge whether he can repeat his previous success, progressing indirectly to reach the source energy level. Chu Yaowei couldn't answer this question either. She hadn't reached the source energy level either, but her progress over the past 10 years had never stopped. She had been improving in her own way, and now she had truly stepped out of the evolver level, no longer a beginner. The two briefly discussed their situations and were both happy for each other. The stronger one is, the more difficult the improvement becomes. Any progress is a valuable boost. "This drink is good, it's kind of like tea and coffee mixed together," Lin Qun said. "I heard that another evolver has been born in the Federation. Is it someone I know?" "Of course." Chu Yaowei smiled. "Wang Qizhang and Xia Qing have both become evolvers. Now, including you, the Federation has 4 evolvers. They followed half the path you gave them, and the other half was their own. Their experience helped the Federation build a database about successful evolvers. You might want to take a look, it might inspire your own advancement in source energy." Lin Qun's eyes widened. Li Ji hasn't become an evolver yet. In the second-level civilization battlefield, Li Ji's progress was quite rapid, and he was also very compatible with the cultivation method Lin Qun gave him. In Lin Qun's opinion, he and Wang Qizhang were the 2 most likely to become evolvers. Therefore, as soon as he came out of seclusion, he asked Li Zheng which one had become an evolver. It was possible for them to become evolvers together. Xia Qing was actually the least likely candidate. Because of her physical condition, a cybernetically modified body, she couldn't cultivate any of Lin Qun's techniques. Aside from participating in the civilization war, her path to advancement was extremely difficult. In the past 10 years without war, her most likely outcome was stagnation. How did she become an evolved being? Now Lin Qun understood why Li Zheng hadn't answered immediately. Who knows? Li Ji has been stuck for over 2 years. Chu Yaowei shrugged, clearly also feeling that Li Ji wasn't very promising. She seemed to understand Lin Qun's thoughts, and said, "As for Xia Qing, after you went into seclusion, The Federation's Cultivation Center collaborated with Hou Yan to further develop and research the several cultivation techniques you left behind. They all achieved breakthroughs and made modifications to adapt them to humans. Among them, your most powerful, but also the most vague, sword control technique was also modified. The Federation and Hou Yan established a research lab to develop a new cultivation technique based on your sword control technique. It mainly focuses on sword control and sword cultivation, emphasizing external sword cultivation rather than internal circulation. This matches Xiaoqing's talent and personal circumstances very well. In addition, she is very hardworking, and her own strength is among the best, so Xiaoqing's strength has never been weak. In the early days of the Magic City, she was a top expert on the human ranking list. She encountered some problems later, but she has been catching up rapidly ever since. Her talent is even A-level. However, Lin Qun's expression was somewhat strange as he listened to these words. Isn't this a sword cultivator? He hadn't expected that the Federation had already developed a proper sword cultivation technique before he even had a chance to do so. Indeed, humanity's thinking in this area was quite similar. Speaking of which, Xiaoqing brought up Hou Yan again. Hou Yan was also stuck at the level of a top-tier expert. His talent far surpassed Li Ji's. He started later, but his progress was rapid. However, becoming an evolved being required time, not something that could be achieved overnight. Federation technical experts assessed that Hou Yan becoming an evolved being was only a matter of time, while Li Ji, limited by his talent, would have to rely on himself to become one. Li Ji's talent was mediocre. He had reached this point mainly thanks to Lin Qun. Otherwise, he might have died in Shanghai long ago, without any opportunity to grow. From this perspective, he was lucky. And this luck would continue. Lin Qun was gratified to hear that the experts considered Hou Yan exceptionally talented. In Lin Qun's mind, Hou Yan was like a hard-working and diligent junior. But hearing the experts say that Li Ji's talent was lacking and he might not be able to break through, Lin Qun felt somewhat uneasy. But this didn't matter. If you lack talent, make up for it with cheat codes. Li Ji himself didn't have any cheat codes, but his brother Lin Qun was. He planned to go back and comfort Li Ji, telling him there was nothing to worry about. Big brother has cheat codes, follow big brother. As Chu Yaowei elaborated, Lin Qun also discovered that over the years, the Federation's special project team had expanded and improved the cultivation methods Lin Qun had presented. Of course, the core remained unchanged. The main focus was on enabling people to quickly learn and apply them, guiding cultivation in a scientific way. The Federation had also put a lot of effort into cultivating high-energy individuals. Moreover, the Supreme Commander, an elderly man, actively promoted cultivation among everyone, widely publicizing it within the Federation. Currently, the overall quality of humanity has improved. At the beginning of the civilization battlefield, the standard value for all human attributes was 10. At that time, a large number of humans, even Lin Qun, were in poor health and did not reach an attribute of 10. Now, the average human population is basically between 12 and 15, representing progress in human civilization. Everything is becoming more standardized. Chu Yaowei said, over the past 10 years, the Federation has established 5 large cities, 12 medium-sized cities, and 33 human settlements on New Blue Star, along with countless factories. We also established a shipbuilding factory on the second orbit of this planet. About a year after the immigrants arrived, the Federation began exploring that planet. The environment there is worse than New Blue Star, making large-scale human migration impractical, but it was an excellent location for an industrialized shipbuilding base. Currently, we possess a completely self-built fleet. However, I'm not very interested in the fleet, and I don't know its current size, but as far as I know, since settling on New Blue Star, the Federation has been continuously building ships without interruption. Of the 45 arc ships, 10 are currently used as passenger ships, 5 as dedicated vessels, and the remaining 30 are all used as cargo ships, all serving the shipbuilding effort. Thousands upon thousands of people have been mobilized and called upon to build warships for humanity. Listening to Chu Yaowei's description, Lin Qun felt as if a blueprint for the Federation was already unfolding before his eyes. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, had used the Mystique Potion, greatly extending his lifespan. In the past 10 years, he had worked diligently, collaborating with the Federation to build a new homeland, just as Lin Qun knew from the plan the Supreme Commander had shown him when he first arrived. Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei left the wooden house and entered Skyfall City. This city was the most direct demonstration of the Federation's achievements. Skyfall City was one of the Federation's 12 medium-sized cities. From its high points, one could see a distant waterfall, cascading as if from the sky, hence the city's name. The city's infrastructure was highly advanced, incorporating the Federation's latest technology. Strolling through it, one could feel the atmosphere of cities from the human world, yet also experience the style of futuristic cities that Lin Qun had only seen in science fiction films. Some buildings were square and identical to those in his memory, while others were different, filled with unique design styles. In the city, driverless vehicles and hovercars appeared, and even people flew around in midair, yet everything was orderly and without conflict. Clearly, the new Blue Star had its own unique set of applicable traffic rules, which Lin Qun was completely unfamiliar with. The city's streets and alleys were filled with convenient facilities, even fully self-service medical treatment equipment. Perhaps because Xianpu City was an important cultivation city in the Federation, many places were permeated with cultivation elements. The streets were bustling, with various shops lined up one after another. Lin Qun felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had returned to the normal human world before everything began. Federation propaganda was playing on a large screen. Several promotional videos played back and forth, encouraging childbirth, encouraging cultivation, and promoting the history of the Federation. In this particular video, Lin Qun was the central figure. Lin Qun stood there watching for a while. Although there was no exaggeration, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Look, this is the Federation's strategy. For the past 10 years, the Federation has been promoting you and its past wars. This isn't just to maintain the prestige and status you've built, Mr. Lin, but also to remind everyone not to forget the past, to be prepared for potential crises, and to focus on development. Chu Yaowei looked at the screen, a slight smile on her lips. So, although you've disappeared for 10 years, your name is still a household name. Even newborns born in the last 10 years can tell you 1 or 2 stories about you. However, the only thing that's a bit exaggerated is the post-production team for this promotional video must be your fangirls. They've overdone the beauty filters, you don't even look like yourself anymore. Lin Qun was embarrassed. How do you not look like me? You're much more handsome in person, okay. However, Lin Qun glanced at it and indeed, on TV, he did look a little different from his real self. Look, nobody recognizes you. Chu Yaowei laughed. Looks like only I can talk to you, come on, I'll treat you to lunch. Chu Yaowei led Lin Qun to a restaurant, introducing many things along the way. Currently, the Federation's population is growing slowly, but due to limited time, the growth rate of the new generation cannot be too fast. Although the Federation's progress in population is slow, its technology has experienced a technological explosion in the past decade. Having successively experienced the Level 3 and Level 2 civilization battlefields, the Federation has acquired technologies surpassing the previous technological level of humans on Earth through multiple channels. All that's needed is time to digest and develop these technologies. Previously, this work was always hastily carried out during wartime. Now, humanity finally has time. In the past 10 years, the Federation's various technologies have advanced by leaps and bounds, from civilian to military fields. With the help of the Yunbei civilization, humanity has ushered in a true space age of technological progress. Humanity can even set up its own screen on Xianpu 2. Completely isolating any traces and information of human civilization there. From the outside, Xianpu 2 appears unremarkable, lacking both ecological planets and any traces of life or civilization. This technology deceived Elena and others, as well as the followers of the third cantilever overlord who were pursuing them. It's clear that it's quite mature. This progress is reflected in all aspects, some deeply ingrained in daily life, others existing outside of it, yet still exerting an immutable and profound influence on the Federation. Waiting for the food to be served, Chu Yaowei introduced the various dishes with great familiarity. Finally, she spread her hands to Lin Qun, smiling, and said, Lin Qun, as you can see, in 10 years, we may not have truly become powerful. But now, we are a true interstellar civilization. Is this what you wanted to see? Chapter 622 Powerful Human Civilization. After lunch, Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei traveled between the new Blue Star, seeing many things. On the new Blue Star, ground transportation tracks were scarce compared to their previous home planet. Instead, humans relied heavily on air routes for intercity transport of people and supplies. Various kinds of flying cars and trains were everywhere, traversing the skies above the cities. This had allowed for the preservation of the surface ecosystem, saving humanity a great deal of manpower and resources. The ability to accomplish all this in such a short time was a testament to the significant advancements in human productivity. However, urban development wasn't as advanced as Chu Yaowei had described. Some cities were not fully developed, with only a few key cities achieving complete construction. The Federation's new capital was located on the plains where humans first landed. Established as Blue Star City, it was currently the best constructed and largest city on the entire New Blue Star, accommodating a population of 20 million. The Federation headquarters and fleet command center were both located here. Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei arrived here, where Lin Qun met other old friends. Wang Qixiang and Xiaoqing were also there. They had recently broken through to the Evolver realm and were being forced to learn new knowledge. Of course, this was forced upon Wang Qixiang, but Xiaoqing was quite happy with it. All human powerhouses, regardless of their previous education, must learn technology and knowledge. Because these human powerhouses will be involved in cooperation with the Federation Legion on the battlefield in the future, learning these skills is essential. Otherwise, going into battle knowing nothing and recognizing nothing, not only will cooperation be unsuccessful, but they might even be accidentally injured by their own weapons. And the stronger the powerhouse, the more knowledge they need. Especially for evolved beings, who need to cooperate with fleets in space battles, they must have a thorough understanding of basic space physics and their own warships, otherwise, they'll be like headless flies in space. I graduated 5 years ago, Chu Yaowei said. Lin Qun sighed, no matter what, you have to learn. Wang Qixiang and Xiaoqing, as top-tier human evolved beings, received high treatment, with an entire teaching team serving them. Lin Qun didn't disturb them, letting Chu Yaowei wait there while he went to see the elderly Supreme Commander. Having traveled around for over a day, Lin Qun had visited many cities in the new Federation and witnessed its changes. Now, he had come to see the Supreme Commander to learn about things that even Chu Yaowei was unaware of. The Supreme Commander was already waiting for him, saying, "You've arrived earlier than I expected. I thought you wanted to see more of this new world." The Supreme Commander's office had also changed. Located in the center of New Blue Star, it was spacious and bright, a choice made in peacetime. Lin Qun observed the Supreme Commander. With the Mystique's genes, the Supreme Commander's appearance hadn't changed much in 10 years. He looked energetic and vigorous, no longer showing signs of old age. Perhaps it was because of this that the Supreme Commander had sufficient energy and stamina to work diligently and lead the Federation for the past 10 years. Lin Qun said, "I originally wanted to get together, but I found everyone has their own things to do. I think I can't be too leisurely, Your Excellency, don't you think?" The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, replied, "Of course. After all, the matter of Elena and Mr. Brent, the son of our civilization, hasn't been resolved yet. News from Deep Sea 17 indicates that Wang Han is making further contact with him, and Elena and the others have softened their stance. Perhaps they can lead us to Brent. I'm not interested in Brent, but this drastic change, if the Divine Kingdom reminded him, we must know the reason." Lin Qun hadn't forgotten this matter either. But he hadn't come for this reason. He sat down in front of the elderly Supreme Commander and smiled, "May I see our fleet?" "Of course, but you may not see the entire fleet, because right now, our fleet is dispersed, conducting training in multiple locations throughout the Xianyu 2-star system," the elderly Supreme Commander readily agreed. "Moreover, you should have already heard from various sources that our fleet is well developed and powerful. There's some exaggeration involved, but it's roughly accurate. Our current level has truly surpassed that of the ice energy race, and our fleet and technological level are close to reaching the level of the explorer civilization." This was precisely Lin Qun's purpose. Lin Qun wanted to understand the Federation's current military strength. The Federation's fleet was its combat power, especially among interstellar civilizations. Blue Star was currently unable to enter the battlefields of level 3 civilizations, and to carve out a path and achieve something in the battlefields of level 2 civilizations, it needed not only top-tier experts but also a sufficiently powerful fleet. Lin Qun's strength was considerable, but he also needed the cooperation of a powerful fleet. Without a fleet as a platform for interstellar combat, Lin Qun's strength would be useless, and he would only become a target for other civilizations. Even before seeing the fleet, Listening to the Supreme Commander's words, Lin Qun had a general idea. The level of the explorer civilization was also quite remarkable, a tremendous improvement for humanity. The Supreme Commander had not hidden anything from Lin Qun. He trusted him absolutely, as always. This was the Federation's strongest person, and of course, he trusted him unconditionally. In fact, the Federation fleet, like the Deep Sea 17 human fortress, was a Federation secret. Especially now, humanity is no longer confined to a single planet. Military exercises and training can be conducted anywhere in space, and warships can be manufactured on other planets, eliminating the need to display them on the new Earth. Concealing the human fleet becomes much easier. According to the elderly Supreme Commander, aside from humanity's earliest warships, in the past 10 years, humanity has built 2 more fleets, each with 7 warships. In addition, humanity has built a flagship, the largest in scale, currently being assembled on the planet in the second orbit of Xian-Yu-2. These Federation warships, each produced at a different time, represent the pinnacle of the Federation's most advanced technology at the time, possessing powerful firepower, defensive systems, and interstellar travel capabilities. They are warships with formidable overall performance. The one currently under construction represents the most advanced technological achievement of human civilization in the past decade. It is also the Federation's largest warship to date. The entire warship is approximately 2,500 meters long and possesses complete functions and strategic systems. We hope to install a planet-destroying cannon on this warship, thus providing us with a mobile planet-destroying weapon launch platform on the battlefield. The Supreme Commander explained. This is the original intention and core purpose of humanity in building this warship. That is to create a mobile launch platform for planet-destroying weapons. On the battlefield, planet-destroying weapons cannot wait to fire from the ground. The development of this flagship is thanks to the progress humanity has made in the fields of energy and materials in recent years, as well as the study of the main gun wreckage of the V-shaped flagship of the third Cantilever Overlord, which was previously sunk. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move the incredibly massive planet-destroying cannon system from the surface to space. However, a planet-destroying weapon in space can greatly enhance the combat capability of the entire fleet and even threaten the top powerhouses of the enemy. The Supreme Commander showed Lin Qun a lot of data and said, "Now, our total number of warships has reached more than 20. Once this flagship is built, our entire space fleet will be initially completed. In 10 years, we can only achieve this much for now. However, I think this is enough. More than enough to face ordinary opponents. If we enter the level 2 civilization battlefield, and we don't intend to win, then this fleet is sufficient. Combined with your strength, Mr. Lin, we can quickly reap the rewards and leave the battlefield." At this point, the elderly Supreme Commander shared his thoughts on the level 2 civilization battlefield. He had been pondering this for the past 10 years. He believed that since humanity's current goal wasn't to reach the Divine Kingdom, they could enter and exit the level 2 civilization battlefield more quickly. Entering the battlefield, they could choose 1 or 2 targets to wage war and reap rewards, then quickly withdraw. These targets should be no match for humanity, yet not entangled in a prolonged stalemate. This way, humanity could reap contribution points while minimizing its own losses. The only cost would be the contribution point reparations for surrendering quickly. However, as a branch civilization, even if humanity withdrew early, if they achieved some success, the reparations wouldn't be too high. Overall, it would still be a profit. And since humanity used the contribution points they had already seized to pay reparations, as long as they weren't left with too few, it would still be a huge gain. This is a risk-free business. It involves minimal investment and reaping rewards through repeated entries into the civilization battlefield. Lin Qun also found this idea highly feasible, completely avoiding the disadvantages of humanity as a branch civilization and instead leveraging its few advantages. Humanity already has a safe foothold and doesn't need to linger in the level 2 civilization battlefield any longer. A swift departure is the best option. Otherwise, prolonged stays could result in unnecessary costs and losses. This also benefits Lin Qun. A short, rapid burst of power allows him to collect contribution points, return to develop, quickly increase his strength, and then re-enter the civilization battlefield. This cycle allows humanity to rapidly enhance its combat power. However, the Supreme Commander also raised his concerns. This plan has another problem. If we do this, will the civilization battlefield continue to issue us entry tickets? If we don't get entry tickets, our plan will fail after just one attempt. Currently, humanity has received new entry tickets after the 2 civilization battlefields it participated in, but this doesn't mean humanity understands the distribution pattern of these tickets. According to the information Brent previously provided, not every civilization can continuously obtain civilization battlefield entry tickets. Some participating civilizations may not receive any more after participating. However, the details and reasons for this are unknown. We can try it. Even if we run out of tickets, our losses won't be significant. At least we're safe here. Even if we can't enter the civilization battlefield, we still have room to develop, was Lin Qun's reply. He found the Supreme Commander's plan very feasible and worth a try. Even if there were problems and no more entry tickets, they could be dealt with later. Good. Mr. Lin, now that you're back, and our flagship is nearing completion, I think we can begin preparing for the next round of the Civilization War. The elderly Supreme Commander's eyes gleamed as he said, right now, in the second-level civilization battlefield, we may not be the top, but we can certainly be considered a powerful human civilization. A powerful human civilization. Lin Qun repeated the sentence, watching the bright light in the elderly Supreme Commander's eyes as he spoke. Human civilization, becoming powerful. This was the hope of so many. How many people had died one after another on the path to pursuing a powerful human civilization? The Blue Star Wars. The second-level civilization battlefield wars. And now, this future is approaching. Now they have even taken a solid step. They possess their own fleet. They, like other civilizations, have entered the starry sky and come to understand this world. Like an infant gradually growing up, humanity is emerging from the cradle of Blue Star, entering the starry sky, and growing little by little. But Lin Qun knew that it was built on countless lives. Including himself, he too benefited from those who had died one after another for this future. The battles of Shanghai and Daxing City were fought with heavy burdens borne by others, allowing him to turn the tide and carve out a path to where he is today. I wonder if those who have passed away would feel gratified seeing the Federation and humanity as we are today. Lin Qun stood up, gazing at the bustling and advanced city through the glass, and sighed. Then, his thoughts returned to reality, and he said, Your Excellency, I think that even if we are to enter the second-level civilization battlefield, we must figure out exactly what caused the drastic changes in Elena's territory. We've suffered too much from a lack of information, we must clarify any problems beforehand. As soon as Wang Han makes any progress, have him contact me immediately. I will personally go to see Brent. The flagship's construction is still some time away, and Lin Qun has only just emerged from seclusion. The current plan is just that, a plan, but truly entering the next second-level civilization battlefield will take time. Before that, this issue must be resolved. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, said, I will notify you as soon as possible if any news comes from Deep Sea 17. Also, are you planning a grand return ceremony? Chapter 623 The Golden World. According to the Supreme Commander's plan, he wanted to publicly announce Mr. Lin's return. Although the Federation had never stopped publicizing Lin Qun's story over the years, Lin Qun had, after all, disappeared for 10 years. However, Lin Qun refused. In Lin Qun's view, there was no need for it. He wasn't a superstar, and his return from seclusion didn't need to be public knowledge. Lin Qun said, the Federation is stable, humanity is safe, and even the third helical arm overlord can't find us. This means that we are safe for the time being. Therefore, I don't want to be a public figure. We need to improve our strength, that's inevitable, but in other times, I hope I can remain more anonymous. The Supreme Commander was somewhat surprised by his answer but didn't say anything. It was Lin Qun's choice. In fact, Lin Qun had never wanted to become too famous. His idea had always been to wait until everything settled down and find a place to enjoy life. Enjoying life doesn't include being recognized on the street. These 10 years of silence were just right. Although Lin Qun is now a well-known figure, he's only active in publicity. When he appears on the street, like walking with Chu Yaowei, few people besides those who already know him would recognize him at a glance. No matter how much publicity he receives, it can't compare to the widespread recognition of a top star who appears in a movie or TV series every year. Even those stars aren't universally known or followed, and even fans might not recognize them in person. There's no news about Wang Han yet. Lin Qun didn't go to see the Federation's ships in person, he already knew what he wanted from the Supreme Commander. knowing the Federation's current strength was enough. Over 20 warships, a flagship under construction capable of carrying planet-destroying weapons, and 2 planet-destroying cannons and planetary defense systems built on New Blue Star and Deep Sea 17 respectively, the Supreme Commander also introduced these to Lin Qun. The Supreme Commander was completely open about the Federation's current combat capabilities, without any concealment. In the Federation's plan, the key construction project was actually the Deep Sea 17 space fortress. Although New Blue Star was their home, previous lessons showed that immobile homes could easily become graveyards. Therefore, a mobile space fortress became the best choice. Besides this, humanity had made breakthroughs in many cutting-edge technologies, which, when applied to the military industry, brought significant growth. Coupled with the all-out effort to cultivate high-energy life forms, the Federation had achieved further leaps in all aspects. The Federation's interstellar warfare system had truly been established. After leaving the Supreme Commander, it was already getting dark. Wang Qizheng and Xia Qing had also finished their classes. Lin Qun invited the others to have a meal with them, and they talked quite a bit. The long-awaited reunion included reminiscing and discussions about cultivation. Wang Qizheng was the earliest to break through to the evolver realm and was also the one who relied most on himself. He said to Lin Qun, "To be honest, there wasn't much of a feeling about breaking through to become an evolver. I just had a few drinks and became an evolver without really understanding what it was like. If I had to be honest, I felt like something suddenly clicked that day, and then everything just fell into place." "You drank well, but drink less next time," Lin Qun said with a dark expression. Xia Qing, on the other hand, said, "I think there might indeed be a threshold for becoming an evolver. I practiced a technique that the Federation summarized based on the sword control technique you provided, Lin Qun. It matched my talent very well. When I broke through, I felt as if I had connected with the world around me. The dark energy in the surrounding world felt more intimate than ever before, as if it had come alive and rushed into my body, but it didn't cause any damage. Instead, it helped me complete an evolution, of course, as you all know, because my real body is almost gone. My perception is probably even clearer. And the connection to the alternate dimension happened after that. After becoming an evolver, that situation didn't happen anymore, and the dark energy around me returned to normal. I guess that perhaps I was evolving at that time." Both descriptions were relatively vague, with Xia Qing's being more detailed. Lin Qun pondered. Was it an evolution of dark energy response after reaching a certain level? Were their source energy levels the same? Wang Qizheng and Xia Qing's alternate dimensions also had their own strengths. Wang Qizheng's alternate dimension was a golden world. This gold wasn't real gold, but rather a world enveloped by the pale golden light that had previously enveloped his body. Within Wang Qizheng's alternate dimension, he could achieve a semi-invincible state. Of course, his combat power was unlikely to be invincible, but his defense was greatly enhanced. In this golden world, only a combination of power sufficient to kill him and simultaneously destroy the entire alternate dimension could kill him, otherwise, it would be difficult to kill him, let alone break through his defenses. This ability made him incredibly resilient, the most durable. Wang Qizheng had tested it. In his alternate dimension, neither Xia Qing nor Chu Yaowei could break his defenses, not even with his Qi Yuan slash. And since his defenses were unbreakable, even if Wang Qizheng's combat power wasn't as high as Chu Yaowei's, Chu Yaowei was no match for him, since Wang Qizheng could rely on time. Of course, the two didn't actually engage in a full-blown fight. However, Wang Qizheng's ability was still very useful. At the level of evolved beings, those with the power to simultaneously kill him and destroy the entire alternate dimension were extremely rare. Those capable of this were all at the source energy level. In addition, Wang Qizheng had the Golden Bell Shield and Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, making his foundation maxed out. Xia Qing said with no small amount of envy, "Awakening to an alternate dimension is great. You're already invincible as an evolved being right after becoming one." Even if his attack power wasn't high enough, if he was tanky enough, he could still leave others helpless. Moreover, Wang Qizheng's own combat strength wasn't bad, and he also had the challenge gauntlets. While Xia Qing said this, her own combat strength was actually quite good. The alternate dimension she awakened was a sword world. That alternate dimension wasn't large, perhaps only a fifth the size of Shanghai, but it was a world of flying swords. In her alternate dimension, she could directly summon sword arrays, which was also considerable combat power. Lin Qun clicked his tongue in amazement upon hearing this, So he really is a sword cultivator. Xiaoqing paused slightly. Sword cultivation, that's a very apt description. Perhaps we can suggest to the Federation that this method, separated from your sword control technique, be officially named the sword cultivation method. Actually, Lin Qun's sword control technique could also be considered a path of sword cultivation, but the parts separated by the Federation and Xiaoqing took a more extreme approach to the path of sword cultivation. Lin Qun looked at Xiaoqing and Wang Qizheng, quite moved. The Federation now had 4 evolved beings. This was something he hadn't dared to imagine in the past. Wang Qizheng seemed to share Lin Qun's thoughts, raising his wine glass and saying, "What sword cultivation or not, that's not important. What's important is that we've reached this point. Lin Qun, old Chu, do you remember? The Battle of Daxing City, the Battle of Ankaragi, we were besieged by evolved beings, trapped in dire straits. But now, we have so many evolved beings. In the starry sky, we are no longer weak, are we?" Wang Qizheng's words stirred up many memories. Everyone raised their glasses. The topic gradually shifted from cultivation. Over the years, Xiaoqing seemed to have grown much closer to Wang Qizheng, and even teased him about Tongxin to his face. "I heard that Tongxin has moved in with you now? When are you two planning to get married?" Wang Qizheng took a swig of his drink, waved his hand, and said, "You don't need to worry about that, Sister Xia." Chu Yaowei glanced at him, then changed the subject, saying, "Speaking of marriage, Li Xing, you're almost there, aren't you?" Li Xing, hiding in the corner, chuckled. Lin Qun was taken aback. Upon inquiry, he learned that Li Xing had found a girlfriend shortly after Lin Qun went into seclusion. With Lin Qun's connection and his improved strength over the years, Li Xing's B-level healing abilities, while perhaps useless on the battlefield, made him a formidable healer in the rear, attracting many suitors. However, after looking around, Li Xing set his sights on the daughter of a high-ranking federal official, actively pursuing her and winning her over in 2 years. They were now almost married. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes and said, "You're certainly keeping a low profile. When are you going to do it? I'll give you a big gift." Li Xing beamed, "It'll be a while, but Brother Lin, I'll remember your words. I don't covet other people's gifts, but I'm already looking forward to yours." Beside him, Li Ji rubbed his chin, pondering, could it be that I should also hurry up and get married? Lin Qun glared at him, "What are you doing? Trying to scam me for a gift?" Li Ji laughed, but his eyes held a hint of melancholy. Li Ji hadn't made much progress. According to Lin Qun's inquiries, Li Ji had been diligently cultivating for years, specializing in the path of cultivation. He wanted to become an evolved being. Therefore, he had been working tirelessly for the past 10 years. But the result was still unsuccessful. He had been stagnant for a long time, and whenever he heard Wang Qizheng and Xiaoqing talk about how they had effortlessly become evolved beings, Li Ji felt a pang of bitterness. He couldn't achieve the same result effortlessly. Lin Qun understood Li Ji well, saw his thoughts, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, don't rush." Li Ji looked at Lin Qun, smiled, and said, "Brother Lin, I know." The meal lasted a long time, and everyone talked a lot. 10 years had passed, and yet it seemed nothing had changed. The blood and fire on the battlefield felt like they happened just yesterday. But the biggest change Lin Qun sensed was, a long-lost peace had settled in everyone's hearts. Even those who had diligently cultivated over the past 10 years felt less hatred and restlessness. In their new homeland, they had found their place and purpose, returning to the normal life of the human federation in this new era. Wang Qizheng and the others were all powerful humans. They mostly settled in Xianpu City, receiving stipends from the Federation, so they had no worries about food or drink. Their work consisted of cultivation and improvement, with occasional training sessions with the Federation. Their quality of life was excellent, and being friends, they often had fun together. These past few years had been quite fulfilling. Lin Qun also temporarily stopped cultivating upon his return. 10 years of cultivation had been a long time for him. He needed rest. Back in Xianpu City, Lin Qun enjoyed a few days of life. He even went to see the little mudfish. The little mudfish had grown even larger. Currently, its length has officially exceeded 100 meters, reaching 186.3 meters. It can no longer fit on land and has been released into the Ocean of New Blue Star. The Ocean of New Blue Star is a completely natural wild environment, teeming with many terrifying beasts, but none of them are a match for the little mudfish. To them, the little mudfish is like a demon, eating wherever it goes, regardless of what kind of creature it is. It simply devours it whole. Sometimes it even eats inanimate objects. Over the years, it has become the overlord of the ocean of New Blue Star. Many humans living by the sea have occasionally seen the little mudfish, not knowing what this enormous creature is, and thinking it is some unknown terrifying beast from New Blue Star. Thus, among humans, a legend similar to the Xianxi Lake monster has formed around the little mudfish, believing that an extremely large and terrifying sea monster is also hiding in the ocean of New Blue Star. However, although the little mudfish has been released, it is still very obedient, going to a designated location every week to undergo inspection and measurement by the Federation. Chu Yaowei would sometimes visit it, and the little mudskipper and Chu Yaowei had a very good relationship. However, perhaps because it had been too well protected, although the little mudskipper's physique had grown larger, its temperament hadn't changed much. This time, upon seeing Lin Qun, it became incredibly excited. Opening its massive mouth, it immediately began licking Lin Qun with its huge tongue. Lin Qun was completely dumbfounded by its size and its constant rubbing against him. If it weren't for its powerful attributes, it would have been overturned by the little mudskipper. One lick from its tongue was like giving Lin Qun a saliva bath. The little mudskipper, however, was very excited, flying around Lin Qun wildly. Its feelings for Lin Qun were unique, not only because of the bond of the cards, but also because Lin Qun was the first life it had ever known, and Lin Qun had been its companion throughout its childhood. After 10 years apart, it missed Lin Qun terribly, and was now desperately trying to be affectionate. Strictly speaking, even at its current size, the little mudskipper isn't exactly an adult, it's more like a child. From a human perspective, its lifespan is long, but from the perspective of the giant Qun, a mythical fish, it's a drop in the ocean, far too short for its temperament to mature. So, it remains unchanged. Turning to look at Chu Yaowei, who was secretly laughing, Lin Qun felt utterly helpless. Now, even feeding the little mudskipper by hand was difficult. Lin Qun had to fly up and toss the giant fish from New Blue Star, larger than himself, into its mouth. The scene was quite incongruous, but actually, Lin Qun was quite happy, a maternal smile on his face. The little mudskipper wasn't unfamiliar with him, and it was growing little by little. However, the little mudskipper's current fighting power was far greater than before. At 186 meters, it could even swallow ordinary spaceships and living beings whole. This time, it wasn't a little mudskipper anymore, it was a giant whale. Lin Qun was playing with the little mudskipper when he received the latest news from the Federation. Mr. Lin, this is Wang Han. I've made progress. Elena and the others are willing to believe in us and help us, but they've also made a request. They want a spaceship, to pilot it themselves, and only we will go with them. Chapter 624 None of you can escape. Deep Sea 17. Human Base. Waiting room. Elena and the others were all here. They were waiting for the representatives sent by the humans of New Blue Star to return home with them. This decision was made by Elena. She had thought a lot and read a lot these past few days. Her initial disbelief in New Blue Star's version of history had now turned into acceptance. She had carefully compared and analyzed it. Their history and this history both diverged from the Battle of Anchorage. In their history, during the Battle of Ankara, humanity faced a world of enemies, besieged and nearly destroyed by multiple top-tier civilizations with evolved beings. The chosen one of humanity led a successful escape, becoming the last and only survivors, establishing a new home and thriving. Brent, the chosen one, was the hero who saved humanity, the supreme ruler of the new human world. However, in the history of the Federation of Humanity on this New Blue Star, during the Battle of Ankara, Brent abandoned the 200 million inhabitants of Blue Star and fled alone. Another person stepped forward, Lin Qun, a powerful human from the China region. He led humanity in the Battle of Ankara, decisively defeating 4 top-tier civilizations, turning the tide of the war, and securing humanity's survival. Humanity then left their former home, Blue Star, gradually relocating to where they are today. Elena hadn't been without suspicion that the latter version was fabricated. However, after these days of contact, she discovered that the details were too meticulous, and everyone in the base shared the same understanding. Wang Han and the others had granted them freedom these past few days, except for a few key locations where they lacked access. They could move freely within most areas of the base. This base clearly had another purpose. It was unlikely they had a group of people deliberately putting on an act for them. Coupled with Wang Han and the others' attitude towards them, Eleanor was beginning to believe it. At least, she believed the humans here meant no harm. Moreover, this was truly a branch of humanity, and quite a few in number. If there were real danger, they should know and be prepared. They should survive. They were all human, and Elena was willing to help humanity. Therefore, Elena made her compromise now, willing to take one person back. Because they didn't know what the great change the child of civilization had spoken of was, only by returning could they give the people here an answer. Moreover, Elena had her own selfish motives. Regardless of the true history, her origins were, after all, her homeland. She worried that the people here might have ulterior motives and were hesitant to provide their coordinates. She also wanted the situation here to be known to her people. Hence, the previous conditions. Elena requested a spaceship and demanded that only one person from this place return with them. They would control the spaceship, ensuring their homeland's coordinates remained hidden, bringing back one person, and successfully transmitting information back. A win-win situation. This seemed like the best option. Wang Han readily agreed. Elena initially thought Wang Han would be their closest contact. However, they didn't expect that they would receive news that Lin Qun would return with them. In the past few days, they had learned who Lin Qun was. He was the human hero who turned the tide of the Anchorage War, the key to humanity's progress on Earth, and the object of admiration for all humans here. They had also learned that the invincible evolved being among the followers of the Third Arm Overlord who had been pursuing them was killed by Lin Qun. Instantly killed. Nelson asked nervously, "Captain, are we really going to take these people back home? And that Mr. Lin, he's someone even an invincible evolved being could kill instantly. What if home was what they called their planet?" I asked. "The personnel can't be changed, and besides, it's said that this Mr. Lin has met with the son of civilization." Elena shook her head, a hint of unease in her voice. "If we refuse, we won't be able to take off. They won't provide us with a spaceship." Yu Ting said, "They're all humans, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Although it's nice here, we're still imprisoned, and our home isn't here." Elena glanced at Yu Ting. She knew he had a fiancée waiting for him on home. Therefore, Yu Ting was the one most eager to return. There won't be any problems. Even if he's incredibly powerful, what can he do in space alone? Elena said. "We have to go back. We have to report the situation here. There are other humans in this star system. Everyone should know this. And the Third Arm Overlord isn't looking for us, but for the humans here. We must report this to our superiors." Although the people here hadn't said anything these past few days, Elena wasn't stupid. She was now almost certain that the Third Arm Overlord's followers who attacked their exploration ship were looking for humans not from their home planet, but from the humans of this new blue star. At this moment, Dai King, standing to the side, said, "I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You're all worrying unnecessarily. This Mr. Lin is a respected person. How could he possibly do anything bad? He's definitely going to ask about the situation with the son of civilization. Besides, we're all human, and our goal is survival. What could possibly go wrong? What do you know? I think you're almost brainwashed by the people here," Nelson said, somewhat dissatisfied with Dai King's one-sided statement. "If the history here is true, then it means we abandoned the humans here. They might hate us a lot. What if?" Dai King snorted, "They're clearly stronger than us now. This Mr. Lin can instantly kill invincible evolved beings. He should be even stronger than the son of civilization. They're living much better than us. Why would they cause us trouble? Besides, that was the previous generation's business. Now, 95% of the people in the homeland are a new generation of humans. Why would they hold a grudge against us? Even if they really wanted to do something, would they treat us so well?" Elena listened silently from the side. In fact, in her opinion, their thoughts and statements all made sense. She had already made up her mind. Moreover, she was also very concerned about the great change the child of civilization had mentioned. If such a change was truly imminent, a stalemate was not a solution for humanity on both sides. Elena could only devise a plan that was good for all of humanity. The rest was beyond the scope of judgment. No one could plan without flaws. She could only hope everything would go smoothly. Just then, Yu Ting stood up and looked towards the door of the waiting room. There, the passengers they were waiting for had arrived. The door opened, and Lin Qun stepped in. He smiled, looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on Elena, saying, "Captain Elena, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm here, and we can take off at any time. Don't worry, I won't do anything to your child of civilization or your world, because there's no need. I just want to ask him a few questions. Of course, I must also be frank. If Brent refuses to answer my questions, I might take some special measures, but that would only be directed at him personally, not at other humans. We are all human, and you are all a newly born generation. What happens between us and Brent is none of your business. The Human Federation, including Lin Qun, held a rather nuanced attitude towards Brent. Elena shook hands with Lin Qun. All right. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let's set off now. She carefully observed Lin Qun before her. She had heard his name more than once in recent days, but this was the first time she had seen him in person. This Mr. Lin had lived through many eras, yet he still looked very young, like their son of civilization, seemingly ageless. However, he didn't exude any oppressive aura. Instead, he seemed approachable and amiable, unlike a great figure. Lin Qun said nothing more and strode forward. Elena and the others followed closely behind. They were still somewhat nervous about this Mr. Lin. On the helipad within the base, the spaceship prepared for them by the Federation was already ready. They were about to set sail. In a corner of the third spiral arm star system. Son of civilization, the planet homeland. Lawrence looked up. Above him, a massive alien spaceship roared past, heading into the distance. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar and explosion echoed from the distant Earth. A terrifying mushroom cloud rose upward. The shockwave, accompanied by a gale, swept in. The cries of those who perished in the attack were drowned out by the force of the attack. A crimson glint appeared in Lawrence's eyes. Commander Lawrence, we must leave immediately. We must leave immediately. His bodyguard rushed forward, carrying him away into the distance. In the forest, shadows swayed as they rapidly retreated from the surface to their underground base. On global radar, the entire home planet was now ablaze with crimson. This meant that the surface they had built over the years had been destroyed. They were being forced to move underground. Lawrence watched this scene, a deep sense of desolation mixed with a profound resentment. He could hardly believe what was happening. Their home, built with such care, the new world of humanity they had painstakingly created, had collapsed just like that. The attack had occurred 2 months earlier, shortly after another batch of exploration ships had set sail. Elena and her group, along with others. An alien civilization's fleet had discovered them and attacked. Destruction began from that moment. Although the humans on their home planet had rapidly multiplied and rebuilt human civilization on this planet, achieving considerable success over the years, their pace was still slower than the Federation's. They lagged far behind in both infrastructure and technology, especially in fleet and individual combat strength, making them no match for a civilization capable of launching an interstellar war. Therefore, after the attack began, their home planet and its inhabitants faced another apocalypse. Their defense systems were utterly destroyed, and the prize warships were sunk. The resistance lasted for 2 whole months, and during those 2 months, Lawrence witnessed firsthand the collapse of the new home planet he had built with Brent, the son of civilization. Now, the surface was almost entirely lost, and the remaining inhabitants could only hide underground. But Lawrence did not despair. He was simply unwilling to accept that their home planet had been destroyed once again, but he knew that human civilization would not perish. This was certainly not because Lawrence also knew that some people on Earth had survived. Although he was one of the first to follow Brent from Earth to this place, he deeply believed Brent's words, considering it the most correct decision Brent made at the time, preserving the flame of human civilization. After all, from anyone's perspective, under those circumstances, humanity on Earth only faced extinction. Therefore, he hadn't despaired yet, because, while he remained here, their children of civilization had already led the elite of the new humans away. They set sail once more, heading towards the stars. In Lawrence's view, Brent was rational and clear-headed. He knew they were still weak and had been preparing for this day, preparing escape ships. Moreover, this time, their escape fleet was much larger than that on Earth, taking tens of thousands of people and a considerable amount of technology and resources. Of course, there was also the most important seed bank. With so many people, Lawrence believed they would be able to rebuild their home under Brent's leadership, even faster than this time. He recalled an ancient Chinese proverb, "Wildfire cannot burn it all, the spring breeze brings it back to life." Human civilization would surely be like that, ultimately rising again. Lawrence and his companions' mission was to remain there, delaying the alien civilization and preventing them from catching up with Brent and his group. To prevent them from being found, they had even proactively severed all communication with their escape ships. From the moment Brent and his group took off, they were forever separated from the humans on their home planet, their connection severed. The same applied to the humans on their home planet. This was humanity's protection and self-preservation. A desperate act of sacrifice. But there were still many humans on their home planet. In recent years, thanks to the rapid cultivation technology provided by the Divine Kingdom, their population had expanded rapidly, reaching hundreds of thousands. Therefore, Brent had only taken a small number, a large number remained on their home planet. Even knowing that the flame of humanity would not be extinguished, sitting here watching their compatriots slaughtered by the alien civilization filled Lawrence and his companions with indescribable grief and indignation. Lawrence even felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had returned to Earth. Back then, they faced the same situation with the alien civilization, brutally and bloodily slaughtered. Anger, resentment, yet all they could do was hide and flee. They were no match for them. Lawrence clenched his fists. How he wished that one day they could utterly annihilate the alien civilization, avenging their fallen kin. But alas, he seemed to see no such tomorrow. The alien civilization, traversing their home planet, sowed death and flames everywhere. Their warships filled the skies. Every explosion and tremor seemed like these alien civilizations coldly speaking from their superior position, as if saying, "None of you can escape." Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 625 Moths to Flame. Homeworld. Humanity's last underground base. This is humanity's final refuge. Lawrence led a group of survivors and the last warriors to hide here, relying on the facilities to evade the alien civilization's detection. Here, they could almost feel the tremors emanating from the ground. There were still some humans on this planet, some were wandering survivors, others were remaining warriors. They were putting up a final stand, trying to defend their homeland. But the result was horrific. The transmitted images left everyone speechless. In those images, in the city, flames soared into the sky, their homes had been reduced to ruins. Alien spacecraft flew through the skies, indiscriminately slaughtering the humans on the ground. Some were even brutally tortured, hung on fire to be roasted alive. Desperate struggles, unbearable pain. The alien beings reveled in this scene, laughing maniacally. They hoped to lure out even more hidden humans. Some of the younger generation couldn't bear to watch any longer, howling as they rushed out, opening fire like madmen. Ultimately, they were all annihilated. As far as Lawrence knew, their attackers weren't actually followers of the Third Helical Arm's overlord, but rather a civilization that had accidentally discovered them. However, they were also incredibly powerful, possessing a massive fleet, advanced weaponry, and even two evolved beings. They seemed to be a branch fleet of a powerful civilization, yet even such a branch fleet was no match for humanity. These civilizations were privately known as the Mantis people because they resembled the mantises that once inhabited Earth, only gigantic. The humans on their home planet were powerless to defeat them, so they could only vent their frustrations through this display of power. Hiding underground, watching the scenes above, seeing wave after wave of humans being slaughtered, Lawrence felt a deep unease. He was filled with immense rage, wishing he could tear these Mantis people apart. At the very least, he wanted to rush out and carnage them. He was human, and he possessed a sense of justice. How could he bear to see the lives of his civilization being slaughtered and tortured like this? But, to buy more time, he could only stay here and watch. Otherwise, if he really led everyone here to fight their way out, it would expose their objective. They wouldn't be able to save others, and they themselves would soon be wiped out. At that time, these damned alien civilizations might discover that some of them had escaped, and even hunt down Brent and the others. Lawrence knew what he had to do. His anger was useless. They were no match for the lives of these alien civilizations. All they could do was stall for time and remember them. One day, when human civilization rose again, they would avenge the humans who died at their hands. However, at this moment, a warrior ran in, his eyes bloodshot. "Commander Lawrence, these damned bastard alien civilizations are going to publicly execute our people." This information was not obtained by their own means, but was broadcast publicly by the alien civilization that attacked the place. Their spacecraft were traveling on their home planet, broadcasting in all directions in human language, announcing that they would torture and kill the 12,000 humans they had captured below a Great Rift Valley, and inviting the remaining humans of the entire home planet to come and witness the ceremony. Lawrence's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. "Damn Mantis people, They're trying to use these people as bait to lure our remaining human forces there. The alien civilization's objective was very clear. The global broadcast announcing the executions had only one purpose: to attract rescuers. 12,000 people was no small number. Moreover, these mantis people had deliberately used the word torture, clearly hoping to incite. Commander, do you really think they have that many people? They're going to torture us. Commander, we can't just sit here and wait to die. I know we might not all leave this planet alive, but we can't just watch our compatriots being killed. The warriors before Lawrence had bloodshot eyes. They had witnessed too much death. They knew that by staying, they were waiting to die, trading their lives for the lives of those who were leaving. But, even so, even knowing that everyone was doomed, few could bear to watch the alien civilization torture their compatriots. Moreover, most of the humans on their home planet were rapidly cultivated by Brent and others using the technology of the divine realm. They were all hot-blooded young men, and how could they bear to see this scene? Hearing this, Lawrence raised his head, looked at the young warrior before him, took a deep breath, and said, "I never said I wouldn't get involved in this." Hearing Lawrence's words, the young warrior was stunned for a moment, seemingly not quite understanding, before saying, "Commander, we thought, everyone, I mean, fight them." Lawrence slowly stood up in front of the young warrior. At this moment, his facial muscles twitched slightly, his eyes flashing with the same anger and hatred. Of course, he knew what these young men were thinking. He was also human. How could he stand by and watch so many people be slaughtered? This home planet was one he had built with his own hands, and these new generation humans were like his children in Lawrence's heart. And now, all of that had collapsed. All destroyed by the alien civilization. Hiding here, watching the humans above being slaughtered in their resistance, Lawrence's heart was already burning with rage. And now, Lawrence gave the order, summoning all his men. In this underground base, aside from the survivors, only a few hundred men were still capable of fighting. They were all young, rising stars, each filled with righteous indignation, their eyes burning with suppressed, bloodthirsty fury. Lawrence surveyed the scene, then raised his voice, "These bastard mantises have invaded our planet, slaughtered our people, and now they've gathered our people, about to unleash a massacre, telling us this is an insult to us, to our civilization. Even if we die, we cannot stand idly by and watch this slaughter. Now, we must stand up and fight them. Perhaps our ultimate fate on this planet is certain death, and we have no power to save those people, but we must tell them that we have not abandoned them, that human civilization has not abandoned them. Even if we cannot save them, we will kill them with our own hands. We will never allow this alien civilization to slaughter our compatriots. Even if we die, we will die fighting together. Let our blood tell the alien civilization that they can slaughter us, but they have never defeated us." Lawrence's words were impassioned, brimming with suppressed anger and ferocity. Chosen by Brent to be brought here, he possessed not only loyalty but also ability and courage. Back on Earth, he had been the commander of the Federal Marine Corps in the Americas. Now, from Earth to their new home, he had endured far too long. By all accounts, they had bought Brent enough time. Now, it was time for them to fight for humanity, for their home, and for the burning rage within them. Lawrence's speech received a fervent response from the humans present. They had long awaited this moment. Each person harbored a burning rage. Even if they were destined to be no match for the alien civilization, they wanted to die a heroic death, at least to uphold human dignity. Many survivors were even inspired and wanted to join them. Lawrence did not refuse. In truth, he knew they were no match for these mantis men. This will be a futile counterattack, like an ant trying to shake a tree. And the interstellar war between civilizations will ultimately end in genocide. The enemy will not spare any human on their home planet. Whether they struggle or hide, the final result is death. At this point, there's no need to distinguish between survivors and non-survivors. As long as they're not a burden, Lawrence won't refuse this act of kindness in helping humanity. However, what will happen on this journey, Lawrence himself doesn't know. The location of these 12,000 people has been revealed by the alien civilization. Lawrence and his group made preparations and set off covertly. It was a rift valley, a natural encirclement. Although the sides of the rift valley were relatively open, allowing visibility from the outside, the alien civilization's spaceships were overhead, casting huge shadows that almost completely enveloped the rift valley. Inside the rift valley, there were numerous automated devices and a large number of fully armed mantis-like beings. Deepest within, There was a vast group of human prisoners. Many were ragged, many wounded and sick, watching the scene before them with despair and sorrow. This was an obvious trap. With the current strength of humanity on their home planet, anyone who dared to show their face and attempt to rescue would face certain death. Escape was out of the question. Therefore, some of the captured humans, realizing the situation, shouted, "Don't come! Don't come! Don't come!" At that moment, Lawrence was already leading his men closer. He had already surveyed the surrounding terrain using drones. He knew very well that this rift was a place of no return. Those damned Mantis people had already taken control of the area, waiting for the enraged humans to walk right into their trap. Therefore, Lawrence knew from the beginning that this was not a rescue, but a suicide attack. He used the remaining vehicles to assemble a convoy, escorted by a small array of drones, the convoy loaded with high explosives. This was Lawrence's plan. He intended to lead the convoy in, taking the humans and the alien civilization with him in a self-destruction. Blow everyone up into the sky. You want us to never return? We never even considered going back. This was the blood of humanity. Lawrence couldn't rescue the human prisoners in the rift, but all he could do was let them know that humanity had never abandoned one another, and would never allow the alien civilization to gloat over their suffering. This was all Lawrence could do. Everyone in his convoy was ready to die, already aware of the plan, driving forward into the battlefield. Lawrence's broadcast had already reached the human communication channels, warning other scattered, spontaneous rescuers not to act rashly. They were about to intervene. At this moment, their convoy no longer concealed itself, speeding out like a whirlwind towards the rift, revealing itself to everyone. Lawrence's guess was correct. There were more than just them. These people also wanted to rescue people, but they were small, mostly scattered survivors and warriors. Hearing the alien civilization's broadcast, they couldn't sit still any longer and wanted to fight them to the death. But their numbers were small, and they hadn't dared to move, growing increasingly anxious. They hadn't expected that at this moment, Lawrence would emerge, advancing relentlessly towards the front. Many people's eyes were bloodshot. But they chose to hear Lawrence's advice. They didn't move. Lawrence's suicide attack was too obvious. Running out now would only increase casualties. Commander Lawrence, don't move, don't move. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. They knew this was a human suicide attack. Their hatred for the alien civilization was almost boiling, yet they were also filled with excitement for this moment. Even though it was a suicide attack, a one-way trip, it seemed to demonstrate the blood and guts of humanity. They had been crushed by the alien civilization for too long. Many people wanted to see such a scene, the sounding of a charge against the alien civilization. Even if it was a charge destined for failure and death. This was enough to bring tears to the eyes of the humans here. At this moment, Lawrence and his group had become the focus of everyone's attention. Ahead of the road leading to the Rift Valley was a large clearing connected by forests. There was no way to hide here, and the ground equipment of the humans on their home base could not achieve synchronous optical cloaking. Therefore, they were directly exposed here. The convoy sped forward, and the escorting drones in the sky also rushed forward in neat formation. This was the most luxurious lineup Lawrence could muster, yet it still seemed insignificant before the alien civilization. Like ants rushing towards a colossus. The tiny drones were like sparrows compared to the enemy's warships. The approaching rift was like a terrifying giant, coldly watching the humans before it. The alien civilization within was well prepared, having already laid traps, waiting for the humans to charge. And at that moment, an extremely terrifying aura rose from within. It was an evolved mantis. It was stationed within the Great Rift. At this moment, Lawrence and his companions advanced like moths to a flame, without the slightest pause, instead accelerating and accelerating, knowing certain death lay ahead, yet they pressed on without hesitation, heading towards their doom. Lawrence roared through the vehicle-mounted megaphone, "Fellow humans, I am Lawrence Kester, commander of the surface of our home planet. I have come to save you. We have come to save you." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.